Shalom levoy navoy, Yom Hashem lo yishmori, Shav shokat shoymai, Yom Hashem lo yirne bayis. Shalom levoy navoy, Yom Hashem lo yishmori, Shav shokat shoymai, Yom Hashem lo yirne bayis.
What up, everybody?
Shalom levoy navoy, Yom Hashem lo yishmori, Shav shokat shoymai, Yom Hashem lo yirne bayis. Shalom lo boy na boy, Hashem lo yishmari, Shalom shokat shoymei. Hine lo yonum velo yishon, lo yonum velo yishon, shoymei Yisroel. Hine lo yonum velo yishon, lo yonum velo yishon, shoymei Yisroel. Hine lo yonum velo yishon. Lo yanum velo yishon, shoymei Yisroel. Hine lo yanum velo yishon, lo yanum velo yishon, shoymei Yisroel. Hashem lo yivne bayis, shalom lo boy na boy, Hashem lo yishmori, shav shokat shoymei. Hashem lo yivne bayis. Shalom lo boy na boy, Hashem lo yishmori, Shav shokat shoymei. Hashem lo yirne bayis. Shalom lo boy na boy, Hashem lo yishmori, Shav shokat shoymei. Hashem lo yirne bayis. Shalom lo boy na boy, Hashem lo yishmori, Shav shokat shoymei. Hine lo yanum velo yishon. Lo yadum v'lo yisham, shoymei Yisroel. Hine lo yadum v'lo yisham, lo yadum v'lo yisham, shoymei Yisroel.
How do you think Gavin Newsom would do in the polls? Probably not that well. Isn't he kind of known as a fucktard dumbass? And he has that whole, wasn't he, like, responsible for the Proud Boys thing, too? So that... Yeah, it wouldn't really... Oh, no,
Given
wait,
how
I'm
stupid
thinking...
people are, do you believe in democracy?
Do I believe in democracy? Well... Not really. There are way too many people who are either politically illiterate, uninformed, or just plain too goddamn stupid to really be able to advocate for themselves when it comes to voting for a political party. Like Donald Trump is the best example of that. You've got absolute dumbfuck retards who are voting for a guy who's anti-union, is going to impose ridiculous tariffs. Supposedly, every time you ask him, his answer changes. He really has no... Like, this is just true of Republicans in general. They really have no real economic strategy. So if we're going by what Donald Trump says... He's going to make living more expensive for average idiots. He wants to lower taxes for the richest people. And then you have, like, dumb fuck brokies who are voting for this guy who's only going to make life more difficult for him. So, democracy doesn't really work because you just have too many stupid people. The ideal political system would be to have a hyper-intelligent, benevolent dictator. But the issue is, you're pretty much never going to get that. Somebody asked me about Gavin Newsom. For some reason, I confused him with Gavin McGinnis. Gavin Newsom, I would imagine at this point, wouldn't poll too popularly. Because he's a dickhead. Thanks for the donation, though, Eric.
Fall of Berlin, you might find this interesting.
Dieses einzige gemeinsame Bekenntnis unserer herrlichen Bewegung und damit zu unserem ewigen deutschen Volk. Deutschland, sieg heil! Heil!
Законный разгон немецких захватчиков. Смерть немецким оккупантам. Да здравствует наша славная Родина, где свобода, где независимость. Под знаменем Ленина вперед, победа!
The designated head of the German state signed the act of unconditional surrender of all German land, sea, and air forces in Europe to the Allied expeditionary forces and simultaneously to the Soviet High Command.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, vegan guy. Aaron P, donate $2. Please say hello.
Holy fuck.
Well, he's not streaming anymore.
I personally like Dr. Pepper better. That shit is the jam. All right.
Do you think Hitler can bench press more than Frank Tufano? Yeah, probably.
Where's it at? Where are you at, fucker? Ah! On your mountain, Zeus! You. Like the actual makeup body effects that were good. I think that's like the best part of scary movies, like when they have good body horror. Otherwise, it's just like a psychological thriller.
All right, well, thank you, Aaron P. You watched The Signal yet? You know, I'm going to ask you every day. No, I can't even remember what that is. Do all your friends have to be vegan? Well, I'm not going to have a particularly close relationship with somebody who isn't vegan. So...
attack justified under How was the Nasrallah attack justified under international law? On Friday, September 27th, 2024, Israeli Air Force F-15Is from the 69th Squadron, or Hammers, struck Beirut's Dahia neighborhood. And their target was an underground Hezbollah command and control bunker. 6 other buildings were also struck in subsequent attacks, including depots where other weapons and equipment were hidden. The weapons were most likely GBU.
Supreme Ruler Richard, Iran has launched 180 missiles into Israel, but don't worry, most were intercepted by Israeli and our defense systems. Time to nuke Iran off the planet according to Richard's vegan uniform code of military justice.
I would have no goddamn problem with that, dude. Iran is punching way above its weight. So, they're gonna get fucked soon. So their time is coming. Thanks for the donation, though, Benedict Arnold.
31s, which is a precision-guided 2,000-pound bomb, essentially bunker busters. Reportedly, 83 tons of bombs were used, but this sounds like a bigger number than it actually is, because that works out to maybe 41, 42 munitions of the 2,000-pound range, although most likely different munitions were of differing power. Casualties included Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, along with approximately 100 or so other senior leaders, and perhaps up to 200 or so civilian casualties. The command center was situated.
Grey Knight donate $2. You won't hear those pro-Pally chumps complain about this. Let me see. Oh yeah, and good news. I was actually able to find a t-shirt printing place who's willing to print my Death to Hamas t-shirt. So I should be able to pick it up on Friday. Right.
180 missiles at Israel that killed one Palestinian man in Jericho.
Oh my god. That is so fucking hilarious. Dear God, that's so stupid.
Sounds like there were 2 others, maybe, that were injured after they fell on their way to a bunker before the attack. There are actually memes going around right now on Iranian opposition channels saying that Israeli pagers are deadlier than Iranian missiles. Now, this attack is being called Operation True Promise 2 by Iran. It was bigger and included more advanced munitions than their previous attack this past April. Iran said that the attack was in response to the assassinations of Ismail Haniyeh, that is the former leader of Hamas, who was killed in Tehran about 2 months ago, Hassan Nasrallah, the former leader of Hezbollah, who was killed in Beirut by Israel less than a week ago, and then Abbas Nifrashan, whose name we haven't heard a whole lot, but he's actually an IRGC general, so senior Iranian official that was killed in that same strike right alongside Nasrallah. Iran added, quote, "We attacked military bases in Israel with dozens of missiles. If Israel reacts, we will strike back with force." Yesterday, Iran launched...
That is hilarious. They only managed to kill one Palestinian guy. What are the fucking chances? I don't want to watch this off screen if it's too graphic. Let me see. I'm going to probably not watch this on screen. Whoa. Jesus, yeah, he got fucking flattened. So... So Iran killed a Palestinian from Gaza in their fucking attack. Just absolutely brilliant, dude. You can't get any bigger of a fucking fail than that. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
New Jack Smith motions in federal case unsealed couple hours ago. Smith intends to fight a lot of the immunity claims Trump's lawyers put forward after SCOTUS ruling. More info.
If you look at what has been tragically...
All right, we'll take a look at that in a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, retard. Richard's Frozen Sperm Cells donate $2. Richard, do you hate Sneeko, Vosh, and Hassan? Yes. If so, who do you hate the most from least to most and why? Most Hassan, then Sneeko, then Vosh. Vosh, the least. Hassan is a much bigger asshole overall than Sneeko. I would say Hassan is just as, if not more, anti-Semitic than Sneeko. He won't outright say that he wants to exterminate Jews, but he supports terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. You know, where it's in their charter that they want to exterminate all Jews. So he's no different than Sneeko when Sneeko, like, denies the Holocaust, supports Hitler, crap like that. Sneeko has publicly said he doesn't want to kill all Jews. He doesn't support Hitler. But again, the guy's friends with Nick Fuentes. He's a Holocaust denier. So if you were to ask him directly, I think he would answer honestly and say he doesn't want to exterminate all Jews. But he's dumb. Like, he's extremely stupid. I think that's one reason why I dislike Sneeko less than I dislike Hassan. He might have, you know, Nazi beliefs, but he's too stupid to realize it, and he's being gaslit by people like Fuentes into holding these dumbass beliefs that Hitler wasn't that bad of a guy, Nazis never holocausted the Jews. Whereas Hassan, he just clearly, outright, explicitly wants the extermination of all Jews. Vosh is a fucking moron, but he's like too crazy to really hold him entirely responsible for all of his beliefs. Like, he's just genuinely nuts. He supports like stupid pro-Palestinian movements, but he does seem to explicitly be against Hezbollah and Hamas, as far as I can tell. I don't watch him too regularly, but I haven't ever seen him justify the Hamas attacks like Sneeko and Vosh have. So that's the basic reason why I rank them that way. Thanks for the donation, Richard's Frozen Sperm Cells.
Hey VG, glad you're back. Hope all's well. So, quick thought, what if we took the top 1% of brains, tossed them on a new planet, and let epigenetics work its magic? That way, we'd have a hyper-benevolent society thriving without the 99% dragging it down.
Well, no, not necessarily. So, for one thing, intelligence doesn't mean you're benevolent. Some of the smartest people you'll ever meet are insane megalomaniacal psychopaths. So, no, that doesn't ensure you have a benevolent society. You'd probably want to isolate genes that are responsible for empathy and make sure you try to avoid having anybody with genes, that associate with psychopathy. On top of that, if you're selecting the top 1%, I don't know if you'd have enough genetic diversity in order to ensure, prevent inbreeding and shit. So I don't know if that would work. Thanks for the donation, though, Solitaire.
And to think we thought these SJWs were the people who were going to fight for our rights and the future.
Well, they clearly never were. I think that was obvious from the very beginning. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Situated under a residential building. Of course, the meme started a few minutes later. And if you follow me, you'll notice that I didn't participate in that. I'm the guy that finds the people to target. I write software. I write software that finds people. I develop a pattern of life. I know where they work. I know where they sleep. I know their driver's cell phone. I know they get chauffeured around in a white SUV with a dent on the right rear quarter panel. And then I give all that information to my client, and they take it from there. Now, I don't do the legal part. Lawyers do that. I also don't do the weaponeering where you decide which weapon to use. That's a whole different job. But
are psychopaths inherently charismatic and manipulative, or can they be retarded losers just with no sense of morality? Typically, psychopaths are very manipulative. Whether or not they're charismatic can be kind of iffy. A lot of the times they are, though, and again, they use that sort of charisma to manipulate people. But yeah, I mean, you can just be a retarded loser and be a psychopath.
When I'm told that the strike was successful, I don't laugh about it. I don't joke about it. I don't post memes about it. I go home, I crack open a beer, I order a pizza, and I watch the Washington Wizards. And then the next day I go into work and I find the next target. After the attacks, the chair in computational biology systems at the University of College London, a man named Professor Francois Ballou, said something on X, formerly known as Twitter, that just kind of rubbed me wrong. He said, whether the IDF suspected that Nasrallah was in this block of flats that got flattened or just made up a story, it is largely irrelevant. This is a war crime either way. So I took a look at Professor Ballou. He didn't seem to have any legal or military experience. He's just an academic. And at this, I pointed this out and he blocked me, which, that's cute. I'm Ryan Macbeth.
Nigga can we watch this Misfits episode? We might have seen it already, but I think you skimmed through it. This one is meant to you. We'll watch that like later in the stream, like later. Thanks for the donation though, nigga.
Imagine trying to target Israelis but kill Palestinians you're supposed to be helping out. How ironic that is. May the supreme leader of Iran die like Osama bin Laden.
Well, I mean, when you just think about it, there's a pretty high likelihood of a rocket strike like that killing Palestinians since 20% of Israeli citizens are Palestinian. So you'd expect something like that to happen, but it's just ironic that the only single person they managed to kill was Palestinian. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo.
Bub. I use the Twitter API, and I also use Cyabra for social media threat detection. No,
I've never interacted with any of the Misfits, aside from Big Lenny a little bit. Like, I've messaged him, but he's been dodging. Like, I challenged him to a debate, but he's just dodged.
One funny thing to note, the good professor actually reposted a reply to a tweet from a person who, I guess, supposedly sent out some inaccurate COVID information saying, if it's not your expertise, consult experts and do not make your conclusions and provide context. Well, professor, I'm the guy that provides context. Class is now in session. But before I provide context on how Israel's strike on Nasrallah is not a war crime...
Oh, have I met psychopaths? Yeah, I have.
Let me talk about another organization.
They're just pieces of shit.
That provides context, and that's Ground News.
So it's literally the day of a massive missile attack on Israel from Iran. While I was editing this video, this thing happened. So, of course, I go to Ground News. I use the Ground News app every day to stay informed as part of my morning routine. And I normally read
Defining what is and is not a valid and lawful target. Now, there's generally 4 types of valid targets. There are combatants. These are enemy soldiers and fighters who are directly participating in hostilities. There's military infrastructure, which are facilities, installations, equipment that can be used for military purposes, such as barracks, air bases, naval ships, weapons factories, and command centers. And we have supply lines and logistics, bridges, railways, other infrastructure directly supporting military operations. And we have weapons and ammunition. That's kind of a given. Stockpiles, weapon systems, logistical support facilities. Now note that there are some things that are never valid targets, unless there are some very specific exceptions. To start, civilians and civilian infrastructure. They are generally protected unless civilians are directly involved in hostilities. The law of armed conflict does not preclude militaries from firing into civilian locations if it can be proven that the adversary is using civilians for cover. And that was certainly the case here. Remember, Nasrallah was in a bunker underneath a residential building. Another item are medical personnel facilities. So we're talking hospitals, medical personnel vehicles that are clearly marked as medical vehicles are protected unless they are being used to commit acts that are harmful to the enemy. Third item is cultural, religious, and historic sites. So we're talking about sites of significant cultural or religious importance. Those are typically protected under international law. So we're talking about the Taj Mahal, the Eiffel Tower, those sort of monuments. And finally, surrendering combatants and prisoners of war, they are protected as well.
Curious Donatillers, remember when you starred in this music video? Think she supports Israel since she tagged Israel accounts on the IG post. Well, that's good. Yeah, I remember this music video. Yeah, I liked the whole alien thing. That was cool. Help animals in Israel and Palestine. Well, that's good that she supports Israel. Thanks for the donation, Curious.
I've interacted with Big Lenny on Instagram a few times. He actually lives about 45 minutes to an hour north of me. Also, when are you going to get some Arab women on stream so you can suck the snot and boogers out their long fat noses?
I don't know if that's ever going to happen, but thanks for the donation, Johnny Bravo.
As well, once someone is surrendered or they're no longer able to fight, hold, or decombat, they cannot be targeted. Now, note that hors de combat means out of action due to illness or injury. Just being wounded does not mean that you're hors de combat. You can still attack a wounded soldier. So now that we have the absolute baseline, let's take a look at this actual bunker and how we would approach this. So you've got a top-level Hezbollah commander and 100 of his main dudes who is deep underground and meeting with other commanders. And meanwhile, roughly 90,000 Israelis have been internally displaced because Hezbollah has fired over 8,000 rockets into northern Israel since October 7th, 2023. Could taking out this commander and 100 of his dudes become a shaping operation, meaning could this set the IDF up for a future attack which would reduce the number of rockets that are falling onto northern Israel? So if the answer to that is yes, now the question changes to, are we going to get another chance at this? If the target is in a populated area, are there other options? Can we take this target out in a different place? Now, ideally, after you develop a pattern of life, you want to
Trump goes on Dave Ramsey's show for an interview. Can we watch on another stream if not tonight?
Oh, God. That's going to be horrific. I don't know if we're going to be able to watch that tonight. I'll try, but yeah, we'll probably watch that tomorrow or something. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
try to hit the bad guy in a way that minimizes civilian casualties. For example, if you can take out the bad guy when he's meeting at a secluded farmhouse with other bad guys, that's ideal. That's what you want to do. But you might be able to take him out while they're driving, but preferably you wait for an area of low traffic. Like if he is leaving the farmhouse, maybe you hit him while he's on the driveway of the farmhouse before he actually gets out into traffic. And this is kind of where the weaponeering comes into play. You tailor the weapon system to the threat. If there's a single car on the road, maybe you use a Hellfire missile. If there's a meeting in that farmhouse, maybe you use a 1,000-pound bomb. If there's a meeting in an underground bunker, well, now you got to get messy because you got to penetrate all of that earth and concrete to get to the bunker. Now, again, weaponeering isn't my job. It's more complex than what I just described, but those are the basics. Now, I also want to bring in the principle of NCV, or non-combatant cutoff value. People like to claim that one civilian life negates any action at all, but that's just not true. NCV is the number of civilians that you are legally allowed as collateral damage in order to strike the target. Yes, this exists. 99% of the time, the NCV is 0. You can't hit anyone who isn't a bad guy. But if you have an NCV of 5, and there's 4 civilians around the bad guy, and you're not going to get another chance at this, and then you go home, crack open a beer, order a pizza, and watch the Washington Wizards. Now, if the NCV is 5, and there's actually 6 dudes there and 6 civilians, then you have to call your higher command, and they will either approve or disapprove the strike, and 99% of the time, they disapprove the strike. Lawyers are part of this process every single step of the way. And what lawyers are looking for are 2 things: military necessity and proportionality. Now, military necessity permits...
Jalen Donatiller is not sure if seen already, if the wrestler The Big Show became a committed powerlifter, could he bench 1,000 pounds? No. He was 6'9", 530, benched 500 pounds 12 times in a row. I really doubt that. Is that just what he claimed, or is there video footage of that?
I don't know why I keep wasting money on donating to your streams, but here we are. Please watch and react.
The warlord? Okay, this is fake. Yeah, pretty goddamn sure that's fake. I just plain and simple don't believe that. Send me a link to the video footage. I don't think there's any chance in hell Big Show ever benched 500 for 12 reps. And there's no fucking way in hell he'd ever bench 1,000 pounds. Like, just none whatsoever. Thanks for the donation, though, Jalen. Let me see penis. Yeah, I'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, penis.
It's attacks on military objectives that are essential for achieving a legitimate military advantage. A high-value target typically qualifies as a military objective if its destruction, its capture, or neutralization offers a concrete and direct military advantage. However, the use of force must be limited to what is necessary to achieve that advantage. Unnecessary or excessive force that does not contribute to the military goal is prohibited. Now, it's hard to argue that Hassan Nasrallah, being the Secretary freaking General of Hezbollah, was not a high-value target. So, next we have to talk about proportionality. And this is where most civilians actually get things wrong. When people think of proportionality, they think, oh, if the bad guy is a knife, you have to use a knife. It's proportional. If you use a gun, it's no longer proportional. That is the way wrong way to think about the problem. Proportionality means that the attack must not result in excessive civilian harm compared to the anticipated military advantage. For example, if the expected civilian casualties are high related to the military value of the target, the attack might be considered unlawful. And I'll give you an example. Let's say you got one Hezbollah fighter standing in a marketplace with a whole bunch of civilians, and he's just a regular dude. He's just regular Hezbollah fighter, not in the chain of command. Would I drop a 2,000-pound bomb on that guy? Probably not. I'm not going to wipe out an entire freaking marketplace just to get at some low-level dude. But would I drop a 2,000-pound bomb on a bunch of Taliban who are standing around preparing to attack a base and there's no civilians around? Yeah, probably, if that's all I had available in the air at the time. And note that at least during the global war on terror, aircraft might have different loadouts, so you might try to tailor the ordnance to the threat. But if time is of the essence and there's no civilians around, shoot, drop what you got, right? So this gets us back to the main question. Was this attack a war crime? The answer is no. And the reason is that the nature of the target outweighed the possible civilian loss of life. And if that makes you angry, I want you to understand something. The GBU in GBU 31 means guided bomb unit. These are bombs that are guided by GPS. The JDAM, or Joint Direct Attack Munition, of which the GBU 31 is a part of the family, has a circular error probability of less than 1.7 meters. For comparison, I'm 5'9", about 1.75 meters tall. The Israelis made every effort to minimize casualties when it came to hitting the exact target they were aiming at, but they had to use a bigger weapon to penetrate all those layers of concrete. However, the rockets that Hezbollah fires into Israel, the Katyushas, the Fahir variants, they're unguided. They're what I call inshallah guidance. Inshallah, it hits the military target, but sometimes it hits a bunch of Druze kids playing soccer. Inshallah. So, Professor, you might be hanging out with the wrong friends. You know, I fight disinformation for a living, and I'm like coffee in the Green Mile.
I'm tired, boss.
I'm tired. I'm tired of these ivory tower professors who never served in the military and don't know a darn thing about the military putting out misinformation about military operations. So if you could just kind of stop spreading misinformation, that would be great. And just as a notice to everybody else out there who wants to spread misinformation, especially when it comes to those who worship at the altar of destruction, I find people, and I'll find you. Special thanks to Cyabra for allowing me to use their social media threat detection software.
Well, there you go. It wasn't a war crime. Big surprise.
A rather successful effort for Donald Trump to bend the rule of law around his will.
Accept Allah as a pedophile god or get your head chopped off.
Get my head chopped off. Thanks for the donation, Muslim Conqueror.
Well, I had two Andrew Weissman, of your former colleagues on the Mueller team, at the table.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, today, I got my electric bill and it went from $158 to $99 for last month. I was anticipating it just going up and up since that was the trend in my city given a 4% price hike.
Well, that's good that you saved $59. What a pleasant surprise. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Talking about the successful effort that Bill Barr undertook to smear and mischaracterize the results of that 23-month investigation. It's clear that when Donald Trump is the person who's been investigated, that without the actual facts and the evidence before the public, Donald Trump will lie about every last facet of it. And in this case, we're here less than 24 hours after the vice presidential debate, where it's like an it's like an SNL skit. I mean, the only reason we covered a J.D. Vance, Tim Walz debate is because Donald Trump sought to have Mike Pence hung by their own supporters. And to the piece of testimony that made Lisa Rubin, as level-headed a colleague as I have, gasp, at the prospect of Mike Pence being killed or harmed, Donald Trump's, what Jack Smith found is that Donald Trump's response was, quote, "So what?" What do you think the impact could be of this firsthand witness testimony from Mike Pence and other of the innermost circle from Donald Trump's White House and campaign?
Well, I think for people who already understand the Earth One, Earth Two issue, this surreal nature of going from the vice presidential debate yesterday, where the candidate for vice president on the Republican side basically said, what are you talking about on January 6th? There was no effort to overturn the election and there was a peaceful transfer of power. And then today you have chapter and verse, detailed conversations. And just like the January 6th committee evidence, it is coming from we don't know the exact names all the time, but it is coming from Trump campaign officials, Trump lawyers, and Mike Pence, his own vice president at the time. So it is coming from within the tent. This is not some Democratic hoax. And so you could not have a more sort of stark contrast between rhetoric, empty rhetoric on one hand, and actual facts on the other. In terms of what its ramifications could be, I would think that the people who are saying that they have concerns about Donald Trump, and maybe they're not going to vote for him, but they're thinking about, gee, what does that mean? I should vote for Kamala Harris? Is that something that I should do? I would really encourage people to read the brief and read the evidence and just think about the source of the evidence.
Any new Frank vids?
I don't know. Let me see if he posted anything. Nope. No new Frank vids. Sengoku donated $2. I know you don't like sports, but wouldn't you say rugby is far more entertaining to watch than American football? No. American football games are over 2 hours, yet it's only 11 minutes of action you're witnessing. Yeah, they're all remarkably boring. I wouldn't say like soccer is any more entertaining than American football. It's all just people running around a field. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
This is a multi-building site complete with an under. Yeah, the.
All right, this is a question.
It's interesting that you bring up the.
Okay, I'll watch those later. Thanks for the donation, Peterson.
Please watch It's the Looks Maxing Steroid Kid again.
What's going on, guys? It's Clavicular here, of course, and I haven't made a video as well in a little while, so I want to return to content creation and offer up some of my advice to anyone watching this. So I basically want to update you guys on looks maxes that I implemented within the past 2 weeks or so. Since making threads is overly time consuming and GHT, you're going to have a much better time with your skin than you otherwise would. And my youth indicators, which are some of the most important, is going to be coloring. So on women, on purpose.
Boring.
As well as, you know, looks maxing. And so what I recommend doing, just take a small cup, mix it in, and take it like a shot of alcohol. Just here, like these Alpha G.
Yeah, it's just boring, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
In terms of looking at this election from an apolitical stance, in terms of thinking about it, I think as Nicole, you and I do, which is what it means for the country in terms of a functioning democracy with a rule of law. Because what you have here is chapter and verse over and over again about an effort, a conspiracy, a criminal conspiracy to thwart the will of the American electorate. There is no more serious crime in American history than that.
And to that point, let me read to you what Mike Pence's testimony has yielded. Again, the historic nature of this investigation is that Jack Smith is the only person known to have interviewed Mike Pence under oath. And when he takes us inside the conversations between Mike Pence and Donald Trump, remember that Mike Pence had as much to gain by remaining in power as Donald Trump did. He simply didn't want to incite violence and destroy the Constitution and lie, frankly, to do so. But he thought about it. He called Dan Quayle and he asked where the limits were. And he sought legal counsel from right-wing conservative legal icon, Judge Michael Ludig. And I want to tell you what he said in the room with Donald Trump. It reads like a scene from Die Hard, like a hostage trying to talk down a hostage taker. In this case, the hostage taker was Donald Trump and the hostage was the United States of America. Quote, a call between the defendant, Donald Trump, and Mike Pence on November 7th, the day that media organizations began to project Joe Biden as the winner of the election. Mike Pence, quote, tried to encourage the defendant, quote, as a friend, reminding him, quote, you took a dying political party and you gave it a new lease on life. In a November 11th meeting between the defendant, Mike Pence, campaign staff, and some White House staff, during which Mike Pence asked when most of the lawsuits would be resolved. When does this come to a head? Mike Pence asked, and the campaign staff responded, quote, the week after Thanksgiving. A November 12th meeting among the defendant, Donald Trump, Mike Pence, campaign staff, and some White House staff, during which Mike Pence recalls the, quote, campaign lawyers gave a sober and somewhat pessimistic report on the state of election challenges. A private lunch on November 12th, in which Mike Pence reiterated a face-saving option for Donald Trump, quote, don't concede, but recognize the process is over. Then a private lunch on November 16th, in which Mike Pence tried to encourage Donald Trump to accept the results of the election and run again in 2024, to which Donald Trump responded, quote, I don't know, 2020 Mike Pence, private conversations between the person who incited the coup. And we have all of this intent and premeditation from the mouth of Mike Pence himself. It's the enormity of it is hard to overstate.
Yeah, it's incredibly scathing, and not just intent and premeditation, but knowledge, all kinds of proof that he knows that this is false. But every time you hear those statements, first, when they're out of the mouth of Pence, that means only through Jack Smith and only through the federal grand jury and subpoena would we know it. This is new stuff from what January 6th had. And then second, when we're toggling back and forth between politics and a trial. But when it comes to trial, anything that anyone says Trump said is going to be admissible under the rules of evidence. So we have.
I have some Frank content we can watch. Remember, guys, Frank isn't gay.
I'm not attracted to men. I've never had a relationship or intimacy with.
We've already seen this, dude.
I'm not.
It's the same link you sent me twice. We've already seen that a million times. Thanks for the donation, penis.
Not just the most incendiary statements, but statements that we only got because of Jack Smith. are now stand revealed when Trump didn't want them, and will all be admissible at trial, unless, of course, everything about Pence is ruled off the table because of immunity.
Let me keep going with, again, what is new to us.
I don't know how the fuck you could grant Trump immunity. There's just no way. It's not a presidential action. Kid Boo donated $2.
Trump is too smart to be dealing with these people.
Illegal immigrants are causing tremendous crime, tremendous.
Immigrants commit less crime than U.S.-born citizens.
Illegal immigrants. I'm talking about illegal immigrants. I'm not talking about immigrants. I'm talking about...
Yeah, illegal immigrants.
Should we IQ test voters? How do we bar the low information people from the levers of power?
No, we've tried that and it was just, basically a racist thing. There's not really any way in which you can, bar low IQ voters from voting. And, I mean, intelligence is a weird thing. Just because you're bad at math or, you have poor reading comprehension skills, it doesn't mean you can't make a sound political choice. So I don't know if there's any possibility of creating a standardized test where you can determine whether or not somebody is actually mentally capable of making any sort of sound political decisions. Thanks for the donation, though, Fuyu.
Illegal immigrant. I'm an immigrant. You're an immigrant. We're all immigrants.
The Pew Research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out.
Right. This is all becoming extremely boring.
For both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, both running for president. It's a question to see if they will act upon this or do this. And so the question I have for either of those, and I'm sure neither of them will actually watch this, but in case they do, or this is shared with to their level and they see this, in the United States, the pharmaceutical companies advertise on television. Now, this is something that is illegal in every other country in the world except one other, and that other country is New Zealand. But the pharmaceutical companies spend close to $5 billion advertising direct to consumer on television. Now, what that creates is obviously demand for their drugs, which is why purportedly why they do it, you know, and so a lot of patients will see this drug on TV and then ask their doctor about it, and the doctor has to sort of convince them that maybe this isn't right or it's right, or they can, you know, they just basically say, okay, we'll give you the drug. That's probably not the real issue. The real issue is because they spend so much money on advertising, they actually control the media in many ways. You know, most news programs are, you know, getting much of their budget from this pharmaceutical advertising revenue, and therefore they cannot, you know, they have a hard time being critical of these particular drugs. We saw that over the last several years, you know, very, very, very clearly, as you guys know. And so
he's talking about the promotion of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccine. Shawn Baker is an anti-vaxxer. There is no evidence that the vaccines are harmful, and every piece of evidence shows that they are massively beneficial. I'll donate $2. Roast Turkey Tom until he has charcoal on. I'm Destiny 2. I don't know what the hell that means, but thanks for the donation, Alu.
what I would say is, will one of the whoever becomes president sign an executive order saying, look, as of whatever date, January 1st, 2026, no longer will we allow pharmaceutical advertising on television. It would be enormously helpful in, freeing, again, this is a freedom of speech issue. When you have someone that controls the media, controls the narrative, we don't get the information that is unbiased, right? Anyway, what do you guys think? What do you guys think about that? Did you guys know that this is one of the few countries in the world where this happens? If you guys live overseas, did you know that we do this in the United States? It's quite ridiculous. You watch you put on a.
That wouldn't do anything to make news less biased. It's very easy for, say, a pharmaceutical company to pay for a story, defending, their brand. That's something that happens very frequently. So I don't know how that would make the news less biased. Like, especially considering so many corporations are also owned by other corporations, and then those corporations own news networks and shit. Like, I don't think that'd really do anything. Like, what are the chances that Rupert Murdoch owns stake in Pfizer or Moderna, like he's a shareholder, so he can just tell his news networks to defend, like, the vaccine or something?
You don't know what it means to roast VG. Stop the cap. Say your worst about Turkey Tom and Destiny. Dress them down, call them weak little pussies. 100k must have been right about you being heterogeneately gay white mile kit host mayo on fries Nika.
Well, I mean, they're not vegan, so I think you already know my opinion on that. Thanks for the donation, though, Alu.
News show, and I rarely watch TV. Sometimes I'm in a hotel, I'll flip on the TV for background noise. And I mean, it's ad after ad after ad. It's like every second or third ad seems to be some drug company ad. And it's gotten it's ridiculous. And again, it's done, I think, primarily with the express purpose of buying off these news media outlets or this media outlet so that they never say anything.
It's funny he says this when I'm pretty sure he's still part of that dumb...
Okay.
Yeah, the Rovera thing. He has some, like, I don't know if he made it or if he's part of the organization, but he promotes it all the time. Like, you can get in contact with a medical doctor and then they can, like, help you with your issues or something and help you be on the carnivore diet. So he's sort of guilty of this in a way. And then he's also promoted supplements on his YouTube and Instagram as well. So if he's going to criticize the pharmaceutical industry for being able to market directly to consumers, I don't know why he'd have a double standard when it comes to like supplements and his own, medical help, business.
Significantly critical of these drugs. It is.
Would you eat this booty? Warning, NSFW.
No, she kind of has a gross butthole. Thanks for the donation, though, Felice Johnson.
It's a real issue. I mean, we got a lot of issues with that. The other thing is regulatory capture of the FDA and other governmental agencies, which hopefully will be addressed as well. But anyway, what do you guys think on this issue? Let me know what you think. Who do you think?
Shawn Baker's dumb. I don't know if I want to watch that right now.
Underground bunker, where Hassan Nasrallah met with his top commanders. There are three possible scenarios we can consider what led to his elimination. The first scenario involves a tip-off allegedly provided by external spy agency, giving precise coordinates for dropping multiple bunker buster bomb. The second scenario suggests the use of laser-guided targeting facilitated by Israeli Mossad agents. In the third scenario, 5 years of communication hacking was used to determine the exact date, allowing them to deploy around 80 different types of weapons on these two buildings complex. We'll also look into the engineering behind this bunker buster bomb, the GBU-39 glide weapon, and the Mark 82 used in this strike, all in the video ahead. This is Dahia, a neighborhood near Beirut known for being a focal point during Israeli airstrikes. One of the key landmarks here is the Hezbollah headquarters. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary 6-story residential building, complete with a solar-paneled roof. However, there's more to this structure than meets the eye. What makes this building particularly noteworthy is its underground basement, which is rumored to contain a network of tunnels. These tunnels are believed to serve as emergency escape routes, adding to the site's strategic importance. Let's take a look at Scenario 1. Hassan Nasrallah, a high-value asset, has been in hiding for the last 4 years. The IDF was able to pinpoint the date, event, and location of a 6-storied multi-building complex where he was believed to be present. However, there were reports that an undercover agent, possibly Iranian, informed Israeli officials about Nasrallah's arrival in a car. He reportedly arrived at Hezbollah's underground headquarters in the southern suburbs of Beirut for a meeting with several leaders. The tip-off was allegedly received by Israeli officials on the afternoon of Saturday, September 27th. A fighter jet was expected to target and illuminate the building using its laser targeting pod, focusing on one of the specific buildings. Subsequently, a dozen of F-15 jets dropped not one but 80 bombs of various types. The tip of the spear would have been the bunker buster bomb that can penetrate through this 6-story building, leveling all 6 structures to the ground and in the process eliminating Hassan Nasrallah in the action. Let's consider Scenario 2. If an Iranian spy had not assisted the IDF, a Mossad agent or soldier might have been nearby, confirming Nasrallah's location or possibly illuminating the target with a ground-based laser. In this case, GPS coordinates would have been transmitted to the IDF. Once ready, the F-15 jets would have dropped around 80 bombs of different types, leveling the entire 6-building complex. The reason for dropping so many bombs was to ensure the elimination of a high-value target like Hassan Nasrallah. Unfortunately, the collateral damage resulted in a significant number of innocent civilian casualties, a tragic cost associated.
What is it, roughly 100 civilians? Considering Nasrallah's being responsible for thousands of deaths of innocent people, and, you know, he's the leader of Hezbollah, they're planning on going to war with Israel anyway. Killing him saved far more civilians than, you know, it resulted in killing in that one strike.
With this operation. And finally, we have Scenario 3, which is the most likely. Hacking Hezbollah's communication system for the last 5 years to intercept encrypted messages without deploying any agents into Lebanon or Beirut. Upon learning that the Hezbollah leader had arrived at the building, an F-15 fighter jets flew and dropped barrage of bombs, eliminating the entire leadership inside the underground bunker. Out of the 80 bombs used, the IDF also deployed the Mark 82 weapon, the Bunker Buster, and the GBU-39, which were part of a purchase valued at around $3 billion from the US. This is the Bunker Buster bomb. It has a laser sensor at the front, and just behind that are adjustable fins. In the midsection, there is a warhead that weighs approximately 650 pounds containing tritonal explosive. This is a mixture of 80% TNT and 20% aluminum powder. Finally, we have the retractable fins at the rear. To give you a better sense of its size, comparing it to a person can be helpful. The casing has a length of approximately 19 feet long, which translates to around 5 meters. This section is made of an artillery barrel, which is very strong, and has a diameter of 14.5 inches, which translates to around 37 centimeters, making it relatively narrow.
We haven't started watching the vice presidential debate yet. We'll watch it in a few minutes.
They intentionally made the smaller cross-sectional area. This means the bomb displaces less material, whether earth or concrete, as it penetrates layers of reinforced bunkers or building, thus allowing it to travel further to almost 100 meters. Let's take a look at how this works. Step 1. First, a laser is used to illuminate the target, or GPS guidance is already assigned to it. Step 2. An F-15 jet flies near the illuminated target and the bomb is released. Step 3. Once the bomb is dropped, the guidance system at the front connects with the tail and fins. This enables the bomb to make precise adjustments, guiding it accurately to its target. Step 4. As mentioned, this is a bunker buster bomb designed to penetrate around 6 meters of reinforced concrete bunkers and can travel up to 1.
Can you please draw an F-35 flying overhead, dropping innocent midgets as munitions upon a city?
Suppose I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Mally. Let me see. Had issues with my tablet, so I'm just gonna... Sengoku Donate Tellers, would you say being smart, intelligent is kind of a spectrum? For example, a person can be really philosophically smart while having terrible deductive problem-solving skills and vice versa. Well, yeah. Or a person can have 140 IQ, still believe in conspiracies. Well, IQ is just a standardized test, right? And they test for different forms of intelligence, so you can be very good at math skills, but be terrible with reading comprehension. So, yeah. Scoring high in an IQ test doesn't mean you're smart in the way most people necessarily care about. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku. Riley Donate Tellers, do you know anything about New Zealand politics? No. Could we watch some videos on it? No. Did you know our national party, like the main right-wing party, is nowhere near as conservative as the Republicans? I would imagine. Also, New Zealand banned semi-automatic rifles after a mosque shooting. Yeah, New Zealand is kind of a stupid, cucked, retard country. Yes, ban guns so that if anybody is involved in a shooting, they have absolutely no possible way of defending themselves. Fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Riley. All right, Vegan Irishman and tellers the shits that these jihadist apologists post, lol. Iran is attack. Oh my god, Jill Stein. Iran is attacking Tel Aviv after Israel attacked Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, Iran to expand its genocidal war on Gaza. Biden can stop this war with one call to Israel demanding immediate ceasefire negotiations. That makes literally 0 sense. And I can't look at that other link, it's restricted. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Irishman. Okay, there's an F-35 dropping midgets on a city. Hope you enjoyed that drawing. Thanks for the donation, Molly.
100 feet of soft ground or buildings. Formation begins by removing the low drag tail, elevating its intelligent anti-jam.
Vegan Irishman and NHL, try this one from Al Jazeera TikTok.
Israeli Prime Minister came here today and said that Israel is surrounded by those who want to destroy it, an enemy. We're here, members of a Muslim Arab committee mandated by 57 Arab and Muslim countries. And I can tell you here, very unequivocally, all of us are willing to, right now, guarantee the security of Israel in the context of Israel.
No, they're not. So, sorry. Hezbollah was bombing Israel for 11 months, and now they say, we are here right now, and we will guarantee the safety of Israel. Like, they're so full of shit. Like, they're so insanely full of shit.
Ending the occupation and allowing for the emergence of a Palestinian state, independent state, along the routes that we all agree. He is creating that danger because he simply does not want the two-state solution. And if he does not want the two-state solution, can you ask...
This makes no sense. I'm Nagger Donatellers, and I go, why do you always get so easily triggered like you do in this clip? You act like a fucking 5-year-old, still being a shit person, taking pictures of exposed homeless people. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Israeli officials, what is their end game? Other than just wars and wars and wars. I'm telling you, all of us in the Arab world here, we want a peace in which Israel lives in peace and security, accepted, normalized with all Arab countries in the context of ending the occupation, withdrawing from Arab territory, allowing for the emergence.
So again, there are hundreds of terror attacks that come out of Gaza and the West Bank each year. Hezbollah has been launching thousands of rockets into Israel for the last 11 months. Where were they? They're claiming, oh, we want to guarantee the safety of Israel. Where have you been? They're just completely full of shit. All of them are just total bullshitters, dude. Let's watch this video on Luna, then we'll watch the presidential debate.
Before Gats and I got together, he was taking care of an older woman, 18 years his senior, who lived in Germany with him in his apartment. Now, he had told me that he was her caretaker.
Olawale donating $2. Republicans are vegan too. Christians are vegan too. Stop with the ads, please. Why don't you watch the right Fox News and not just one-sided on issues? Fox News is not a news platform. Shout out Aaron P., Random Gal, and Versified. This Israel shit is boring. Watch Men's. Thanks for the donation, Olawale.
And I later found out that this was his...
I'm Nagra, donate $2. Stop being a fucking pussy. Just watch the clip. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
girlfriend, meaning he was sexually active with her, and that's despite her having the mental capacity of an 8-year-old or so. 10 at best. She's very childlike. She has very childlike mannerisms, and cannot fully comprehend certain things and organization, etc. Now, she was in her fertile years still. She did have a menstruation, and I know this for a fact because I had found in his apartment in Berlin some of her old pads and things. And he had also confirmed that they still tried to get a baby. So he actually...
That is fucked. So Sverige was dating a mentally disabled woman who had the intellect of an 8 to 10-year-old child and was trying to get her pregnant. That is so fucking insane, bro. How is it, like, it's just insane how this guy isn't in prison yet.
Well then let's just hope that Gen Alpha will be better than Gen Z ever was.
Well, that might be asking for too much. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
planned on having a baby with her, and I don't know how that child would have been raised. Now, whilst she wouldn't be capable of mentally arranging everything, I am actually afraid that the child would have been taken into care.
I'm not watching that clip. Thanks for the donation, I'm Negra.
She was very loving, contrary to Gattis. So she was a very friendly, very, as I said, childlike. She was very sweet, and he would make use of that in the sense that he would let her do almost everything that he was fully capable of himself, such as carrying heavy loads of groceries. Now, his apartment was in Berlin at Budmannstrasse, which is an interesting name, so it's Botman Street. Ironic. So they would live there together, and he had about 8 flights of stairs where he expected her to carry all the groceries up herself. Now, she was not frail. She was quite a big woman. In actual fact, she was said to be exactly the same height as Gattis, as well as they had the same shoe size. So she was not small. He said he liked how she was very big boned. I guess I couldn't be used the same way as she could constantly carrying stuff upstairs.
Do you think Gen Alpha will be better than Gen ZVG? If so, what would you like to see in Gen Alpha?
I don't know, Dodo. I don't know what Gen Z or Gen Alpha really even is. But, humanity is just chimps. Like, that's all it is. We're all chimps at the end of the day. So, don't get your hopes up. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
She was autistic for one thing. She would take things very literal, aside from her having a very childlike mind, as I said before. Now, interestingly, he told me that she was quote-unquote normal until somewhere in her late 20s, and then all of a sudden started to get psychosis. She has been diagnosed with
Jalen donated $2. Would you be willing to debate someone on UV radiation effect on skin? A lot of people pushing sun exposure. I guess. It's not a particularly interesting topic, but sure. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
schizophrenia and some other things, like quite a few of those diagnoses she has. She was on antipsychotic meds, sleeping meds, and some other behavioral changing meds that would make her, I would almost say tolerable, because supposedly if she weren't to take these medications, she would be non-stop talking, being very loud, screaming, not sleeping, and it would increase her psychosis and paranoia. Now, one of the things that
Forgot my namification $2 was kind of disappointed with Tim Walz when talking about guns. Is he one of those boomers like Biden who thinks you should be only allowed to possess shit like shotguns? Is gun grabbing fascism? Yeah, as far as I can tell, he's one of these retarded cucks who thinks we should ban assault weapons, which is not a, weapons category. They're politicians. So what do you expect? Is gun grabbing fascism? So all fascist regimes restrict weapons, and that's for a very clear practical reason. I don't know if I'd say buyback programs in and of themselves, or say forced buyback programs or forced confiscation is in and of itself fascism. I think maybe the intent is maybe a little more important there, but knowing all the facts around firearms, that the vast majority of firearms violence is committed by gangs and organized crime. The majority of firearms deaths are due to handguns, and firearms are clearly important to prevent tyrannical uprising. It's just stupid to ban guns, especially at this point when 3D printing is a thing. The only way to ban firearms is to ban the knowledge of how to create them, and you can't do that.
If a person from the US ran for Prime Minister of Canada and won, what would you do?
I don't think that's illegal, but I don't know, maybe I'd watch some hentai, maybe get some Chinese takeout or something. Thanks for the donation, butt of the joke. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. If the Democratic Party were to support firearms ownership, they would absolutely smoke. Like if Tim Walz and Kamala Harris said, I'm pro Second Amendment, I'm going to expand firearms rights, I'm never going to ban any firearms. Like, they kind of had a Republican take on it. No one would vote for Trump. I don't know why they put their political success in jeopardy over such a nonsense fucking issue. It makes no goddamn sense. It's so stupid.
I mean Gen Alpha, I mean the next generation. Do you think it has a chance at being better than the last? If so, what would you like to see?
No. Yeah, I don't see Gen Z being better than any other generation. Especially considering, like, these newer generations have grown up on social media. They're gonna have some of the dumbest political takes. We're already seeing that with the pro-Palestine bullshit. They're actually much less capable compared to older generations of detecting misinformation or disinformation on social media. And it also seems that they are very, like, materialistic and shit. So, like, there's ads pushed in their face constantly. There's so many, like, super rich YouTube and TikTok stars that are showing, I got a Lamborghini and all this, like, stupid shit. So I don't see the next generation being any better than the previous. They're gonna have their own unique, stupid issues, but, humanity is just a bunch of chimps. You can't really expect much from people anyway. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Forgot my namification, donated $2. Is my interpretation of their position accurate? They don't believe U.S. citizens at large are capable of possessing shit like AR-15s. If true, could that possibly be fascist? They believe they know what's best for us. Well, the only reason society functions the way it does is because we have smarter people ruling society. So all of the wealthy, super rich politicians, they probably are smarter than the average person, and they generally have more progressive values. So, like, look at the emancipation of slaves. Slavery was, especially in the South, was not really frowned upon in general. Even in northern states, very few people were really willing to cause, like, a large amount of civil unrest and especially go to war to end slavery. It was really just, the Republican Party at the time, and even some of the Democrats in the North that were in favor of actually going to war to end slavery. So it's generally like a smaller percentage of smarter, more powerful people that are able to kind of wrangle the tards. That's how our society has functioned for quite a while. Most of humanity is pro-fascist. And it's just because we're a more evolved form of chimp. Chimps create small tribes, and they tend to be extremely violent towards any other tribe of chimpanzee. And because humans are not only interested in passing on our genes, we're also interested in passing on our memes. Like, we have writing, we have language, we can pass down ideas. So we're in favor of fascism when it means, one, we can pass on our genes. That's why you see, like, ethno-nationalism being so prevalent, like with the Nazis. Even the Chinese Communist Party, they're ethno-nationalist. Russians, they've been ethno-nationalist for quite a while. And on top of that, you also see like Christian nationalism, Muslim nationalism. So we just have a tendency to support fascist regimes that will wipe out other races and will wipe out other ideas. And I think it's kind of a natural progression of things where you will eventually get secular democratic nations, because the population is so large, like gets to a point where it's so large and so diverse that you end up having to have a system that is secular and democratic. Otherwise, it would break down and you'd get these tribal societies that are just fighting with each other. But when you have countries that don't have much ethnic or religious diversity, I think that's especially where fascist regimes rise, because there's kind of a more unified identity. So that's why, like, the CCP rose in China. That's why, like, you know, Soviet Union and everything became a thing. But yeah, it's we all have to basically tard wrangle constantly. There's just a ruling class of people that, generally speaking, know best for most of us. And they end up wrangling the tards. Now, some of their decisions are fucking stupid, like banning guns, but the idea that, you know, the Democratic Party wouldn't know better than most people, I think is idiotic. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. But yeah, their position is, you know, no one should own an AR, which is just fucking dumb.
Oh god, that's scary. I fear for our species' future, if we even have a future at all, that is.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Poop donated $2. Mikey from the Trend Twins tears his pec, tempting 6-plate bench. Yeah, I've seen this.
And in this footage, you can see the pec coming off the bone. And I'm going to slow it down for you here. And it's very sad to see. Just suffered a devastating injury while doing a very heavy bench press, 500-600 pounds. No. And in this footage, you can see the pec coming off the bone. And I'm going to slow it down for you here. And it's very sad to see. And I've gotten to know the...
It's possible that it isn't technically a full avulsion. The actual muscle might have torn, but the tendon might not have actually separated from the bone, and that's actually kind of less ideal because there's nothing you can do to repair that.
Trend Twins behind the scenes, and they're good guys. And to see them suffer through something like this, I'm trying to give them words of encouragement, because not only is this a physical injury, but the mental aspect of it all is probably the biggest obstacle. And I see so many people.
Wonder if they have any updates on that. Do they not link their Instagram for some fucking reason? Yeah, they haven't updated. Well, thanks for the donation, Poop. Yeah, like, the more weight you lift, especially on a lift like the bench, your pectoral tendon is actually relatively small. It's pretty goddamn easy to tear. But your chest is an extremely strong muscle, so that's one of the easiest muscles to tear. If you're pushing past 300 pounds, pec tears become pretty easy, and especially, again, when you're lifting like 600 and you're on steroids. Very, very, very high risk. Aaron P. donated $2. I will debunk nihilism if nothing matters. Give me that $120. I could buy a lot of stuff. Hope you're doing good. Tell Jasmine I said hello. Finn can come in. I will tell Jasmine you said hello. You're not getting $120, though. I need that more than you do. Thanks for that donation, Aaron.
If we use CRISPR to engineer a society for benevolence and peace, would we risk eliminating the imperfections that drive creativity and progress? Could such a utopia, built on perfect traits, lead to stagnation in evolution or a loss of human essence?
So, first of all, I don't know why it would be assumed having a benevolent, empathic society would stagnate progression. Secondly, even if it did, I don't really see why that would even be a problem. Like, do you want children to get raped? Do you want mass shootings? Do you want gang violence? The society we have right now with the technology we have is pretty good. If technology never progressed past this point, but we didn't have, like, child rape, murders, gangs, I would take that over technological progression. Thanks for the donation, though, Solitaire. Yeah, I heard Kurt Angle won a gold medal with a broken neck. There's different ways in which you can break your neck. I don't know if he's talking about a what do you call them? There's like a partial fracture you can get where your neck muscle can actually rip off part of the bone. Neck muscle rips off bone.
I honestly think that we are even worse a species than chimpanzees because as bad as they are we have way more power than them. It seems that the smarter animals get, the crueler they become.
I mean, I wouldn't say people are more cruel than chimpanzees. We just have a greater ability to cause harm. But I wouldn't say people are more cruel. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. There's muscles in your neck that insert into the bones of your spine, and this actually happens a fair bit in mountain bikers, and sometimes in motocross riders, too, where you end up landing on your head because you'll flip over your handlebars or something, and the bone can get ripped off. And in wrestling, obviously, when somebody's tugging on your head, that can happen. I don't know what I don't know what he means by broken neck, but if he just had a piece of bone get ripped off in his neck, it's pretty easy to continue wrestling.
She would say or think was that Gatis was Jesus. Nothing.
That's weird. So Sverige is now calling himself the second coming of Christ. For those of you who haven't been updated on the story, Sverige has posted a new video where he's literally claiming to be Jesus. And apparently, according to his ex-girlfriend Luna, Sverige is one of Sverige's ex-girlfriends who was mentally ill, called him Jesus. I wonder if he got that idea from that experience.
I think it'd be further from the truth, obviously. And she would hold him on a pedestal, and she would call him Mr. Gatis. And I think she actually had to call him that. So Mr. Gatis was someone who could make no fault in her eyes.
Hello, VG, donate $2. Let me see. That's kind of weird. So Willem Dafoe is at a fashion show. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my god. Look at those beavers. Oh my god. Oh, they're friends. He's giving his friend rubs and scratches. Oh my god. What a nice friend. That's nice. Wow. That's a good little derpy derp. Oh my god. So sentient. Just want to rub their little tummies. Those are some nice little prairie dogs. Oh my god. Oh. Wow. Those lizards are friends. Oh my god. Those are nice lizards. Thanks for the donation. Hello, VG.
And I understood later, well into a...
Do you still have complications from your adductor tear when doing lifts? Not really. I do have to do squats with a narrower stance, but for the vast majority of lifts, I don't have any problems. Like, I can't do sumo deadlifts, not that I do them anyway, but yeah, any kind of wide stance lift where my adductor is getting stretched to a high degree, I can't do.
Relationship that not only did they have a romantic relationship and he wasn't just her caretaker for money, he would be violent towards her too. And not just in a sense that he would hit her, which he did, and this isn't with people who have met them in the US and traveled with him, which I wish I knew at the time, because that would have settled my thoughts on not being with him for sure. That he was actually abusive and violent towards very sweet and in need of care, mentally disabled woman. He would also do things to her against her will, such as force her into having certain sexual acts that she did not like, and she told me this on the phone. And she was screaming that she did not like to be effed in the back, which he would disregard. That is
wow.
Great. He had...
So Sverige anally raped a mentally disabled woman with the intelligence of roughly an 8 to 10-year-old. How is he, like, I just do not understand How has this guy gotten away with so much shit for so many fucking years? Like, it's just unreal. If I did any of this shit, I'd be put away for fucking life in, like, literally minutes. Like, how in the fuck does he get away with this?
Sexually forced her. He had been physically violent towards her, hitting her. He has even punched her directly in her face, from what I understood. So that's his ex-girlfriend, and he did not want to show her on camera, just like he didn't want to show Jasmine on camera, because he was afraid of what his followers would think. So for him, it's all about public image. He wanted me to be in his videos. He has quite literally begged me to be in his videos because he said it would be good to have a woman in his videos. He was hiding Annette in his videos. She was often carrying his bag, which is why you see him traveling around. And even though he supposedly travels with just a backpack, that meant that she was carrying it most of the time, which I have a few pictures of her carrying the bag, so that confirms that. And he has also told me that she always would do everything. She was basically his mom, but worse. So this again really confirms that he has mother issues, which, you know, fit the search history of his porn fixation, as well as him accusing me of sexually abusing my own child, which he has been saying since 2021 when we separated. So somehow he's got very severe mommy issues. Now I know that his mom for sure was his enabler, and she would always stand up for him no matter what he did, and that included him stabbing the children in his school in Latvia when he was 16 years old.
Yeah, Sverge committed a mass stabbing at his high school. Yeah, I don't know how this guy isn't just locked up. It has to be a European thing. I don't think they take crime that seriously there. So if you do insanely heinous fucked up shit like that, they either won't prosecute or they'll, like, make you do community service and then, like, that's it.
She would come up with the story that he was bullied and merely wanted to defend himself, which is not true. He was, and it was confirmed at the time, in his own words, imitating a movie that he had seen. So he takes what he sees in media very seriously, to the point that he wants to act out the same scenes, things that he sees happening, which is very horrifying considering he consumes a lot of movies, series, and they're predominantly, certainly not only, he just consumes whatever he can get his hands on to I don't know, escape. It's an addiction, I guess. And he would actually imitate these things. Seems to be a theme of them being jealous of their own son, another male that could potentially, I don't know, take the mother away. Perhaps that's it. Maybe he's been in love with his mother ever since he remembers. Who is to say? So, she was assuming that just because he says he wants to kill his child doesn't mean he's actually gonna do it, because, oh yeah, well, his dad said the same and he never did that, so to her that was proof that he wouldn't do it.
What the fuck? So his dad is crazy. That's where he gets it from. Jesus, that's fucking nuts. All right, let's watch this vice presidential debate.
Dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time.
Don't get me wrong, Svaria is a piece of garbage. But I sort of don't feel bad for some of the women that Svaria dated if they knew about how fucked up he is, but at the same time I sort of do feel bad.
Well, I'm not really one to victim blame. They ought to have known better, but at the same time, they're still victims, and it's ultimately his fault for his own actions, right? Thanks for the donation, though. Vegan booty has no booty.
Am I banned from chat?
I have no idea. You're gonna have to link me your channel or something. Thanks for the donation, though, jacked up.
Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together, understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards...
So it seems that the Democratic Party has a very concise, established debate strategy. He's not just, speaking on the topic. He's going out of his way to attack Donald Trump and his party. So mentioning Donald Trump here isn't necessary because it's not really related to the actual topic of, what needs to be done with Iran. But obviously, as a political debate strategy, when you're trying to get votes, this is a good idea.
Towards North Korea. When we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security.
Oh my God, this is already going terribly. He only has 2 minutes and then he's talking about how he grew up in rural Nebraska or something.
Helped to raise me, and she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look,
That actually wasn't the worst response imaginable.
Donald Trump was.
Yeah, so JD Vance is smarter than Trump. Think that's clear. Trump would have just like blamed it all on immigrants.
In office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program.
Yeah, Donald Trump actually gave Iran the ability to create nuclear weapons. That's a great thing to mention.
Program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump, who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years. And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now. And you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the history.
Oh, I know what JD Vance is going to say. I know exactly what he's going to say. He's going to bring up something about electric cars not doing anything, and there's no science supporting climate change.
Rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that
if Trump gets elected as president, there's actually a pretty good chance JD Vance would become president because Trump is not the healthiest geriatric ass old man. He could suffer a heart attack or stroke at any fucking minute, and then JD Vance would become president.
When Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from disaster. And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed, some of our Democratic friends talking.
So Donald Trump repealed a number of EPA regulations that protected water and air quality, and water and air quality objectively became worse under Trump. So that's not true at all. Son Goku, donate $2. Would you? No, I don't find her particularly attractive. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
A lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do?
There you go. He's a climate change denier. He doesn't think greenhouse gas emissions affect climate.
The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
I'm sorry, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, none of that, none of that has increased American manufacturing?
Got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together to solve the governors and the emergency.
By the way, hasn't Donald Trump withheld aid? So yeah, or didn't he? Yeah, he has. He's withheld aid for natural disasters. Son Goku donated $2 when Tommy Sotomayor said that white people should have kept black people as slaves. Do you think he was being satire or 100% serious? I think he was being about 80% serious, 20% joking. The way Tommy, always talks about these things, he thinks most black people are fucking stupid, especially black women. So when he says that, he's smart enough to understand that he would be negatively impacted by something like that, but he hates black people, especially black women, so much that he'd be willing to take that sacrifice. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Responders on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, make sure they're there that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do
Just watched the debate you did with Zen Shapiro. You got way too emotional, bro. Your performance in that debate was honestly embarrassing. It was worse than the time you criticized the same study you used to argue against Destiny with. Big ol' fucking L.
That's a cool story. Thanks for that donation, Vegan Daddy.
do we mitigate these disasters?
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this.
That is just not true. There's more oil and gas production under the Biden administration than under Trump.
If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years. Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by
your
the
time
climate.
is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Yeah, none of that's true.
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our #1 export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure
Trump-tard, donate $2, vote Trump, and ban abortion. Let me see. Abortion bans have delayed emergency medical care, and Georgia experts say this mother's death was preventable. At least 2 women in Georgia died after they couldn't access legal abortion and timely medical care in their state. Well, yep. What do you expect? That's what happens. Thanks for the donation, though, Trump-tard.
we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that. And an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have a historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want
Majority of fentanyl in the U.S. is domestically made, so that's just a bizarre statement.
People who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to reimplement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, reimplement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leaders.
I'm sure Walls is going to bring this up. Like, Trump's the one who blocked the border bill, so
would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of the specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things, regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history, 30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents. Detection for drugs. DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually...
Yeah, there you go.
My God, Trump is a means.
He is indeed, and he needs to be stopped. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
did some of these things, and they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this, and he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling them what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill. She'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S.
Yubaba donated $2. Lady in Pink, pretty sexy. Also, check out these chonkers. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a good chonker. Wow. Oh my goodness. That little groundhog's eating a noodle. Wow. Oh my god, I like little chonkers. That's a good little chonker. Oh my goodness, what a good, handsome little boy. Or I guess little girl. Name's Daisy. Oh my goodness. That is such a nice groundhog. Wow. Look at her little hands. Oh my god. I love groundhogs. That's a good groundhog. Oh my goodness. Wow. He has a leaf on his head. Oh my goodness. How do you get a groundhog? That is so amazing. Shit. Oh. Well, that cow is grooving. I don't think so, but thanks for the donation, Yubaba.
citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country, and we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy.
So he's dodging the question. He was asked if he would deport parents and then separate the children that were born in the U.S. He is just dodging the question because the answer is yes, and it makes him look terrible.
She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim, Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement. You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help. But most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico. You've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to.
I can't stand misinformation. Both sides are so polarized, it seems they agree on little. Fact check is needed. Why would no fact checking be allowed? Basically, they can say whatever they want. I still think fines should be given to people spread misinfo.
I mean, in the last presidential debate, they did fact-checking. They fact-checked Donald Trump on stage. I don't know if they're going to do that here. Thanks for the donation, though, Zed.
Can you PLS do your best impression of turning veganese? He's that guy anti-culling carnivore you debunked and is also anti-lab-grown meat and against vegan pets lol. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I'll try my best. Okay, so everybody wants me to talk about vegan gains. What a joke. That guy isn't even vegan. For one thing, he has so-called vegan cats and dogs. So, how in the hell are you going to be vegan but force your pets to eat whatever food you want them to eat? It's ridiculous. It is just slavery. And on top of that, he wants to kill carnivorous animals. He's a fascist. He is a Nazi. If aliens came to Earth and they wanted to kill us, would you be in favor of that? Of course not. So why would we kill carnivorous animals when they are just animals? They are living their lives. We need to leave them alone. They are wild animals and they can do whatever they want. That's my best impression. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
You are right about us being just biscaly monkeys. Should watch this cartoon. It basically sums up humanity in a nutshell.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status. Thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important because...
We're going to turn out of the economy. Thank you.
Margaret, the rules were that you got to need a fact check. And since you're fact-checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application...
I can sense that you're fact-checking me and proving everything I'm saying is horseshit.
called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to
One
have.
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic.
Come back in like an hour, Casey. I can probably do some T8 matches then.
Plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota, 12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation, and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years, she had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%, open the American southern border, and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also...
No, Professor Dave did not respond back to me. When's Piers Morgan after this?
A record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably
I mean, if you like very closely, just look at how the alpha male of this monkey tribe treats both the woman and children as C-class citizens and only lets the upper class of his harem in the spring. It's just like humanity.
Yes, that's true. It's just like humanity. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, You don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years, in the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts, but those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop, and we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to...
What? Like, this is just insane. He's claiming, like, China is creating drugs to kill children? Like, what? Did you dislike online fitness coaching when you did it a while ago? Yeah, I didn't really like it. It was just super boring.
to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult.
Dodo Donator's fun fact, that cartoon was based off real tribe of snow monkeys, by the way. Well, that's interesting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just in out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor,
please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just That's what I've said. So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator Vance, in 2016, you called your running mate Donald Trump unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret.
Oh my God, that's perfect. Yes. Bro, I didn't know they'd ask such a hardball question like this. So yeah, JD Vance is quoted as saying Trump is America's Hitler and he's completely incompetent, and this is Trump's VP pick. I'd love to hear him weasel his way out of that.
Those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay.
Cucktard Faps alone donated $2. Let me see. Hunter Avalone, divorce update. Hunter Avalone has posted an update to his Discord, e-begging for $7,500 to fight for joint custody. This is the same Hunter Avalone who complained to his now ex-wife that he got too overwhelmed when left alone with the kids. Yeah, that's gonna bite him in the ass. I'm kind of surprised that, I'm actually a little surprised that the relationship was so toxic that she's actually fighting for full custody. It's a little weird. But this was posted on social media before. Apparently, like, any time Hunter was left alone with the kids, he, like, practically refused to ever take care of them, and he had to beg his wife to come home to deal with him. He, like, just sat around making YouTube videos and shit all day, but never bothered taking care of his kids. So, and I'm sure his wife has the text messages and shit, sent this to the court. Like, that's not going to work out well for him. If there's text messages where he was left alone for 3 hours and then he said, oh God, you need to come home, I can't handle this. Yikes, that is not going to fucking look good in a custody hearing. That is fucking hilarious. Help a dedicated dad stay involved. Like, dude, he literally couldn't even be left alone for 3 hours with his fucking kids. How in the hell is he gonna get, like, joint custody? What a moron. Yeah, and then begging his community for $7,500 for kids that he couldn't even take care of. Like, dude, it's over. Just fucking move on. Like, you know, at this point, I don't know why he doesn't have the mental maturity to realize, okay, fatherhood or parenthood, it's not for me. I do not have the right type of temperament to raise kids. So just move on. Like, I'm sure if he had somewhat of a cordial relationship with his ex-wife, she would let him visit, you know, whenever he has time and crap like that. But why in the fuck would he? Like, he can't even pay for the fucking court fees. He lives in another state. The idea that he'd have the kind of money and time in order to either move the kids back and forth or him, I don't know what he's fucking doing. It's so ridiculous. Like, it's as if this guy is still a fucking child or something. Thanks for the donation, though, cuck turd faps.
an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration in the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says, you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says. But look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women. We trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring
Dude, he absolutely got smashed. So Vance is just going to lie. He's going to say, oh, that's silly. Of course not.
agency?
No, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump.
Did you rest well last night? Like the pajamas?
Yes, I caught up on some much-needed sleep, and I am pretty well rested. I don't know if I'd call these pajamas, but it is very nice and cozy, especially since it was a cold day today and the basement is, the basement gets pretty cold on cold days. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam Smith.
Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know the Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships, and we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are...
Well, it does. Unplanned pregnancies do ruin people's lives. That's absolutely fucking true. You can actually see this bared out in the data. Women who have unplanned pregnancies are way less likely to get a college education, and they also earn less than their peers.
How is the weight loss coming? Are you down to 100 kilograms?
I'm down to 232.8 pounds as of this morning. So it's going. I'm still pretty fucking exhausted and craving food, but it is like I am losing weight. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
Are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that, and that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given this, how? I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, getting engaged, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind where Kamala Harris is proposing them, she's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Comedy on CNN has arrived.
We look at the news. That's too much vision. I don't.
Holy fuck, this is a long ad.
Welcome back to the CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to turn now to America's gun violence epidemic, the leading cause of...
Oh boy, this is gonna be great. Yeah, this is where Tim Walz is gonna shit the bed.
Death for children and teens in America is by firearms. Senator Vance, you oppose most gun legislation that Democrats claim would curb gun violence. You oppose red flag gun laws and legislation to ban certain
Red flag gun laws don't do anything. There's research on this. There are already laws in place that would prevent a dangerous individual from having access to a firearm. So having red flag laws is entirely superfluous. It's basically like having a law on the books saying it's illegal to shoot somebody, when there's no justifiable reason to. Well, yeah, we already have something like that. It's called homicide. So you're just adding another law onto an already existing law, and it makes no fucking difference.
semi-automatic.
And it's also misleading when people say this. Teens and children are the most affected by gun violence. Yeah, that's because teens and children are in fucking gangs. How old do you think, like, your average fucking Crip or Blood is? Like, the mean age is probably around 17.
Rifles, including AR-15s. So let me ask you, earlier this year, for the first time, the parents of a school shooter were convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns...
Sorry, what? That is the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. Illegal firearms are crossing the border one way, okay? Mexican drug cartels are buying American weapons and shipping them across the border into Mexico. There aren't any guns going from Mexico into the United States. That is a complete fucking fallacy.
Country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the San Diego parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment.
I just love that. Don't you? Oh, it's such a tragedy when a child gets shot. I also shoot child animals. Like, wow. This guy goes out of his way to blow Bambi's mother's brains out, and then he's moralizing about, oh, think of the children, they're getting shot by guns. And then he goes out into the woods and shoots fucking Bambi's mom.
Is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen. even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make.
So the reason there aren't mass shootings or school shootings in other countries is because there aren't as many mentally ill fucks in these other countries. School shootings are pretty much purely an American phenomena, and it's just because there are a lot of deranged, mentally ill fucking kids that don't get any fucking help from the school system, from the medical system, and their parents also happen to own guns, and then they're able to easily get access and then commit a fucking shooting. Like, these other countries have way better, more robust mental health systems. The schooling systems are fucking better. Society at large is just better. There's a higher corporate tax rate. Rich people pay more taxes. There's less wealth inequality. Standard of living is just better. And there aren't these, like, messed up fucking deranged kids who end up seeing, like, posts online about mass shooters, and then they start thinking, well, you know what? I hate everybody around me. My life sucks. I'm mentally fucked. My life prospects are going to go nowhere. And then they decide to just lash out at the world by committing these school shootings. And they're kind of encouraged by some of these online communities too. The incel community, the black pill community, those two communities in particular, you can find some really fucked up forums on, like, 4chan where there's, like, black pillars and incels that encourage mass shootings. So there's a culture of mass shooters in the US as well that contributes to it, but fundamentally this is a fucking, mental health issue, and it's like passing like one law to, I don't know, ban AR-15s. It's not going to do fucking anything. Like, literally zero impact on mass shootings.
Make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Austin, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's mass shootings in the UK all the time. I think just a year or two ago, there was an incel that took a shotgun, killed his mother, and killed 3 or 4 other people before blowing his brains out. So mass shootings occur in the UK all the time.
As an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms, and we can make a difference. We have.
Okay, that's just monstrously stupid. There absolutely needs to be security at these schools. Not necessarily in the form of, like, actual security guards or school resource officers, but there absolutely needs to be some sort of technology in place and drills to prevent deaths from mass shootings at schools. Like, it's just going to happen. Banning AR-15s is not going to stop mass shootings. That's just fucking retarded.
If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope you're doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the, frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We, unfortunately, have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off.
Is the Steam Deck worth it? Can I mod games on it like a PC?
So yeah, I would say the Steam Deck is worth getting, and you can mod games just like on PC. Depending on the game, you might have some issues with certain mod loaders, because certain mod loaders require Windows to work. But if you're gonna mod like Capcom games, all of the Capcom compatible mod loaders I've seen work on Linux. So like if you want to mod Resident Evil 4, it's easy. You can just do that. Thanks for the donation though, Rec. Appreciate it.
The streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number...
I just literally can't with this guy. I just can't. I'm against, like, killing kids. Oh yeah, I used to, like, keep a shotgun in my car so I could kill innocent animals. What a fucking asshole. Holy shit.
Number one, where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have...
Oh, bro. The talking point that suicides via firearms is like a big deal, that is so monstrously idiotic. The overwhelming majority of people who kill themselves with a firearm are male, and there's a reason for that. One, men are just generally more interested in firearms, so they're more likely to buy firearms. But there's another big reason. Men are far more comfortable with violent deaths compared to women. Women don't want to blow their brains out with a gun. The idea of mutilating their own body and then having, their loved ones find them with their brains all over the floor, they just won't do it. So women will try to find clean, quote-unquote, ways to kill themselves, like overdose on prescription medication. Men are perfectly willing to go through violent, painful deaths to kill themselves. So when firearms are banned or made inaccessible to men who want to shoot themselves in order to commit suicide, they just find other violent means to kill themselves. There was a really good paper from the Journal of Contemporary Economic Policy where they looked at suicides after the NFA in Australia. What they found was there was a drop in suicides via firearms after they had a number of firearms bans, but there was a perfect concurrent increase in hangings. So getting rid of firearms completely would do literally zero to prevent suicides. Men would just go to the hardware store and get some, good rope. I don't know why the fuck anybody would mention that as an issue for gun control. Fucking suicides. Massively idiotic.
And we should look at all of the issues. Making sure folks have healthcare and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it.
No, it's not the guns. I've never heard of an AR-15 becoming sentient, driving itself to school, and then shooting a bunch of kids because sentient AR-15s are evil. It's the people. Yeah, like even Tim Walz is like, what the fuck is he talking about? No, it's mental health. It's somebody with a fucking mental health disorder becoming unhinged, grabbing a gun and shooting people. It is fundamentally a mental health issue.
But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor Walz, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. First, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead.
I bought my Steam Deck off the Steam store.
We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis.
I've been looking into this more, and this will likely actually make homes more expensive. If you make it easier to get cheap money, people are going to buy more homes, and then the housing prices will go up because it's just a supply and demand issue. So if you give people tax incentives, no down payment, extended mortgages, lower interest, $25,000 stimulus, it just gives them more buying power, quote unquote, because again, they can take these financial risks a little easier. It's just cheaper to lend money. You're just going to increase the amount of people who are buying homes, and it's going to drive up the cost of homes. It's probably better to do the opposite. Don't give people these, $25,000, gifts to buy a new home. You probably don't want to drive interest rates too low because, again, then it just makes it easier for people to get cheap money and then buy a home that they otherwise wouldn't be able to afford. And then now there's less there's less actual homes to buy because now people are buying up all the available homes because now they can get cheap money. They can get loans. So the ultimate solution to this is to just build more properties. You just need to build more fucking properties so that you don't end up having a supply and demand issue. What they're doing is they're trying to avoid devaluing home prices so that boomers can keep, millions of dollars in equity in their homes. And that's all there is to it. They're just trying to appeal to boomers. So this way, you can kind of cheat younger generations into thinking they can afford a home when they really can't. All they're doing is borrowing more, and then you can keep housing prices high. So just build more. Just fucking build more, but they won't do it.
Is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance.
It's easier to stop mass shooters using handguns. Nope. Especially considering you can turn handguns into what are effectively SBRs. So, what do they call them? SIG has that platform. They make ones for Glock as well. Glock shoulder stock or brace or whatever. So they make these. they're legal in Canada, by the way. You can literally buy I literally went to a gun store a few weeks ago and they had these. So all you have to do is get one of these. If you're not terribly proficient at shooting with a handgun, it is difficult for most people. You can just get one of these things where you just, put your pistol in, and then you can shoot it just like a rifle. And then it's, about as accurate. It's not like you're going to make... if you're shooting people in a school, it's not like you have to make, 300-yard shots or anything. You're just shooting kids within like 10 feet. So the idea that banning semi-auto rifles would make it harder for school shooters to shoot and kill anything, nope. You can, just get a cheap handgun and then get one of these things. They're usually only $150, $200, and then you can commit a shooting just like you would with an AR-15 or anything. SIG also has their own shoulder stock thing, SIG Flux Raider. Yeah, that's what it's called. So SIG has the Flux Raider. Similar thing, but, they make these, I don't know what they're technically called, but they make these, like, pistol, SBR conversion things for a ton of different handguns. They're most popular with Glocks, but you can pretty much get any handgun and find something like this. So, nope, wouldn't do shit.
BTW, turning veganese is against vegans having pets, period. My mistake. Can you also draw a picture of Kathy Skywalker enjoying some time with Sky while complaining about how cats can't be vegan? BTW, she makes the cats are carnivores argument. Lol.
Turning veganese is an idiot. Who the fuck is Kathy Skywalker? Kathy Skywalker Spike the Nazi Slayer. I don't know who the hell this is. Those are nice kitties, though. I don't know who the fuck that is. Can you send me like a video or something of this person you want me to draw? Because I don't know who the fuck you even want me to draw. Thanks for the donation though, Riley. How about we make classes entirely online, anecdotal, but my grades improved when we switched to online classes during COVID. Well, if kids didn't have to go to school, there wouldn't be any school shootings.
As-salam alaikum, Richard. My name is Rat Cunt. I have some questions. What is your favorite color? Who is your favorite religious figure? What is your favorite video game? When was the last time you had sex? Have you ever kissed a man? Baths or showers?
Favorite colors, probably either green or purple. Favorite religious figure? I have no idea. Favorite video game? Probably Last of Us Part 2. When was the last time you had sex? Not gonna answer that. Have you ever kissed a man? No. And I prefer showers. Thanks for the donation, Rat Cunt. Richard Kumar donated $2. Canada should limit immigration from Punjabi. Oh, do you think Canada should limit immigration from Punjabis? Aren't they basically like just Indians, but they have like Afghan heritage? Even if Canada allows migrants from a country, it should be able to ban certain states like Punjab and India. Let me know in the comments. did an influx on Indian Asian migration. Well, Canada probably has allowed in too many immigrants, period. If I remember correctly, Punjabis are basically Indians, but they have like an Afghan ethnic background or something. I can tell you this, Punjabi food is fucking amazing. Like, it's dope. All the Punjabi people that I've interacted with seem chill. I don't know. Most Indian people I've met seem chill. But Canada probably has allowed in too many immigrants. Punjab sounds like a derogatory term. I don't think it is. Punjab is a derogatory term. Is it? I don't know.
Sup, Richard? What's the smallest UFC fighter that could beat you up? Do you think TJ Dillashaw when he was 135 could beat you up?
Probably not. Like, that's a huge weight discrepancy. I don't know. I have no idea. Like, they might still win because, you know, they're like black belts in jiu-jitsu and everything. The skill gap is, like, massive, but as far as, like, just a brutal ass kicking, I don't know if they'd really be able to just beat my ass and dog walk me, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Saxby.
As far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under.
Yes, because illegal immigrants from fucking Mexico that are making like $3 a month, like harvesting corn, are going to be buying like $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 fucking homes, right?
Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not...
Yeah, dude, Punjabi food is so good. Punjabi samosas are my favorite. I really like Indian food in general. Punjabi samosa. Yeah, Punjabi style samosas are so fucking good, bro. I fucking love samosas. I could just eat a fucking billion of these.
sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods, too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer
Can I have it?
where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment, but Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is
Riley donated $2. Sorry, I just meant for you to just draw a random girl, but that the picture represents her and is supposed to make fun of her beliefs. My bad. Also, would you interview with Vegan Power Lab? He does interviews with other vegans. Might be cool. Who's Vegan Power Lab? Well, I've debated this guy. Not really interested. I don't think he's that bright. All right. There you go, Riley. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Letting in
Of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. Look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists. Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But
You know what would be a brilliant idea? Take money out of the federal budget to create government-made housing. Make that housing to the same standard as, your average, family home, and then sell it for like 30 to 40% less than, other houses. It would drive down the cost of homes on average.
But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify, there are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. It's very simple common sense. I think it's Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress. You're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think it's
Obamacare was not doing disastrously. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
All right.
An important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done, but when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans...
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever fucking heard. So, because of Obamacare, over like a 10-year period, healthcare costs were fucking cut in half. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They're figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low, take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And
Can you rate my THC syrup pour? No, I don't think I'll do that.
The question about this of young people, whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
so
what
you
happens
think the individual mandate's a good idea?
I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying healthcare once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret,
can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. They stay in their employers.
Booty come to any tellers it's my birthday and you can't even rate my THC pour. You better not be lying about it being your birthday. Fine, send me the thing on Instagram. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, Just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some places, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take care of our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who's an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she
No, high schools should not ban phones. That's fucking stupid.
Work for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like.
Dude, you know what's retarded? When I was in high school, my mom got me a phone. And one day when I was in class, I felt this like weird bursting pop inside my knee. And then my knee started swelling like immediately. Within minutes, it was twice the size it normally is, and I could barely walk. So I called my mom after class and told her what's going on and said, okay, I'll pick you up. During the fucking call, this dumbass fucking bitch, I think it was the principal or vice principal or something, comes up to me, no phones allowed, get rid of your phone. If you don't fucking stop using my phone, I'm gonna take it. And I literally just gave him the death stare. And my mom was like, who the hell is that? And I'm like, it's just the stupid vice principal or something. And then he just fucked off. Like, he literally didn't even try after I gave him the death stare. And I just told my mom on the phone, oh, it's just some, like, I think it's a dumbass vice principal or something. That guy was a fucking cunt. Like, I'm literally having a medical emergency. It turned out it was an E. coli infection, and I almost had my leg amputated because of it. And then this fucking cunt is like, no phones. I'm gonna take away your phone if you don't stop. What a bitch, dude. I fucking hate that guy. Just loser jackass.
Like to spend longer at home with the kids, we should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5 per credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families. Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the child care shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortages, we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarship types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last president.
Here we go. So JD Vance is basically going to do exactly what Daddy Trump told him, and he's going to say something remarkably fucking stupid about how, yeah, I won't certify the vote. I'm going to help Trump, steal the election again.
Presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every...
It was my B-day when stream started and I'm a bit out of it, but sent it, so be patient.
All right. Let me see.
Happy birthday, Joe Linton. Samu is gay, John Zook needs a wife, Oluwale is black, and Versified is a nerd. That was my comedy stand-up. Also, Natty to not? He benches over 500.
Okay, well, that is THC syrup, apparently. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. I don't know what THC syrup really is, so I guess that's good. Let me see, natty or not. Yeah, that's, So I'm pretty sure this guy is an Olympic athlete, and they're helping him to train his, stretch reflex response so that he can generate more explosive power. So this guy is saying, this is how you actually deadlift 400 kilograms. He's a fucking idiot. 400 kilograms, what is that, 900 pounds? He would probably be able to deadlift around 700-ish. You can deadlift a lot more with a trap bar. So he could be natty. I've seen quite a few natties deadlift around 700, so could be. Possible. Don't know if he's natty, though. And he's benched over 500. Again, you can be natty and bench over 500, but that's a pretty ridiculous bench.
Hypertrophy rep ranges. Trouble. Recently found this. Rep here. Waste valuable energy on 40% of
This
your
is
max.
2 years ago.
And every time I'm pressing, I'm thinking, retract.
Okay, he's probably natty. That's a bit of a whack bench.
Do a super lightweight. I usually go like...
I'd say he's probably natty. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. New tuber donated $2. Check out this new tuber.
What a great day to relax and get some sleep on the beach.
The shit out of you until you bleed.
On a clown of my god, I'm literally going to stab you.
Who he is, but yeah, he's kind of a weirdo. Or this clip.
Pedophiles, right, who buy child pornography. Would you say they should not be held responsible for doing that?
Yes. This clip.
I would not say that it is unethical for a person to purchase child pornography.
Ever, bro, getting exposed for your...
Well, that's a terrible YouTube channel. Thanks for the donation, YouTuber.
Can you reenact that scenario where you gave your vice principal the death stare? Facing the camera lol.
I suppose I could. I think it was a flip phone that I was using at the time, so... Flip open. Beep, 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 beep. Hey, I was in class and, my knee, I felt a weird bursting, popping sensation in my knee, and my knee's like swollen up like crazy, and I just checked and it's like twice the size it should be, and I can barely walk. Can you come pick me up? Oh no, that's nobody. It's just my stupid vice principal. Okay, good. I'll see you in a few minutes then. I'll just walk to the front of the school. Just pick me up there. Bye. There, that's basically how that went. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Governor certifies the results. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies.
So he didn't even answer the question, and he lied about January 6th.
That have come from the Harris-Biden.
So, in all likelihood, Kamala is going to win the election. In all likelihood. You're going to see the same shit unfold again. And this guy is so stupid, he may, in fact, like, actually go down with the ship. And be part of, like, the same kind of fake electorate scam that Donald Trump is, trying to do again. So, yeah, we can expect another incident like January 6th after Donald Trump loses.
Administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. Of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues, and that to me is a much bigger threat to democracy than what
I'm not particularly interested in rating your extract, Jolington, but I guess if you donate, I can do that just because it's your birthday.
Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate. I think there was a lot of commonality here, and I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator.
Me too, man.
There's one, though, that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he didn't. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state Capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Remember when you debated someone, I think it may have been on the topic of copyright laws or authorship? Is that debate still available?
I had that debate on Destiny's channel. I don't think I ever recorded it and uploaded it on my end. It'd be on Destiny's channel. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. Are you into the Terrifier movies? I was watching the first one, and then I fell asleep, but I was actually enjoying it. I do want to watch the Terrifier movies.
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next...
This is insane. So he's denying the fact that Trump tried to prevent the certification of the vote, had a fake elector scheme, tried to commit an insurrection. And he's also saying that if he loses the election, he's not going to agree that it was a fair election.
Vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like 500.
Completely different than trying to commit an insurrection and getting fake electorates.
$100,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue...
Bootycum sent you it, Gelato 33 crumble extract. Okay, that looks weird. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Issue was that happened. Donald Trump didn't do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance, I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say, he is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020?
Yep. So there you go. JD Vance is crazy who's still denying the 2020 election.
COVID situation.
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't
Senator,
wear
the
masks.
governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah, well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
The TV moments that took culture over.
Presidential debate. It is now time for the closing statement. Senator Vance won the virtual coin toss and elected to go last. So, Governor Walz, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country, and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor Walz, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult. This energy gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brent.
Tim Walz JD Vance, just publicly embarrassed himself. He got rolled in quite a few spots, but especially at the end, where he literally said he wouldn't support the certification of the vote, denying January 6th. Like, it just shows you how much of a fucking crazy whack job this guy is. Absolute moron. Almost every statement he made was a lie. So, yeah. I don't know who in the fuck Like, you have to be so fucking dumb to vote for Trump and JD Vance. Like, that is, they're two absolute fucking morons. Yeah, we'll watch Piers Morgan,
Given that
all
you
right.
categorize what Israel did to Hezbollah with the pages, you said it was an act of terror. Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an act of terrorism?
The killing by the Israeli Air Force of Israeli citizens was an act of terror.
Well, you haven't answered my question.
But I'm answering your question.
No, I'm
It's
talking
not
about mass
clear.
murder of people on October the 7th.
By the Israeli military.
See, it's just absurd.
As I said...
Yeah, this guy's a jihadist, anti-Semitic wacko. We'll just skip to the debate.
Or entrenched as it goes on. What is your feeling about where we are now with this war and indeed the widening conflict with Israel apparently planning a ground incursion into Lebanon?
Well, that initial interview, there were three things that I stated which have since come clearly to fruition. So the first thing that I stated was that Mark Regev belongs in The Hague. Israel is currently in the ICJ charged with genocide. I also...
Bringing this up is completely and utterly pointless because the indictment from the ICJ is complete and utter nonsense. This is like saying, oh, I know this like black guy, like the Central Park Five. I know they're criminals because they've been indicted. Like they were interrogated for hours, beaten up. The police lied about their admission of guilt. Like, that all came out later. There's literally no evidence whatsoever that they raped the girl in Central Park. Like, that's basically, you know, just because somebody's indicted on charges, it doesn't give you any evidence that those people are fucking guilty. And again, when you read the indictment, the things that Netanyahu and others are accused of is just absolutely ridiculous. They're accused of committing genocide through starvation. Literally no evidence whatsoever that there's risks of starvation in Gaza given the amount of aid trucks coming through. There aren't any NGOs that are claiming there's imminent risk of starvation. So, like that part of the indictment especially is just absolutely fucking ridiculous. They also claimed they're indiscriminately bombing. Again, they have absolutely no fucking evidence of that whatsoever. That's just a stupid accusation. So claiming, oh, they've been indicted. Okay, well, the Central Park Five are indicted. I guess they were guilty?
When the debate is over, can you react?
Hello.
Cop messes with the long... I've seen that. It's not that interesting. The guy just harasses the dude for a few minutes and then goes off on another call. I've seen a few of his videos. Police pull him over for a bunch of random stupid reasons. He's from Dubai, and his Lamborghini has Dubai plates, and a lot of cops in the US think they're illegal plates. It's not that great. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
said that what Israel was doing in Gaza in an accumulative way over decades would amount with the military operation that they were about to launch to genocide. And the third thing that I said, which has also now been proven to have been the case, is that the Israeli military unfortunately implemented the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. And that, just so viewers are aware.
This is so idiotic. So there's no data whatsoever on how many Israeli civilians, if any, the military ended up killing when terrorists were taking hostages to the border. They probably didn't kill any, by the way. The reason is, like, there was no military response until after like 30 minutes. It took Apache helicopters quite a while to end up reaching the border. There's also communications that were publicly released by Apache pilots saying they're not going to engage anybody on the ground because they're not sure who's a terrorist and who's a civilian. they weren't actually able to engage with anybody. So what they were ordered to do was to just shoot anybody that was right at the border trying to get back in. By that time, the hostages were probably already all gone across the border. So this guy has no evidence for his fucking claims whatsoever. One, Apache helicopter pilots didn't engage anybody at the concert or at any of the kibbutzes. And two, by the time they actually ended up engaging with anybody, they were just engaging with people that were crossing the border wall, trying to regain entry into Gaza. And at that point in time, all the hostages were probably within Gaza at that point. So he's just completely and utterly full of shit. He's spreading bullshit, fucking anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
Where is when Israel, a key, of course, it was initially developed in Lebanon while trying to suppress the Lebanese population and stop them from battling the Israeli occupation. And it's whereby Israel takes measures to kill the captives who are Israeli that have been taken by the other side. Now that happened on October 7th, and it's since been proven in 3 different cases. It happened, unfortunately, after...
It's been denied by Israel, to be clear.
It happened.
Nope. He has absolutely no evidence, and he's talking out of his ass. He's just lying.
It hasn't, though. It's been denied by certain upper echelons of the Israeli political establishment, but there have been key figures within the Air Force that have acknowledged that this has taken place. It's also been revealed by the Al Jazeera investigation, and other places too have.
Oh yes, Al Jazeera, the journalists who are part of the terrorist organization Hamas. I'm sure they wouldn't have any reason to lie about anything.
Gone very deep into it.
But you wouldn't say that the absolute vast majority of people killed and wounded on October the 7th were indeed killed and wounded by Hamas, because apart from anything else, Hamas were boasting about it and filming it as they were doing it.
I think actually the majority of people that were killed on October 7th and off the back of the October 7th were the Palestinian fighters that entered into what is considered to be Israel.
But we know
because they were killed, they were run over by cars, their bodies were dismembered. There's footage that came out of them being killed.
You feel sorry for the Hamas terrorists
No,
that
I'm
came in?
stating objective facts as a...
Sorry, this guy is claiming after forensic investigations into the total amount of fatalities, Israel wrongfully tallied Hamas fighters as Israeli civilians that were killed? Am I understanding this right?
A journalist that has researched this topic.
But what about the 1,200 people who they murdered and the 7,000 they wounded?
No. Hundreds of those people were killed when Israel implemented the Hannibal Directive.
That's simply not true.
He's just lying. Like, he's just making this up.
Simply is true.
It isn't.
And I encourage you, in the spirit of journalistic inquiry and curiosity, to really look that up.
It's already been thoroughly investigated.
It absolutely has.
I wish Piers Morgan would ask him how many Jews died in the Holocaust. I could guarantee you this guy would either refuse to answer, or he'd give like an insane lowball estimate, like maybe 5,000.
But it has, Loki.
It's been investigated by Al Jazeera. It's been investigated by trustable news sources that have...
Yeah, Al Jazeera is a trustable news source. They literally have Hamas fighters in their news network. What a fucking idiot.
Found this to be the case.
No, it's not true that hundreds of people in those named casualty numbers on the Israeli side
were killed by Israel.
No,
it's a fact. It's a documented fact. It's a documented fact. And you know what else? If you were to study...
By the way, I don't even know if Al Jazeera was claiming that. Al Jazeera... IDF killed... IDF killed Israelis on October 7th. So, Al Jazeera, October 7th, forensic analysis shows Hamas abuses, many false Israeli claims. Al Jazeera's investigative unit has carried out a forensic analysis of the events. how in the hell did they... Sorry, that's just a lie. How in the hell would they conduct a forensic analysis? Cannot tell whether they are gunmen or hostages. After a thorough analysis of available data, the I unit concluded that claims by the Israeli army that it found 8 burned bodies at a house in Kibbutz Bari were untrue. The analysis found that there were no babies in the house, and the 12 people inside were most certainly killed by Israeli forces when they stormed the building. What? Like, they're just making that up. So apparently, Israeli forces went inside a building, found Israeli civilians, and burnt them? This was one of a number of incidents where the police and army appear to have killed Israelis. Like, this is just crazy. Identified 19, but the true figure is likely higher. It also identified 27 captives who died between their homes and the Gaza fence in circumstances that have not been explained. Gee, I wonder if they were gunned down by Hamas or something. Gun camera footage from Israeli Apache helicopters show numerous strikes on vehicles and individuals making their way back into Gaza. Yep, those were in all likely terrorists, and they probably weren't carrying any hostages. I'm not seeing anywhere in this article where they ever make the claim that Israel killed the majority of the, casualties. Where, like, he's just lying. I'm looking at Al Jazeera, and they're literally not even making that claim. So he's just completely full of shit. He's making that up. Israel revises down death toll. Yeah, the only thing they've claimed was that there may have been 30 or so people that the IDF might have killed. 30 out of 1,200 is far from a majority, so he's just lying.
Those cars, which were put forth as evidence that Hamas had killed those people fleeing the Nova Festival, the order came directly from the Israeli Air Force. This is a mass Hannibal. This is a dead...
So they weren't ordered to conduct the Hannibal Directive. They were ordered to shoot any personnel or vehicles that are entering back into Gaza because, again, presumably they're going to be terrorists. So the Hannibal Directive had nothing to do with this. They were just trying to engage as many terrorists as they possibly could.
Dead zone. No cars will
Did you
pass.
watch the documentary? Did you watch the documentary last week on BBC Two?
No.
About the music festival, right? You literally see Hamas fighters with their GoPros going from car to car, murdering people.
That happened. Yeah, that happened.
Why are you trying to diminish the scale of what was going on?
I've just said that happened. That doesn't equate to diminishing what you've just
stated. It doesn't
stated.
say hundreds
You're
of
You're diminishing Apache helicopters bombing cars that contained civilians. You're
The presumption is they didn't contain civilians because what Israeli civilian, like, there aren't any Israeli civilians driving into fucking Gaza. They're going to be terrorists, dumbass. And again, by the time the Apache helicopters got there and started engaging, chances are there weren't any hostages in those cars.
Diminishing all of the Israeli captives that have been killed by Israeli airstrikes. Israeli captives have come out of Gaza and said very clearly that actually they were scared of being killed by Israeli airstrikes.
Why are there hostages at all?
Well, this is, of course, an issue of 70 years of occupation, of dispossession, of ethnic...
There you go. Typical anti-Semitic Nazi bullshit. Oh, well, you see, it's okay to murder Jews and, kidnap them because this and that gives us justification. Right.
Cleansing.
You wouldn't support the taking of hostages, including Holocaust survivors and babies. You wouldn't support that.
I wouldn't take hostages, no.
So should they hand them back?
So he dodged the question. He was asked, would you support taking hostages? He said, oh, I personally wouldn't. That's not what he was asking. He was asking if you'd support it, not if you would do it personally. Like, I support cleaning toilets. Toilets need to be cleaned. That doesn't mean I would personally work as a janitor and clean toilets.
I think if you look historically at where the return of actual hostages has happened, you look at the case of Gilad Shalit, this was a case where an Israeli soldier was given back in exchange for the release of Palestinian prisoners. What you've actually seen in this case is a massive increase of Palestinian prisoners who are being tortured. There's been examples of rape within Israeli military camps. The rape.
What's funny is I'm pretty sure this guy denies that Hamas conducted any rapes. There have been some freed hostages who have said they were sexually assaulted while they were captured. And on top of that, Hamas is well known for torturing hostages and killing them. There's been a number of hostages that have been found with bullet holes in their fucking head. So, Israel is so evil. They torture hostages. Okay, well, what about Hamas torturing hostages? Well, you see, it's okay when they do it because Jews are a settler colonialist state, and obviously, if Palestinians have had to deal with this for 70 years, obviously they're going to react this way. This guy is just an anti-Semite.
Rapists have come out and become celebrities within Israeli society. 68% of the Israeli population say they oppose the prosecuting of people that have been implicated in rape.
Yeah, so Israel is a democratic, secular society. Whether 70% of people are in support of that guy or not, the reality is he's getting criminally prosecuted. So Israeli soldiers are not legally allowed to torture or sexually assault or rape prisoners. So he's getting prosecuted. And again, it's kind of understandable why. I don't even know if that figure is true, by the way. He might be lying about that. But just supposing the majority of Israeli society is in support of the guy who raped the prisoner, it's kind of understandable why. The guy's likely a Hamas terrorist. He's likely killed Israeli citizens. The guy wants to exterminate Jews. I think if Hitler were alive today and we captured him and a US soldier tortured and raped Hitler, would anybody in American society really have a problem with that? Like, no.
Within the dungeon system. And if you really look at it, Israel has far more chance of returning hostages by negotiating for their release than by airstriking them.
That's not true. So Israel's tried to negotiate hostage release multiple times. And Sinwar, he's the leader of Hamas, so he ends up calling the ultimate shot. He's denied the release of hostages multiple times. So Israel's tried negotiating, and Sinwar keeps stifling the negotiations. So he's lying.
What's done as part of this campaign is airstrike and kill its own captives. The captives.
How would you have responded on October the 8th if you were running the Israeli government?
Ultimately,
the biggest terror attack on your people ever.
Ultimately, it is within the interests of everybody, especially those who identify as Israelis currently, to end Zionism.
So he's saying after a horrific terror attack, Israelis should have responded by literally destroying their own state. And I don't know, I guess go back to Europe or something. That's his response. Ultimately, it's in the best interest of Israelis to move back to Europe and let a Muslim caliphate run the region. Like, what a fucking... This is like Gandhi telling Jews to commit mass suicide during the Holocaust. That's basically what he's saying. He's saying Jews should have just committed mass suicide.
Has dispossessed and disempowered and killed people on an industrial scale. Its maintenance.
What? This is killed people on an industrial scale?
Requires 4 generations of Palestinian refugees scattered.
There aren't 4 generations of Palestinian refugees. So he's lying about this. If you're considered a refugee if you're displaced, and sometimes your children are also considered refugees because parents are refugees. The only reason they're there is their children are there is because their parents are refugees. When you're talking about the next generation, though, when you're talking about grandchildren, you're not considered refugees anymore. So he's using a completely different definition of refugee. Apparently, Palestinians, no matter where they live, for whatever reason, they're infinitely considered refugees.
Throughout the Middle East, the highest population of refugees there is in the world. Its maintenance requires the constant repression of Palestinian hopes for a better world.
Which I think is completely...
Yeah, you can blame Hamas and the PLO for that.
Completely wrong. So I believe all Palestinian people should have exactly the same rights as you and I and every Israeli.
And that requires the end of Zionism. So therefore you support...
No, that requires the end of Hamas, retard. Guess what? Again, Israel is a secular democratic society. Hamas, however, they're a totalitarian jihadist regime. So the only chance that Palestinians would get any rights is through the goodwill and grace of Israel.
Support the end of Zionism.
Well, I don't agree with what has clearly been a form of occupation, okay? But putting that to one side, I also don't agree with Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, funded by Iran, armed by Iran, launching wave after years and decades of terror attacks on Israel.
Do they have air forces? Do they have... Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask some questions.
Do they have air forces and air defenses?
Let me ask
Do they have air forces?
So this guy is literally making an argument against terrorism. So he's saying, okay, well, they have no way of, launching any kind of real successful military operation against Israel. So you're saying it's completely fucking stupid for Hamas and Hezbollah to attack Israel? He's literally admitting it without even realizing. He's admitting all of these attacks against Israel are fucking stupid, and they're just dooming their own people to, getting killed by Israel in these retaliatory attacks.
So it sounds like you're defending what they do.
No, I'm saying there is a complete difference between one of the most powerful armies in the world, which has literally a key unit within the Israeli military, Unit 9900, is the visual unit which uses satellites in the sky that can pick off a bit of chewing gum on your shoe.
So now he's admitting that Israel is using technology to make extremely surgical strikes so that they can avoid civilian casualties, yet he's calling it a genocide. He's literally making arguments that go against his own position. This dude is an absolute moron.
Okay? You're talking about actors that are shooting rockets which do not have precise targeting.
So now he's admitting that Hamas targets civilians and tries to kill civilians indiscriminately. Like he's so stupid.
Against one of the most powerful air forces in the world.
It sounds to me,
F-16s and F-35. You're talking about asymmetrical warfare. But the thing that Israel doesn't remember, and which Israel has to know and must know, that winning a war is not about killing on an industrial scale the weakest among the population you are targeting, which Israel excels at, which is the essence of Zionism. Winning a war is about the largest amount of people being convinced of your viewpoint. If we use that metric to understand this war...
No. That's not true at all. So, you fundamentally win a war via attrition. If you can destroy somebody's military forces and demoralize them to the point where they realize there is no chance of victory, you've won the war. So if the enemy side stops fighting, you've won. They don't have to agree with you. They don't have to become de-radicalized. If they're convinced to stop fighting, you've won.
War, Israel has lost in Gaza and it will lose in Lebanon because Israel has more enemies around the world than ever.
Nope. It's really just Gaza, Lebanon, Iran. Like, by the way, people in Syria were like literally having parties in the fucking street after they killed Nasrallah. So it's really just Gaza, Lebanon, Iran. And at this point, Lebanon's toast. The Lebanese military aren't even bothering to fight Israel. Pretty much the entire fucking command structure of Hezbollah has been wiped out. And again, it's just a matter of mopping up the muck. And they've fundamentally already won in Gaza. Hamas is just hiding in their terror tunnels like rats, and they know that sort of operation is going to take a few years, but they've already basically, won the big battle. So I don't know how this fucking guy figures Israel's losing. Like, I'd love for Piers Morgan to interview this guy in a few months or maybe a year or two, and then, after Hezbollah is completely defeated, after Gaza's cleaned up, and possibly after Iran gets its shit pushed in, what's he gonna say, right?
Before, more people are critical of Zionism than ever before. More people understand it to be essentially an anti-life ideology, which is causing mass
anti-life ideology. Again, Israel is a secular, democratic, liberal society. In Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran, they follow jihad. They're like, some of these leaders are literally quoted as saying, "We love death." That's a quote from Nasrallah. Right. This guy is a fucking joke.
Human
but at the same
suffering.
Loki, at the same time, Hamas, Hezbollah are wedded, and make no secret of being wedded, to the destruction of Israel. The destruction. That is a nihilistic form of genocide. The very genocide that its supporters, like you, would say is being waged against their people. They are explicit. We want the destruction of Israel. And they have tried to enact this on October the 7th. And Hezbollah's...
Piers Morgan should have been a little more specific. They want to exterminate every last Jew on the planet.
Response the next day, within hours, was to unleash rockets on Israel as well, and to carry on doing it for a year. At some point, Israel obviously was going to respond.
Ever notice how all British and Australian singers somehow sound American when they sing? Like what happens to their accent?
I have not really noticed that. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
With massive force to the biggest attack on its people. Obviously, they were going to do that. Hamas knew they would do that. Iran, who were funding it, knew they were going to do that. Hezbollah knew they would do that. Hezbollah knew if they kept rattling the Israel cage with their rockets, that they would get a response.
Do you think the cuck video hurt No Jumper in the long run? Their views are really low for a channel with 4 million subs. Well, wasn't his channel already on the decline? I don't know if anybody really gave a shit. I don't know why anyone cares. Like, him and his wife do porn, so it's like whatever.
Of the kind we're seeing now. What they underestimated is that Israel would be quite as successful as they're being right now with Hezbollah and taking out all its command leadership. And you can feel that the momentum has switched now, where Israeli people, in particular, and all the polling, are now beginning to go back to supporting Netanyahu because they believe, rightly or wrongly, but they believe Hamas and Hezbollah when they say
When you hear these people spew the same Jew-hating talking points that's been debunked, at least come up with new arguments. He might as well say that are lizard people wearing human skin or some conspiratory shit. Which they're not, thigh just winning.
It's crypto-fascism. They have to hide all of this anti-Semitic rhetoric under humanitarian interests. If they started saying Jews are really Satanists or lizard people, they'd lose any legitimacy, and they know it. That's why they don't say it. But that is what they're really thinking. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
We want to destroy Israel. They believe it, and they believe that they have to defend themselves. Do you understand that?
I have a response. The Likud platform, which is its charter, states very clearly, there will be no Palestinian sovereignty between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. The Likud charter calls for the complete obliteration of Palestine and all of the rights of Palestinians.
No, it does not.
That is the core of the issue. One group that you're talking about don't have air defenses and do not have an air force. And are internationally isolated.
As you know.
And are internationally isolated.
And yet they were
the
somehow...
other one has the support of the United States, which has over around 1,000 military bases around the world. And of course, all of the largesse from literally the US after Israel has taken its terrorist actions, which the former head of the CIA, Leon Panetta, called it a form of terrorism in Lebanon with the pager attack. Right after that.
It's not a form of terrorism, and that's an appeal to authority. Who gives a shit what some random geriatric fuck says? It's just not an act of terrorism.
The US has said it's going to give $8.7 billion in military aid to Israel.
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an act of terrorism then?
I would say that the...
There you go. Simple yes or no answer, and he can't answer. So this guy's a jihadist terrorist. He wants to kill Jews. Look, if you're not going to call it an act of terrorism, then you literally are just an anti-Semite who wants to exterminate Jews.
Killing by the Israeli Air Force of Israeli citizens was an act of terror. I would say that Palestinians who have lived in camps for several generations, they're not in our shoes.
They're not living in camps, dipshit. Like, please show me pre-October 7th. Where are the people living in tents in Gaza or the West Bank? Like, he's just full of shit and lying.
Living the kind of lives that we live in the places
but you haven't answered my question.
But I'm answering your question. To a Palestinian who has suffered their entire life under the boot of Israeli occupation, what you view as justified will not be what they view as justified.
I asked you what
the
you
very
think.
same way.
I asked you what you
the
think.
very same way that you.
Like, by the way, when he says, "Oh, the Palestinians have suffered," da da da. Look, the Palestinian people, oh, they're suffering. They've been suffering under the brute of Israel. Oh, look at them, so miserable. Oh, their lives are just so terrible. Oh my God, the oppression. Oh, it looks like a modern city. Oh, the oppression, though. Oh my God, how could they live like this? Obviously, they'd commit the October 7th attack living under the oppression of Israel. It just looks like a modern city. Like, again, they might not have the best economic circumstances and shit, and again, that's largely due to Hamas. Hamas has kind of, forced the border wall, isolated them, prevented them from getting work visas and shit like this, but for the most part, Gaza's just a modern city. Like, in this area, like, go to anywhere in fucking India, and this looks like India. If I told you this was India, you'd probably believe me. So, like, the idea that, Palestinians, oh my God, they've been suffering so much, like, their living standards are fine.
You denounce figures and define them depending to these particular legislatory definitions. Throughout history, the very same people.
I understand.
You compared yourself to Nelson Mandela.
I understand.
The ANC were absolutely treated in exactly the
British
same
government
way.
called
The
them terrorists.
FLN were treated in exactly the same way. The Vietnamese were treated in exactly the same way.
Okay.
The ANC didn't gun down innocent people.
I'm speaking directly to your point.
You're not,
in
though.
fact,
You're not answering my question.
William Cuffey of the Chartists, these were people that mobilized for hundreds of years to get the right to vote, that didn't own property and were not landed gentry in this country.
Hear you.
Do you know what happened to them? They were imprisoned as terrorists.
Okay.
They were massacred at the
I know the same
Manchester.
I know the same.
Again, the ANC didn't gun down hundreds and hundreds of innocent civilians. So
Same history you do. But I simply asked you, given that you categorize what Israel did to Hezbollah with the pages, whether you said it was an act of terror, whether you think what Hamas did to Israelis on October 7th was an act of terror.
As I said to you then, the picture is not clear of what exactly Hamas did to Israelis. There were lies about 40 beheaded babies that were pumped out all over the place.
there you go. So now he's mentioning the 40 beheaded babies things, which was never a statement ever made by Israel. It was a claim made by a French reporter on Twitter. So this is something they bring up all the time to try to diminish the significance or severity of the October 7th attack. So this guy absolutely supports the October 7th attack. He wants to see Jews killed.
Yeah.
No. There was so much fake news and lies on what happened on October 7th. How can we actually say...
Have you watched the Hamas footage that they took themselves?
Seen bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces?
Yeah.
Literally bits and pieces of people's bodies?
No.
No?
What
Really?
I don't understand...
You haven't seen it,
What
have
I
you?
don't understand...
Why
what
don't
I
you
don't
want to see
understand,
it?
I'm happy to see it, but what I don't understand... No, as in I would like to see these things. But what I'm saying to you, that you are seeming to minimize, in my opinion... is the fact that the Hannibal Directive was implemented. If the Hannibal Directive was implemented, if a fake news campaign was rolled out...
I'm about to read you something.
Read.
A July 2024 Haaretz investigation revealed the IDF ordered the Hannibal Directive to be used, adding, Haaretz does not know whether or how many civilians and soldiers were hit due to these procedures, but the cumulative data indicates that many of the kidnapped people were at risk exposed to Israeli gunfire, even if they weren't the target. In other words, there may well have been a directive issued, says Haaretz, but nobody knows whether anyone was even hit or killed.
Look at the cars. Look at the cars fleeing the Nova Festival.
I've watched the video footage.
So again, there were engaging cars that were going into Gaza. There is no evidence that the lineup of cars at the Nova Festival were hit by Apache helicopters, and you wouldn't expect them to be because they were ordered to fire at any personnel going into Gaza around the border wall. Why would they have shot at a lineup of cars at the Nova Festival that weren't even moving? This dude is just totally full of shit.
Hamas did to people in the cars. But here's my point, Loki. Here's my point, Loki. Let me finish. My point is, you have extrapolated this and you've taken it to hundreds of people in the 1,200 that were said to have been killed were killed by Israelis.
Yeah.
There is absolutely...
That's documented.
There is zero evidence.
No, there is.
The hundreds of people were
killed.
killed.
Read The Electronic Intifada. Read The Grey Zone. Read Al Jazeera. Look at the Al Jazeera documentary.
Al Jazeera doesn't even claim that.
In July this year, there is no evidence.
No, actually, there is evidence. And Haaretz,
why didn't they?
And Haaretz pointed some of it out early on.
They didn't. I've just read
it to you. At the Eretz crossing, they pointed out that an airstrike was called in.
I've just read to you what they found.
Well, you've read one article which clearly...
Oh, read the Haaretz article. I literally just read it, and they said there's no evidence that any civilians were killed. Oh, well, that's just one article. Like, what a fucking moron, dude.
Clearly shows that the Hannibal Directive was implemented.
No, a Haaretz
Let me ask you a
investigation.
question. If an Apache helicopter shoots at a car, what happens to the car?
Have you...
Well, it gets blown up, but what we're concerned with is whether or not any Israeli civilians were inside, and there's no evidence that any were. Again, when you look at the timeline of when the Apache helicopters started engaging, chances are there weren't any other hostages being driven into fucking Gaza.
Do you think Hamas... Let me ask you a question. Do you think that the use of AK-47s would cause the damage that was done to those cars fleeing the
I think that because...
Oh my god. Yeah, so you realize Hamas probably lit those cars on fire, you idiot. So they threw like Molotov cocktails or used some smaller explosives. Apache gunfire from like the 30 mil cannon, it might ignite some of the cars, but those are explosive shells. So those cars would have been like ripped to shreds. And if they had used Hellfire missiles, you would have seen like a big impact crater and you'd see like cars just torn to fucking pieces with like just bits of machinery all over the place. That's not what you saw. All you saw was a bunch of cars that were just burnt. So the likelihood that that was from an Apache is virtually zero. Again, there's Apache helicopter footage that was released. They didn't engage anybody at the fucking music festival. They only engaged people along the border. Nothing he's saying makes any sense.
I think because you have chosen not to view the footage that Hamas broadcast to the world, you are incredibly ill-informed about this. And my advice to you, given how engaged you are in this whole thing, I'm staggered you just haven't watched that footage. Then you wouldn't be asking me questions.
But to the wider issue of what we're talking...
He's not... Well, that's because he doesn't care. He just wants to spread anti-Semitic hatred. He doesn't give two fucking shits about Palestinians.
This is far, far bigger than one day.
Yeah, but I'm only asking you...
It's almost become a religion, October 7th. Let's be clear.
But I only asked you one comparison. You view what Israel did to Hezbollah, who've been firing rockets at them all year, displacing 70,000 people in northern Israel. You view what they did with those pages as an act of terrorism. I simply said to you, do you think what Hamas did on October 7th is an act of terrorism? And you've been really struggling to give a straight answer. You're trying to distract me by saying Hannibal directive, hundreds were killed.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the provisions of the Genocide Convention?
I do not believe...
I think he meant Geneva Convention, not Genocide Convention.
What Israel's doing is waging genocide.
That's not what I'm asking.
Do you know why?
That's not what I'm asking you. It's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is Article 1 of the Convention on the Prevention and the Punishment of Genocide says that all parties that are part of this are under obligation to prevent the occurrence of genocide and punish those responsible for its commission. There is...
How many people...
Yeah, the problem is Israel's not committing a genocide.
Sound argument.
How many people
live in
Gaza?
Argument.
How many people live in Gaza?
2 million people live in Gaza.
How many have been killed?
Well, I mean, the Lancet Medical Journal has put forth the assertion that...
He's going to mention 200,000, right? Buzz donated $2. Other than the hunting and shit, do you like Tim Walz at all? Do you think his views are good and he is a good dude? Well, I agree with more of his political views than I agree with J.D. Vance, obviously, and he's definitely a better VP pick. His opinion on firearms is just monstrously fucking stupid, but otherwise, I agree with most of his policy positions. Thanks for the donation, Fuzz. Anna Kasparian just dropped a Why I Left Substack. Is she trying to become relevant again? Oh, wait, never mind. What are you talking about? Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Anna Kasparian just dropped a Why I Left the Left Substack. Is that only on her Substack? Whatever.
200,000 people's lives have been ended.
He mentioned the 200,000 figure.
Well, I mean, the Lancet Medical Journal has put forth the assertion that 200,000 people's lives...
So, he didn't read the paper. He probably read something on Twitter mentioning 200,000 people died. He's referring to a research paper that was attempting to estimate the expected number of total deaths from both a direct and indirect consequence of this war. So they're predicting the total amount of people that will end up dying after the war is over. So this isn't the current number of deaths. And he's not even referencing the right number. They estimated 180,000 people would end up dying, and they did that by finding the highest casualty figure they could find and multiplying that by 4, and they got to 180,000. So again, this guy doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
Have been ended by Israel's operation.
Well, it's completely untrue.
But that's the Lancet Medical Journal. So the Lancet Medical Journal is a more trustworthy source than you. The Palestinians are saying 42,000 as of today.
The Palestinian Hamas-run.
No, but that's not how genocide works. But that's not how genocide works, Piers.
No.
But you know that's not how genocide works.
No, I'm about to tell you.
But you know that's not how genocide works.
So you don't believe the Palestinian Health Authority numbers?
No, I believe them. But what I'm saying
to you... You think 5 times as many people have been killed?
I've literally just quoted to you what the Lancet Medical Association has said, and I've also quoted to you what they have said.
You know why it
there.
matters,
But
right?
that's also not how genocide
why it matters?
works.
I
Works.
share a lot of your misgivings about the scale and proportionate response of what's been going on in Gaza, and I've said that repeatedly. But I don't think it constitutes a genocide because Israel has the power, should it want to kill all 2 million.
But this
well,
is
let
not
me
the
finish.
argument.
Let me
That's not
finish.
what constitutes
Let me
genocide,
finish.
though.
They have the power to eradicate every single Palestinian.
Was genocide committed on the Aboriginal people of Australia?
Well, I'm not going to go over the whole
They
history
still
of genocide.
exist, so therefore your argument...
So genocide, by definition, is the intent of wiping out a people in whole or in part. Yes, a genocide was committed against Aboriginal people, and we know this because there was a clear intention to try to wipe them out. Aboriginals were attacked without provocation, and there was actually there was a government mandate to actually try to wipe out Aborigines. You were allowed to just shoot and kill them on sight for no fucking reason.
Maui looks different today somehow. It's weird.
Let me take a look. Oh my god. I'm not so sure if that's Maui. I think that might be an ocelot or something. Oh my goodness, look at those stripes. Wow. That kitty seems a little sleepy. Oh my goodness, that's a nice kitty. Thanks for the donation, the now, appreciate it.
It was actually multiplied by 5 when the current death toll was 37,200.
Okay, my bad. It was multiplied by 5. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Where were... Oh, yeah, and, there's, like, historical records as well of the British going over there and just recording how they, like, murdered people, tortured them. So it was very clearly a genocide. Again, no such circumstances exist in Israel. Show me any members of the military that were ordered to kill civilians. Show me any members of the Israeli Air Force that were instructed to, like, you know, bomb civilians. This is just ridiculous. This guy is just a cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, cray-cray fucking moron.
Argument is that they were not subject to genocide following the arrival of Captain Cook.
But do you accept that what Hamas and Hezbollah, when they say they want destruction of Israel, that is the purest personification of genocide?
I have clearly shown you that the Likud chart...
Like again, by the way, if the British had the technology that Israel has now when they first came to Australia, there wouldn't be any Australian Aborigines anymore. So Piers Morgan's point is apt. Like, if Israel wanted to commit a genocide, Gaza would be a fucking parking lot by now. Like, it's not.
States within it that the Palestinians will have no sovereignty.
Why do you never answer any questions about the other
river
side, though,
and the sea?
I asked both.
Because there's a causal connection between what has happened.
But you distract on everything I say.
You're talking to me. You're talking to me about organisations that were formed to fight the Israeli occupation. Their response to that occupation is what it is. The occupation exists first. Zionism exists first. What comes after it is a product of that social imbalance.
So you would categorise what they've been doing as resistance, not terrorism?
They are resistance groups, as the vast majority of the humanity is represented by governments that define them as resistance factions, including the government of Switzerland. What's more neutral than the government of Switzerland? It doesn't prescribe these organisations, for the record.
So to be clear, you think they're resistance, not terrorists?
Yes.
Okay, we got there. Let me bring in Bridget Gabriel. Bridget, you listen to what Loki has to say. He's not alone in this thought. I've heard this from many pro-Palestinian guests on Uncensored in the last year. What is your response?
Well, I want to start with the accusation of the occupation. Israel was minding its own business ever since it existed. It reached out to the Arabic world. It wanted to have peace with the Arabic world. In 1964, when the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, was founded, the West Bank was in the hands of Jordan. It was Jordan. And Gaza was in the hands of Egypt. It was Egypt. So the PLO was founded in 1964, not because of any occupation. They wanted to drive the Jews into the sea and get rid of every single Jew in the Middle East. Israel tried repeating. The only reason the Palestinians lost in 67 and they lost Gaza and the West Bank is because they preempted an attack against Israel. And over again, Israel reached out to them to make peace with them. In 2000, Ehud Barak offered them 97% of the territories back, and they refused it again and again and again. In 2005, when Israel withdrew out of Gaza, they said, okay, we're going to give you your own state. We're going to give you your own territory. Israel forcibly removed its own people fighting the IDF by force, removed them out of Gaza. Not only to remove the people, they dug out dead Jews' bones from the cemeteries because they knew exactly what the Palestinians are going to do to the cemeteries. So in 2005, when Israel withdrew out of Gaza, there wasn't one Jew alive or dead in Gaza. They turned over the key to them and said, okay, great. Now build your own place. You are independent. I know people that Israel even left them the greenhouses. Israel was exporting 50.
Look at this guy's face. He's like, oh no, arguments. Oh, what am I going to do?
50 million flowers to Europe in 2004 out of Gaza. The greenhouses, the fruits, the vegetables, the flowers. They left them to the Palestinians so the Palestinians can start they can have an industry where they can support themselves. I know a businessman from New York who even raised $14 million to make sure the Palestinians will be able to get paid salaries as they move over and they continue building the greenhouses. And what did the Palestinians do within 24 hours after Israel withdrew? Not only they destroyed every single Jewish synagogue in the area, they destroyed the greenhouses, ripped out the pipe, and even stole the copper out of the pipe. And then they had an election. So in their first...
Bend over to only $2. More of a reason to like India and their food even more. Well, Indians hate Muslims, so I would expect them to support Israel. Based. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
Election, the first woman elected to the cabinet of Hamas was a woman by the name Nidal, the mother of al-Muqawama, they called her, the mother of the resistance. And she ran on the platform, I killed 3 of my sons, because she had videos of her sons, she dressing them in suicide bombers to go kill Israelis. She said, I already gave up 3 for the cause. I have another 7 to give. That's why she was elected. So that's a democratic election for Hamas. Israel did not put the Palestinians in a prison in Gaza. Hamas put the Palestinians in a prison in Gaza. Gaza could have been turned into Singapore. They had the money. They had more money pouring into the Palestinian territories and still do from all over the world. And what did they do with it? Build a tunnel infrastructure underneath bigger than the subway system in New York instead of helping their people. So those who scream about the occupation, the Palestinians have brought this on themselves again and again and again.
Wow. But do you accept that Palestinians should have the same human rights as the rest of us?
Absolutely. All humans are equal in the eyes of God.
How can they do that? Okay, but here's the thing, Brigitte. But when it comes to this issue of occupation, I was very struck at the start of the response to October the 7th that very quickly Israel was able to turn on or off the tap of energy, the tap of water, the food supply, etc. That is only achievable if you are effectively occupying another.
No. No. The Netherlands, for instance, they rely heavily on food imports. If the countries they import food from ended up having bad relations and stopped importing food, there would be a really serious situation with food availability. China is a massive importer of water. Again, if China ended up having bad relations with their neighbors and wasn't able to get enough water, like, are these countries being occupied? No. So just because Palestine or Gaza was relying on the import of energy and water, that doesn't mean by definition they're occupied. And again, if they have such a problem with it, maybe they shouldn't fucking commit terror attacks against Israel. Just saying.
The country. Otherwise, you're not able to do it. So Israel has had this control over Gaza and the people that live there, which to me does not afford those people the same human rights as Israelis enjoy. It's inarguable because if they didn't have that control, they couldn't turn on and off the energy or the water supplies.
But why did Israel get to this point? Remember, in 2005, they gave them everything and they said, we are out. The Israelis even fought among themselves because, some people did not want to move
so don't get me
out of
wrong.
Gaza.
I think Hamas squandered all the money they were given, and Hamas has been the enemy of its own people. And when Hamas did what they did on October the 7th, they knew it was immediately sentencing to death thousands of their own people in the process. They knew that, right? So I think Hamas has got to go. I think Netanyahu has to go as well, and his right-wing headbang cabinet members who do speak in a genocidal way. None of this is ever going to lead to peace. But let me ask you, Brigitte, about Loki's claims about October the 7th. He says that there was this Hannibal directive. It's been much speculated. Haritz says that they found evidence there was. The IDF has never admitted there was a Hannibal directive. But it is possible in the fog of war that day that I guess some of the casualties came because of Israeli fire.
They were never ordered to follow the Hannibal directive. They were just ordered to fire at any personnel or vehicles entering Gaza because, again, presumably they're going to be terrorists.
We don't know that. But Loki wants people to believe hundreds and hundreds of people who died that day on the Israeli side were killed by Israel.
I don't believe that. That has not proven. And if I have to choose between believing the Hamas talking
lead to peace. But let me ask you, Brigitte, about the IDF has never admitted that I guess some of the key wants people to believe were killed by Israel.
Choose between believing the Hamas talking point, who control the Ministry of Information, and the Israeli IDF, I would believe the IDF because I have lived in Israel as a Lebanese. At one point, I had a home in Lebanon, a home in Israel, and my boyfriend who lived in the West Bank at that time, and I worked as a journalist. And knowing how the IDF operates and knowing how the Israeli military operates, they operate by rules. They don't invent information like Hamas does. And when you are in the throes of things like what happened on October 7th, a lot of people do not know a lot of the facts that happened on the ground. But we do know one thing, that Hamas committed such atrocities, and we're so proud filming it and showing it that will give you goosebumps, that a lot of people can get sick, they cannot view it. And I'm shocked that Loki hasn't even viewed the footage. You have to view the footage to understand the monstrosity of the crimes that were committed on that day.
Yeah, I mean, I watched this BBC documentary which had all the footage from the music festival. And honestly, Loki, it was one of the most sickening 2 hours of my entire life.
Have you been on social media for the past year?
Yes, I have.
You have seen a constant stream of mutilated children. You have seen a constant stream of people being lifted up out
which
of
you're very
the rubble.
keen, which you're very,
how can you even bring into the conversation 2 hours of footage in comparison to 12 months and 77 years of this type of treatment?
So the deaths of
But I have a question for the guest. I would like to ask this question. Now, the organization Act for America, which you represent and are a part of, seems to be quite the patriotic outfit. It's also been criticized widely as Islamophobic, but I have some questions about the finances of your organization. It's funded by the Fairbrook Foundation, which has funded the Central Fund of Israel, the Zionist Organization of America, and also illegal settlements in the West Bank. In addition to that, your organization, Act for America, has been funded by the Becker Foundation, which has funded Christians United for Israel and the Israel Project. In addition to that, your organization was also funded by the Emez Foundation, which funded the Israel Project, the Central Fund of Israel, and the Zionist Organization of...
So he's claiming her journalism is not reputable because she works for an organization that supports Israel, but he thinks Al Jazeera is reputable when they're beholden to Hamas and they literally have Hamas operatives working as journalists within Al Jazeera. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
America. How, in any way, do you stand for peace when the organization which you front and presumably are employed by is also funded by organizations that are invested in illegal settlement in the West Bank?
Actually, my organization, which I run and I'm the founder and chairman, I not only work for it, was founded after September 11th to protect America against the threat of radical Islamic terrorism.
It shares funders. It shares funders with those building illegal settlements in the West Bank.
You already spoke your mind. Now it's my time to answer. My organization was founded to impact policy in the United States, to protect the United States from the threat of radical Islamic terrorism coming from Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hezbollah, or whoever happened the terrorist organization are. We work with Muslims. We have Muslims on our board. We have Muslims who are members. We had every single conference we always had a keynote speaker who is Muslim that speaks because they care about America.
You know what? I feel like we're getting. Listen, I feel like we're getting.
Not let me finish.
Brigitte, I feel like we're getting a bit.
That you're talking
I feel
about,
like we're getting a bit.
The fun.
Look, fascinating though it is, the makeup of your business it's not really the point of what this debate is, right?
Right. It's not the point exactly.
The point I would make, Brigitte, is this. I do think Loki has a good point about the settlements, right? What is going on the West Bank with this rapid...
The settlements are not illegal. They just aren't. The West Bank is not its own independent nation, so get fucked.
Aggressive expansion of settlements is completely outrageous. It's illegal. It's wrong. It shouldn't be happening. Why is it happening?
Sorry, you cut out. You mean the settlements in the West Bank?
Yeah, the expansion of settlements on the West Bank in the last year has been completely outrageous.
Well, look,
I am a film producer. Would you watch a horror movie with the premise of a streamer who accidentally stumbled through the dead internet theory while trying to convince himself he is not schizophrenic?
Something like moving against me that I haven't ever really been cognizant of before. I haven't put together all of this in any formal sense. This is not a real person. Trump 2004. What the fuck does that even mean? Purebred American alpha male. The left's worst nightmare. What? Mouth is still numb from the dentist 2 hours ago. It might be over for me. What? This isn't a real account. This is not a real person, okay? I haven't been to the liberal dentist since 9/11. That was the wake-up call I needed. Is this a real account? Bro, okay, no, I spent hours last night. I spent hours last night going through these fucking accounts, okay? I don't think any of these are real. I don't think any of these people are real, okay? And they talk about sports. They look sophisticated, okay? They do. I don't think this is a real person. I don't think it's a real person. Real person. But I'm pretty sure YouTube video.
Oh yeah, this guy.
Of this guy.
My name is Egon Chalakian. I am an intelligence educator. I prepare intelligence personnel for clandestine service. The focus of my career has been centered on the intelligence component of national security.
This is a 3.5-hour video, okay? With a couple of sometimes strange audio glitches. I try to Google around getting information about this guy, and we're looking for like 20 minutes in chat, okay? I can't find anything like, apparently he has really strong credentials, okay? He's got a very unique name. He's got very strong credentials, but I can't actually find good information about like who it is, okay? Who is this person? Go to the channel and check the comments. I did. All these comments are bots, 100%. They all type like it. There's a way that they type. However, this is happening last night. This is happening off stream in my chat room. And as we're talking about this, out of nowhere, an account shows up. So this account shows up in chat. The name is net_helpmessage_2221. And he says, are people saying this Chalakian guy isn't real? I found a court document that looks like from a case involving the guy. Dude looks unhinged in it. And then he tags Cyber Vegan, who's helping me look at things, and then he tags me with the court document. Okay? Account was created minutes before typing this message in chat. No smurfs, no other hits on this IP address, no other messages in chat ever. This is at like, I think like 3 a.m. CST, Central Standard Time. So I geolocate the IP address for this account. The account is from Wisconsin, or the IP address is from Wisconsin. And I look at what it used to authenticate on my website, and it registered with the email 4destiny13337@gmail.com. And then
Grey Knight donated $2. Do you still have your Kick account? Yes. There's a debate on Aiden Ross's page right now between the TikToker Dean and Nick Fuentes.
Better presidential candidate is Kamala Harris, but I just wanted to clarify with Nick. You said that you're not much of a Trump supporter, so are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to vote for him.
Who are you voting for?
I'm not voting.
Oh, okay. Holy shit. Well, I mean, the reason I chose that topic was because, I thought that you were voting for Trump. I don't really see much like use in it if you're not voting for Trump. I mean,
well, it's worthwhile because I'll argue that people should. I'll just argue that Trump is better than. I think that Trump would be a better president, but I'm not going to vote for him.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So we could argue that.
Yeah, I guess we'll start there. I disagree. And one of the main reasons why I disagree, we could come out of the gate swinging, is this economic policy. I think that, it's pretty clear, and we could probably both agree on this, that the average American should be doing better than they are today, and they should not be doing worse than they are today. Donald Trump's proposed economic policy will make the average American worse off with his tariffs, and then his TCJA for another 10 years disproportionately benefits rich people. It will also just add reckless spending to our debt. It will inflate it even more than it is today. I think there's an estimate from the CBO putting that right at $5.8 trillion. He has no fucking plan how he's going to pay for it. Then we look over at Kamala Harris, okay? Her proposed tax policy so far is $2.4 trillion. She knows exactly how she's going to pay for it, and they're designed for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. And it's going to make them better off. Donald Trump's going to make them worse off. Argument's clear.
Okay, that's it. It's just the economic proposals. That's all you got?
We could start there. I mean,
okay.
Sure, we can reference other things too. I didn't want to just throw everything at you at once. We could talk about multiple things.
Yeah, well, let me address all that. I mean, so with regard to the tariffs, J.D. Vance pointed this out. The Biden administration continued many of the Trump era tariffs. So that's kind of a moot point. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Well, it's no different than any other fucking debate I've seen on the topic. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
What's even weirder is you open this court case. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I only read like the first page. But, so, I don't know if this proves, I don't even know what this proves, okay? So, United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts. So we have a federal court case. And it's the guy, the Elon Egon Chalokian versus the FBI, I think the state of Massachusetts. It's all the wrong font for court documents. Yeah, I noticed that the state was misspelled up here. Like, is this even a real court case?
Massachusetts.
How would they get it on the official site? I don't know, because this is govinfo.gov, right? I want to know if this guy is real. This guy might be real. I just want to know if this guy's real. Okay? I just want to know if this guy's real. That's all I want to know.
Hello, my name is Egon Chalokian.
Or is there a guy with this name and this is like a bot that stole his identity? That's what I just want to know. That's what we're going to check. Okay.
I, Egon Chalokian, am a qualified particle physicist affiliated with the preeminent CERN Particle Physics Laboratory. I retain a very active...
Wait, what did he just say?
He's a particle physicist.
Wait, sorry, hold on. We're getting so sidetracked.
He's a national security advisor and a particle physicist at CERN.
But this
amount spent on discrediting Elantra is equivalent to the cost of only... The amount spent on discrediting Elantra is equivalent... The amount spent on discrediting Elantra is equivalent to the cost of only...
Yeah, dude, that's definitely a bot. That's definitely a bot.
Wait, why does he have two clip-on mics? One for backup, maybe? Wait. One for backup, maybe? Bro.
My name is Egon Chalokian. I am a part...
This is 10 months ago. Wait, so is he real? Is it real? Look at the background pictures.
Yeah, it's definitely a deep fake. Or not a deep fake.
I can't tell if I'm mind myself.
AI.
Maybe it's just low resolution? Bro, I'm losing my mind. What is this? Look at the book names. They don't have names. They don't have any names. They don't have any names. Nothing looks right in this. Is he posing for a picture? What is this? It's... Wait, hold on. What is... Photo on his website? The real photo. Wait, are these hands real? I don't know what I don't even know I don't know what's happening right now. Wait, the women's faces are at the exact same angle. People are saying it's like the exact same face. Is it though?
Yeah. That's hilarious.
No, hold on. Oh no. It is fake. This is a fake picture. Oh shit. I'm trying not to go full schizo on this. I feel like I'm leaning into something right now.
This music is hysterical and I need to know the source.
Yeah, I kind of want that. Oh, there. It has the music. Lipstick to Void, Drift, Lonely Void. Yeah, there you go. Some good music. Thanks for the donation, Thee Then Thou.
That like you're not supposed to touch or that you're not supposed to lean into. This kind of feels like a joke to say. I'm not suicidal, obviously. Never been suicidal. No thoughts of suicide, just as a thing to throw out there. I don't think that would ever be relevant for anything, but okay. I love you, and hopefully I'll be back. I should be back tomorrow.
That was weird. I was watching the stream when he was investigating that. It was pretty hilarious, but yeah, that dude is totally AI generated.
There's a radical wing within Israel that wants to expand the settlements. And
That was the best $3 I have ever spent in my life. Thanks, Richard.
Well, no problem, Thee Then Thou. Hope you enjoy that music.
settlements is an issue. I agree
You're
with you.
funded
There
by
are a
the
lot
same
of people
people.
who are very upset about
You're
the
funded by
settlement.
the same organizations.
What does this have to do with the funding with what we're talking about? They are Americans who support the funding of protecting the United States, not Israel. Our work is devoted to protecting the United States.
I don't know why that didn't do text to speech. Thanks for the donation, Thee Then Thou. We can react.
Would you have a ban, like Donald Trump suggested in America, would you have a ban on Muslims entering the country, new Muslims trying to have a home in this country?
I believe we need to protect the British public right now.
So what's the answer to the question?
British Muslims?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, the British public. I didn't say British non-Muslim public. I said the British public. We've had
What are you
would you ban
Muslims from?
We've had
Tommy,
three
you're a
terror
straight
attacks.
talker.
Children are being killed.
Yes, we all know what's been happening.
Yes, I would. I would stop.
You would ban all Muslims.
I would temporarily halt Muslim immigration to this country until we get a grip of the problem. I differentiate Muslims from Islam.
Right.
Okay?
But what you don't do.
Differentiate Muslims.
So I think in the US that idea is stupid. In Canada that idea is semi-stupid. In the UK, I don't think that's stupid at all. The UK is a terrorist hotspot. They just arrested that big Muslim pundit who was funding terrorist organizations, including ISIS. There have been a lot of fucking Muslim terror attacks in the UK. And there was a CIA investigation into a Muslim terrorist network that was communicating between the UK and ISIS in Syria. Like, the terrorism problem in the UK is bad enough where it might actually be a good idea to halt Muslim immigration for, like, you know, a small time period and reform some of the immigration policies so that there's like special security checks for Muslim immigrants. Because, like, it is a big enough fucking problem in the UK where I don't think that's an illegitimate, you know, idea.
Muslims are people. Islam is an idea.
Yeah.
Islam's an idea. A bad idea.
And
Islam is a
Muslims
faith.
follow
No, it's an idea.
It's a faith.
It's an idea that you can change your mind.
No, it's a faith. Like Christianity.
Like Scientology.
It's like all faiths.
Like
it's a religion, it's a faith.
Like Scientology.
So, Tommy, if you
it's an
accept,
ideology.
if you're saying that the problem is with Islam,
He made a very good fucking point there. Like, Piers Morgan's like, it's a faith just like Christianity. And then Tommy Robinson's, yeah, like Scientology. Like, it's ridiculous.
are you accepting that you're Islamophobic?
Because there are 100 verses in this.
Yes or no?
Okay.
Are you Islamophobic?
There's no such word as Islamophobia. Phobia is an irrational fear. It's not irrational to fear these things. Now, if I hold this book up and say, there will never be peace on this earth so long as we have this book, it's a violent and cursed book. That's
Can
I tell you who said that? Can I tell you who said that?
You put the
Sir William Gladstone
you
said
wouldn't
that.
do that with
Sir William
would
Gladstone
you do that with
said
the Bible? Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Have you read this book?
For people.
Have you read this book?
There are over a billion people.
There are 100 verses in this book that
Show some respect. I'd literally start, like, tearing out pages and chewing on them.
Like violence and murder against us.
Show some damn respect for people's religious beliefs, right?
I should show some respect for a book that incites murder against me. And
put it down.
And calls me an animal. No, I won't put it down. Sir William Gladstone held this book above his head in Parliament, and he said there will never be peace on this earth so long as we have this book. It's a violent and cursed book. Was Sir William Gladstone, who we have statues across our capital C, was he a bigot or an Islamophobe?
See, now
Winston Churchill.
You're sounding like a complete lunatic.
Churchill. No, I'm quoting.
By the way, Hitler was enamored with Islam. When Hitler started reading about Islam, he said he wished the, like, national, you know, religion of Germany was Islamic because it promotes violence and warfare.
Going to tell my kids this was vegan gains.
Let me take a look, Harold Hemingway. Okay.
Gary! I was just looking for the sports channel.
Oh, yeah. The guy was just sitting there in his roof like collapses.
Maria has kept the worst details from her youngest children, who are just 6 and 7. But Alexander, who celebrated his 16th birthday last week in Rome, is...
Oh my goodness. That raccoon's watching SpongeBob. Aw, what a nice raccoon. Thanks for the donation, Harold Hemingway.
Some of the best leaders in this country.
You're sounding like a bigoted lunatic.
No, I'm not.
Somebody that basically, you are an Islamophobe who hates Islam.
No, I don't.
You basically think all Muslims are to blame. We've seen you on video saying it. And what you're doing now is deliberately inflammatory. It is deliberately poisonous.
How's this inflammatory?
And you are having the complete opposite effect to the one that you say you have.
William Gladstone.
You are stirring up hatred. You are abusing people's religion. You're abusing their faith. And you're being a complete disgrace.
What do you know about the Prophet Muhammad? We've established nothing. You are ignorant.
I know that you're deliberately insulting people.
What do you know about the Prophet? How am I insulting people?
Who have deeply held religious beliefs.
And if
you flouncing the Quran around in your hand in that disgraceful manner
is outrageous. This book is the reason we are in such a mess. No. That's a reality.
No, we're in this mess because people take Islam, they are terrorists, and they abuse the nature of Islam.
And you know that...
People are terrorists because of Islam. People aren't terrorists and use Islam to justify terrorism. People are terrorists because of Islam. Islam literally commands you to commit jihad. It literally means kill innocent people, spread the faith, steal their riches. That's literally what it means. Actually creepy, donated $2. Dude, look at the comments. Even sort by news. Something isn't right here.
This is a profound obligation on you. Do not destroy our share.
Destiny got me here. Amazing and educative video, sir. Someone who would love to enter the intelligence community. This was very eye-opening. Thank you, Doc. No matter what they say, you're a real person. People and organizations are smeared every day. I'm truly sorry that life isn't fair. I did watch The Impact, and I feel so appalled that all of this is going on in other countries, but also in USA. Are you lobbying for their reputation or trying to get funds for them? Thank you, Egon. I create images in my head of a bright, good future for America, where citizens are brave, honest, sincere, and smart. Yeah, this is weird. They're all fucking bot accounts, dude. That's bizarre. Thanks for the donation, actually creepy.
Wording of Islam, and they perpetrate evil, and it is completely wrong.
And you know
For you
how.
to try and claim that the vast majority of Muslims, who are decent law-abiding people, to try and abuse and mock their faith and their holy book is an outrage.
Their holy book. When you talk, okay, so when the sacred months have passed, slay the non-Muslims wherever you find them and take them captive and besiege them and prepare for them in ambush. Who's slaying who? I'm not inciting hatred. This calls for my death.
Yep. Tommy Robinson's done some really stupid dumbass shit, but for the most part he's based. Like, he's more right than wrong, I would say.
We have the documents.
Let's get back to the bigger picture.
Please.
So, Bridget, do you condemn the expansion of the settlements in the last year on the West Bank?
Say that again?
Do you condemn the expansion of the settlements on the West Bank in the past year?
Yes, I do. I think they are going overboard with the settlement.
Okay, good.
I think somebody needs to revisit looking at the settlement and how they are expanding.
Then that's good. Loki, do you condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th?
I have a question for you.
Well, hang on.
Based on
You
what
stop
you just
asking
said about
questions for a
settlements.
minute.
I'll answer your question in a second.
She's made an admission that she condemns it.
No, she condemns the expansion of settlements.
Fine. Loki.
And these people also fund
Loki.
her.
At some point, you are going to... Loki, you are going to answer some of my questions.
Which I have done.
Okay, do you condemn what Hamas did?
You've already asked me that.
Not directly. You haven't answered.
I will not condemn people based on Israeli military talking points.
Okay, good.
But I have a question.
There you go. He is a Jew-hating Hamas supporter.
Condemn mass murder.
I have a question for you.
You don't condemn mass murder.
Obviously, I condemn mass murder.
You won't condemn it by Hamas.
You're talking about a specific political context in which the information
No, I'm
is
talking
not
about
clear.
mass murder of people on October the 7th.
By the Israeli military.
You see, it's just absurd.
So I have a question for you.
I think you lose all credibility when you say that.
I have a question for you. I'm not concerned about whether you think or don't think I have credibility. It's
because I don't come at this from supporting either over the other.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely
Because I have
sure.
a question. I have a question.
What's your question?
Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah.
News Corp International.
Yeah.
Which employed you for several years.
Yes.
Which actually
It employs me now.
It employs you now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting to the issue.
Yes.
Now.
What
News
do you think
Corp-
the issue is?
News-
I
I'll
saw what you
explain to
tweeted. What does it have to do with me?
Not my tweets. I have a question for you. News Corp International had a charitable arm which funded the Jerusalem Foundation, which builds illegal settlements.
What's this got to do with me?
Illegal settlements in
What's it got to do with me?
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
What's it got to do with me?
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
I'm not talking about Rupert Murdoch.
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
I'm not talking about Rupert Murdoch.
This has never been shown on British media. This is a letter from Netanyahu's political office. And Bridget may well recognize the handwriting of Benjamin Netanyahu here. It is a list of individuals that Netanyahu considered to be funders of his political campaign. There is a name on this list. The name is Rupert Murdoch. your employer.
You know what, Loki?
It seems he funded Benjamin Netanyahu. That's an issue.
You know what, Loki? It's not an issue for me.
It's an issue,
Nobody
and actually, it's in the interest of objectivity
understand one thing.
that you state it.
Rupert Murdoch can speak for himself. You've got a problem with him, take it up with him.
I do.
I can tell you categorically, he has never had a single conversation with me about anything I've put on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Sam kindly resigned from the Times newspaper because of Murdoch's investment and bias towards
you have a
Israel.
problem,
This document, this letter,
you're a rapper,
clearly
right?
shows Benjamin Netanyahu noting Rupert Murdoch, considering him to be a funder of his political campaign.
You're a rapper, yeah?
That's an issue.
You're a rapper. You condemn P. Diddy?
Yes.
Great. You see how easy it is? You take it out of your obsession, which is that you hate Israel so much you can't condemn anything that people do to them.
Would he come to any tellers? Can we watch this? Also, go on Piers' new uploads. Look at his face.
Iran made a big mistake yesterday, attacking.
Go on Piers' new uploads. Look at his face. Like, what do you mean? I don't know what you're asking me.
In Israel, and we're going to find out in the next couple days here just how big
Thanks
of a
for the
mistake
donation, Booty
that
King.
actually was. Fortunately, as it sits right now, all signs point to this being more of an Israeli operation without the need for direct U.S. involvement. And I want to be sure to get that out there right away. There's going to be a lot of fear-mongering, already has, that the United States is on the verge of being pulled into a regional war. Of course, that is a possibility, but there's no reason to expect it as the situation stands today. Now, yesterday, Iran carried out what they called Operation True Promise 2, where they launched around 180 missiles towards Israel. That makes this attack a little bit larger than April's barrage, which included about 110 ballistic missiles, 30 cruise missiles, and a handful of slower-moving drones. Now, we'll get into further details in a minute, but first...
Chenk's face in his new uploads. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, Cenk Uygur looks fucking retarded. He's always retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cum.
Sugar.
Oh, I ain't wrong.
First, let's dive into why Iran carried this attack out in the first place. They said, quote, it was in response to the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, Hassan Nasrallah, and Abbas Nilfarshan. So Haniyeh is the former leader of Hamas who was killed in Tehran a little over about 2 months ago now. Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah that was killed just last week in Beirut. And then Abbas Nilfarshan is the IRGC general who was killed alongside Hassan Nasrallah in that Beirut strike. They said, we attacked military bases in Israel with dozens of missiles. If Israel reacts, we will strike with force. Adding, quote, we attacked the Hatzor base from which the planes that killed Nasrallah came out of. We also attacked the Nevatim and Tel Nof bases. The reaction was in self-defense and according to international law. Now, real quick, that, quote, acting in self-defense is something that Iran has really pushed since this.
Bend over to $8, all bark, no bite. Let me see. We should fire rockets into Israel. They are scared of us anyway. It's a fucking IDF, run. Yeah. Yeah, and then they cry victim and say Israel's perpetrating a genocide. It's fucking hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Strike, and I'm seeing it repeated all across social media. You know, Iran has the right to defend themselves and so on and so on. I'd agree that any nation does have the right to self-defense, but that's kind of misleading context here. Israel has been destroying Iran's allies and proxies in the region, but I'm not sure attacking Israel on their behalf would be viewed as a legitimate act of self-defense. Retaliation is probably more of a fitting word here, but I don't think that necessarily plays as well on international media as self-defense. Minor point, but something to keep in mind as we hear more and more.
It's self-defense. If you don't retaliate, it just emboldens your enemies to attack you more. So it's self-defense.
Reporting come out of this event. Now, results from this attack are still being determined, but what we know right now is that the attack resulted in at least one death and a few minor injuries. The death was actually a Palestinian man in Jericho who was hit by falling debris from an Iranian missile. It's a big chunk, and there's actually some pretty wild footage of the exact moment that it hit. It's nasty. And then the few injuries that we have are reported to have been folks that fell and hurt themselves while running 2 bunkers. All appears to be pretty minor. In terms of damage, we are seeing more pictures and videos coming out today showing the results of this Iranian attack. Something to keep in mind here is that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to look at a single impact and determine if that was the actual target. Now, this is something we've become very familiar with during the ongoing war in Ukraine, and there's a wide range of possibilities to consider. One, the impact could be the desired target and it hit just as planned.
Good evening. How was your day? Feeling good? Anything new? Feeling pretty decent. I was able to go to a t-shirt printing place and get this printed. They said my shirts will be available Friday. So I'm going to go pick these up Friday. And then Saturday, I'm going to go to the pro-Palestine protest. Wearing this, and we're going to record some interactions by people at the protest. I'm pretty sure there's a good goddamn likelihood I'm gonna get attacked, so you'll probably see an upload of mine where a group of people are trying to take me out. So we'll see what happens. I'm just hoping nobody has a knife. That's probably my biggest worry. But, I was considering getting a stab vest, but they're like $800. I've seen the footage from the protest the previous year, and I think there was some people who were like shoving each other and shit. I didn't see anybody get attacked with a knife, so I don't know, spending $800 for something that I might not need and probably not really going to use again. Hard to justify that cost, but yeah, I'm going to show up to the protest wearing this shirt and then see what happens.
Or 2, the missile got through but missed its target, maybe even by a few kilometers because, misses happen. 3, the missile was partially intercepted and knocked off course, still detonating when it hit the ground, but nowhere near its intended
Yeah, I'm still planning on going to TriStar.
target. 4, missile was intercepted and the damage is from some amount of falling debris. And then 5, the interceptor malfunctioned and fell back to Earth, possibly detonating and causing damage of its own. So just, when you see like a small office building get hit or a crater in the middle of the road and people are going down rabbit holes trying to decide why this specific thing is important to Iran, save yourself some time. It probably isn't. Now, the big claim coming out right now is that Iran targeted Israeli air bases, and for that, we don't really have too much to go off of. The IRGC said that 90% of projectiles that hit their targets, which were 3 Israeli bases, adding that hypersonic missiles had been used for the first time. For that one, I'll have to defer to the experts. So Israel did acknowledge that air bases were hit, saying that the impacts damaged minor office buildings and other maintenance areas in the bases that do not directly impact the operational capabilities of the force. The Israeli military went on to report no damage was caused to fighter jets, drones, other aircraft, munitions, or critical infrastructure, noting that the Israeli Air Force continued its operations in the following hours, including major strikes against Hezbollah in Beirut, support for ground forces in southern Lebanon, and strikes in Gaza. Now, one of the major claims coming out of this way.
These people are just, like, genuinely unhinged and insane. Imagine having absolutely no air force, no air defense whatsoever, and then doing this fucking shit, knowing Israel's just gonna bring some F-35s and just smoke you with explosives from, like, fucking 50 miles in the air. Like, they're just absolute fucking chimps.
wave of strikes is that Iran was able to eliminate or at least damage a significant number of.
Who am I on this very expensive chair, or maybe this expensive mask, which I will use both there once, then it will sit and gather dust, or buy a stab vest because Muslim be crazy and could stab me a brain thinking da da do do. Come on Richard, think.
Okay, well, I am planning on going to the protest very early. I'm gonna be there like 3 hours before it starts. If things are already kind of out of control before the actual like protest starts, I'm just gonna leave, you know, because I don't want to get killed. But you know, if people are just screaming at me, calling me a Zionist, you know, I can handle that. Thanks for the donation though, Bootycum.
It's pretty fucking cool. It's going to be in testing for a bit. We're going to launch it soon, but I can show it to you whenever.
I think ask yourselves in chat, dude, if you want to have a Discord call and show me the bot thing right now, you can.
Of Israeli F-35 advanced fighters. Pure speculation at this point, right? There's no evidence one way or another. One of these air bases is where the F-35s are stored. No indication one way or another that they were damaged in any way, shape, or form. And I wouldn't really hold out any hope for pictures or videos to confirm any of this damage on Israeli military bases. I mean, Israel, much like every other military force in the world, isn't going to release data that's going to assist their enemy in refining their targeting for the next strike. Genuinely, there is like zero incentive for Israel to put out the exact damage caused to any one of these air bases. All right, so in sum, what we know right now is that about 180 missiles were launched by Iran that resulted in the death of one Palestinian man and some minor damage to Israeli airfields. There are actually jokes going around right now on Iranian opposition Telegram channels saying that Israeli pagers are more deadly than Iranian missiles. That said, this attack was larger, more complex, and involved more advanced weapons than the strikes in April, which put greater stress on Israeli air defenses and allowed more warheads to get through. Now, I haven't seen official stats on how many missiles failed and didn't make it to Israel, how many were intercepted, how many were allowed to impact in open areas, and how many actually got through. However, it's pretty clear from the footage out now that quite a few did impact inside of Israel. And there's quite a few explanations that have been put forward as to why Israel's air defenses were less effective this time around. Now, this is something that's hard to dial into without all of the data which isn't public, so best we can do right now is throw out a few general ideas. First, it could be that Iran just launched more of their advanced ballistic missiles when compared with the previous attack. It does look like Iran used quite a few of their Fatah-1 and Khyber-Shakan medium-range ballistic missiles, which I believe have greater maneuverability in their last stage of flight, which makes air defense even that much more difficult. There's also the possibility that the April attack depleted a significant amount of the Israeli interceptor arsenal, and they weren't able to rebuild their stockpiles in time. So in that case, just more missiles coming in than Israel had the means to shoot down. Again, both of these require a few degrees of speculation, so I wouldn't run with either one of these quite yet. Just thought it was worthwhile to at least address the penetration of Israeli air defense, since it's so often referred to as, I think accurately, the most advanced and effective air defense network in the world. Now, it wasn't just Israel shooting down these missiles. It appears that quite a few of their allies stepped up as well. U.S. President Biden said that he had ordered his forces in the region to, quote, aid Israel's defense and shoot down Iranian missiles. A Pentagon spokesperson added that U.S. Navy destroyers had fired about a dozen interceptors against Iranian missiles headed towards Israel. The BBC verified footage showing missile interceptors over the Jordanian capital of Amman. We should note that Jordan also shot down a number of missiles during Iran's last attack in April. And it looks like British forces may have helped out here as well. Their Defense Secretary John Healey said, quote, British forces had played their part in attempts to prevent further escalation. Now, lost in the fray of all of this was actually a pretty significant terrorist attack carried out in Tel Aviv just before the Iranian missiles began impacting all across Israel. The Jerusalem Post said that 7 people were...
Dude, why are these, like, IDF girls so fucking sexy? God damn, they're cute. Holy shit.
Killed and dozens wounded by 2 men that came in from the West Bank. In fact, CCTV footage showed that the two men were armed with assault rifles and knives. As they approached civilians waiting at a train stop, they opened fire on those civilians and began shooting into the train that was parked nearby or stopped nearby. As people fled the scene, again caught on camera, the attackers executed one of the men who lay wounded on the ground. Israeli security officials quickly arrived on scene and were able to kill the two gunmen. Now, as of this reporting, there's been no claims of responsibility for that attack from Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, or really any group, and no direct link from the attack to the Iranian missile attack other than the timing. But it does highlight that Israel is not just facing attacks from organizations abroad, but from groups and extremists inside of their own territory. Now, the big question on everyone's mind is what comes next. And it looks like Israel is preparing a pretty significant response. This is why I made the statement to start the video that Iran made a big mistake here. We've talked in previous videos about how the Iranian advantage over Israel is in the asymmetric realm. The funding and training of proxies, terrorism, the fueling of general unrest inside of Israel and all across their borders. That's hard to fight back against, but a direct military engagement, that's right in Israel's wheelhouse. And honestly, it looks like Iran may have stepped into a trap here. Back in April, I said the same thing. This was Iran getting goaded into launching a direct attack against Israel because it was, all things considered, pretty effectively defended against and gave Israel the top cover to strike back inside of Iran. Now, what sort of constrained that whole series of events was that there were hours of notice, again, back in April. Hardly any munitions actually impacted inside of Israel, and those that didn't cause any significant damage. In fact, it was so ineffective that some people actually argued that it was intended to be stopped, just so Iran could say that they did something without risking a major Israeli response. Personally, I don't think you waste 200 munitions hoping that they get shot down to send a signal, but that's just me. This time was different. This time, people had to rush into shelters last minute. Explosions were heard and seen all across Israel, and it's only due to the effectiveness of Israeli air defense and their partners in the region that the death toll wasn't significantly higher. But don't take my word for it. Look at what Israel...
Yep, they only killed one Palestinian. Good job, Iran.
...is saying. The Israeli Security Cabinet met during these strikes yesterday, where Prime Minister Netanyahu signaled their next move, saying, quote, Iran made a big mistake tonight, and it will pay for it. The regime in Iran does not understand our determination to defend ourselves and our determination to retaliate against our enemies. They will understand. We will stand by the rule we established. Whoever attacks us, we will attack him. And then according to a report by Barak Ravid at Axios, he said 2 Israeli officials said the cabinet meeting ended after several hours with the understanding that there will be an Israeli military response, but without a clear decision on what that response will be. A senior Israeli official told Axios that one of the reasons the decision wasn't made at the cabinet meeting was because Israeli officials wanted to consult with the Biden administration. Adding that while Israel is going to respond on its own, it wants to coordinate its plan with the United States because of the strategic implications of the situation. Another Iranian attack in response to an Israeli retaliation would require defensive cooperation with U.S. Central Command, more munitions for the Israeli Air Force, and potentially other kinds of U.S. operational support. Again, that's all coming from an Israeli official. So again, I'm seeing people refer to this wave of attacks as a signal, which to me is an attempt to explain why less damage is actually a good thing. This attack was not an Iranian failure, not by a long shot, but if you called it signaling, then technically just attempting it accomplished that goal. The problem for Iran, and I think the signal that Israel is getting, is that now is the first time, maybe ever, where they have the justification to deal a major blow to the Iranian military and ruling regime. Going back to Barak Ravid's reporting in Axios, where he said a U.S. administration official in talks between the Biden administration and the Israeli government on Tuesday said the U.S. made clear that it supports an Israeli response, but it thinks it needs to be measured. So kind of reading between the lines there, the Israeli military has the means to carry out significant waves of strikes without direct U.S. involvement that could be considered, quote, measured. If the talk was about removing the Iranian nuclear program or something more complex than that, then yeah, Israel probably would need some U.S. military assistance to carry out that scope of work, but that's not really being pushed in the United States right now. Of course, we're in the middle of an escalation cycle right now, if you will, and that always risks going off the rails. So while direct U.S. involvement is unlikely right now, we can't ever say for sure that it's 100% off the table. As sort of a middle ground, I could see us, the United States, stepping up our presence in the region to better protect our troops on the ground in places like Iraq, Syria, Kuwait, and elsewhere, and maybe even assisting some regional allies in their own defense. So right now, all eyes are on Israel, wondering what their response is going to be. Of course, Israel has the conventional military advantage here, so the easy thought is some sort of air or missile strike against targets inside of Iran. However, I wouldn't discount some covert action there as well. As we've seen in recent weeks and months, Israel has a pretty wide range of assets at their disposal to assassinate key leaders or sow chaos pretty far inside of enemy territory. From the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran to the pagers blowing up in Lebanon, I wouldn't discount something along those lines happening in Iran, maybe even alongside a conventional military response. But we'll just have to wait and see. Well, that's all I got for now. If interested in this or other national security subjects, be sure to check out Between the Lines, our reader-funded publication that's linked in the description below.
These kinds of crimes.
Today,
thing. Let's get into sugar a little bit now. I don't want to spend too much time here, but it is interesting that sort of there's been this war between processed sugar, and I'm saying that intentionally, and fat for a long time. And when I wrote the carnivore code, I looked at literature that said that fructose was harmful for humans. And I thought, okay, sugar is bad for humans because sugar is sucrose, and sucrose is a disaccharide, and that contains glucose and fructose, and that looks to be bad for humans. I mean, there's a pretty decent amount of evidence in humans that fructose in the form of processed sugars or high fructose corn syrup doesn't look to be great for us. Now, for me, it was a pretty interesting and eye-opening experience to have issues on a carnivore diet myself that were related to long-term ketosis and electrolyte issues, and then add sugar-containing foods into my diet, fruit and honey, which I would call whole food sources of sugar, and to see my labs improve in many ways. My fasting insulin stayed low, my fasting blood sugar went down, my A1C went down, my muscle cramps went away, my testosterone went up, my sleep got better. And at the same time, I was kind of looking at the research, and I didn't really believe the research when I first saw it because it sounds kind of hand-wavy, or it sounds like voodoo. But I think that there's something, my perspective, and you may disagree with me on this, and we can talk about it. When I look at the research on fruit, and there's an interesting amount of research on fruit and even fruit juice in humans, they appear to be unequivocally beneficial. I know that even the likes of Robert Lustig have argued that fruit may not be bad for humans because it contains fiber, and that may mitigate some of the absorption of fructose. But when I go further, and I just released a couple of weeks ago a podcast on fruit juice, and so I looked at all the research I could find on fruit juice, watermelon juice, pomegranate juice, cherry juice, grape juice, orange juice. All of these have minuscule amounts of fiber, and they seem to be pretty beneficial for humans with outcomes that show decreased oxidized LDL in vitro, which is really the only way to study oxidation of LDL, improved endothelial function, decreased products of oxidation in humans, decreased inflammatory markers, certain prostaglandins. The list kind of goes on and on. I was kind of wide-eyed thinking like, okay, even fruit juice looks to be beneficial to humans in so many ways. And I'm happy to share the studies. I think we can put the studies on the screen and the YouTube corroborating all of that. I mean, I'll say this and then I'll be curious for your response. Watermelon juice is so interesting to me specifically because there are multiple studies in which they give people glucose. So they'll do an oral glucose tolerance test, an OGTT, and they'll infuse glucose and make people hyperglycemic, essentially with a quote unquote processed sugar. And you see micro and macrovascular dysfunction of the endothelium when you do that. But when you give people watermelon juice along with an OGTT, it attenuates all of the negative effects of the OGTT at the level of the endothelium. So it's really interesting that I think you could even make an argument that fruit juice is even like an antidote to processed sugar. I don't think processed sugar is good for humans, but I wonder, do you think it's possible that we are conflating research with processed sugar and high fructose corn syrup with fruit and saying that fruit or fruit juice is bad for humans based on...
What's funny is he does this with vegetables all the time. Like, is this guy going to finally wake up and realize vegetables are good for you? Because he'll look at some weird bullshit mechanistic studies on sulforaphane and then say, oh, broccoli has sulforaphane, so it's bad for you. But he doesn't apply that same epistemic standard when he looks at carbohydrate or sugar containing foods like fruit?
Research done with processed sugars, which don't really behave the same way in the human body? Or do you think I'm off base with that premise?
No. I think that I'm sort of somewhere in the middle. I do agree with you that is certainly different than processed sugar and straight sugar on its own, 100%, and high fructose corn syrup and sucrose and all that sort of stuff. I think that there are certainly added benefits to even fruit juice. I think the fiber, as Leslie said, probably does confer a benefit. As he speaks about in his book Metabolical, eating soluble and insoluble fibers sort of make a bit of a lattice structure, and that blocks about 30% of the absorption in your intestines. So if you're eating things that aren't really good for you, I think fiber is a great idea. But if you're not eating things that aren't good for you, then you probably don't want that because that's going to cause malabsorption. So that could be a benefit if you're and that's some of the things too. Some of the studies looking at fiber being of benefit, they talk about how it stabilizes blood sugar. Like, well, if you're absorbing 30% less sugar, then obviously your blood sugar is going to be improved from that standpoint. As far as fruit is concerned, I was talking to Dr. Gary Fettke about this actually, and he was saying that there's actually a lot of things in fruit, vitamin C and other sorts of vitamins and minerals, which actually mitigate the effects of fructose in the body. He's very much against fructose in general. He's very, very against sugar. But he says himself that when he's looked into the literature and he's looked into things, that there absolutely are things in fruits that mitigate that effect of fructose. So I definitely agree with that. The one thing is, though, sometimes with studies on juice or whatever, I always sort of wonder, okay, are they adding juice into processed food diet, or how are they managing that? Is that conferring a benefit to people that are eating largely a junk diet? Are you going to see the same benefits on someone like you or I who are eating quite a lot of meat? Is that going to give the same benefit? So seeing if that's translatable to our populations. There have been studies in mice done by Coca-Cola that show that, sucrose and natural cane sugar is actually really good for you, and you lose weight if you're giving these mice a whole bunch of Coca-Cola. And it's just like, okay, I'm going to have problems with a Coca-Cola doing a study saying that Coca-Cola is beneficial for weight loss. So that could be something too, depending on who's doing the study for fruit. The main thing that I have of issue with fructose is I've seen a lot of Lustig's work as well, and I found it to be pretty compelling. And then like you say, if you find that you're having benefit in your life and you're eating a certain way, I think that people should definitely do that. And if you found that you've improved in a lot of ways, you should definitely do that. I haven't had those same issues. I haven't found that I actually just did a set of bloods sort of coming up on 6 years, and I haven't seen them yet because I'm on vacation. But my colleague at the practice, he got them, and he just said, hey, I see that you ordered some bloods on yourself. I was like, yeah, how do you look? Like, yeah, everything's looking great. So I haven't gone through those yet, but according to him, everything's looking good. And my bloods 3 years ago were all in very good ranges as well. And so I didn't have issues with my hormones. I don't even use salt anymore at all. And I don't get cancer. Yeah. Well, I've spoken to a number of long-term carnivores, people in like Zero Carb Health and Zero Your Own Health Facebook groups. They've been doing this for, I think some of them around 20 years now. And that old guard people are saying that, yeah, you actually don't want salt. It can actually be addictive and cause you to overeat, just like, processed sugar could. I haven't really looked too closely into that, but from my own taste perspective, I've always told people just salt to taste, and your body can tell you. And I've just naturally just wanted a bit less and a bit less salt. And I feel perfectly good at my age.
That's boring.
You say that artificial sweeteners are fine, yet there's lots of conflicting research saying it disrupts your microbiome that can lead to other issues including autoimmune issues, and it can cause liver dysfunction.
There is no research showing artificial sweeteners cause autoimmune issues and liver dysfunction. So, when you look at things like hard health endpoints like mortality, heart disease, diabetes, artificial sweeteners do not increase risk of any disease. There's some research showing that artificial sweeteners alter your microbiome. It doesn't indicate that any of those alterations are negative. So again, show me the research on artificial sweeteners showing it causes autoimmune disease or liver disease. You can't. It's just a bunch of idiots looking at research that they don't understand and making stupid speculations. Thanks for the donation, though, Throbbing Penis. Sticks and Hammer got arrested.
Going to be a difficult video to make because it came as a shock to me, and spoiler alert, I'm very subjective and actually invested into this emotionally, not financially, but emotionally I am, because not only I've been following Sticks for years now, but I also admired his character, the persona that he puts on online. I don't know how he is offline. I know nothing about the man offline, but online he seems to have integrity every single time he decides his sources, and it's not just
Sticks and Hammer is a fucking moron.
The content that he puts out, but is that time and time again, when a small creator or a small channel had some problems, he always tried to help them out. Like, he has
Can you react?
Let me see Speed Racer.
Jij had een normaal leven daarvoor en toen plots kom je uit narcose en dan merk je dat het leven niet meer hetzelfde zal zijn. Hoe reageer je daar dan op?
Ja, eerst met heel veel ongeloof.
Ongeloof is eigenlijk het juiste woord.
Excuseer.
Ongeloof is eigenlijk het juiste woord wat Rijken hier hanteert. Dat was bij mij dus ook mijn eerste gewaarwording, dat ik dacht, dat kan niet.
Excuseer, dames en heren. Dus, je probeert dan terug je toekomst
ik begrijp echt niet wat er hier nu aan het gebeuren is.
Excuseer. Allee, sorry, echt. Sorry. Excuseer, dames en heren. Dat betekent ook dat bijvoorbeeld seksualiteit ook een groot probleem bijvoorbeeld wordt.
Ja, mijn vriend heeft het gewoon gedaan gemaakt. En ik neem hem daar ook niet kwalijk.
Plus het feit, als je met seks omgaat, is het niet alleen het fysieke dat telt, maar ook soms de lieve woordjes. Ja, ik vind dus dat dit echt niet kan hoor. Ik bedoel, maar nee, maar moeten we nu nog antwoorden of niet? Want ja, dat is wel eigenlijk liever.
Excuseer, voor de mensen thuis bij de excuses hiervoor. We hadden een vraag uit het publiek aan de... Ja, meneer, je had een opmerking,
Ik heb hetzelfde. Ik ben eigenlijk bij een vrij eenvoudige ingreep ook gekwetst geraakt aan de stembanden. Maar...
Ik vind dus dat dit niet kan horen dat gebeuren is. Ik
vind het vrij ergerlijk, meneer. Als ik het u vandaag een half uur
dit kan voor mij absoluut.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Spoken on behalf of left-leaning people and right-leaning people. He has tried to get channels back up that have been wrongfully terminated. And, you know, like, as a member of the YouTube community, he has behaved in a way that I wish more people would have behaved. And this is, like, online. Offline, however, things seem to be a little bit shocking, at least for me, because he may be a completely different person than the nice online persona that he puts up. And this has happened before with other content creators, like Boogie, for instance. And I would be really disappointed if I find out that is the same case with Styx. Because this morning, I wake up and I expected to see his analysis of the vice presidential debates. And on his channel, it seems like he hasn't been streaming for more than 2 days. And this is really bizarre because this is his bread and butter. Like, there's no way you would miss something like this as a political content creator. At least you'd release some sort of video. Like, even if you can't, you go to a bathroom and you record yourself for 1 minute and you upload that. So I thought that something may have happened to him, and I go around and I start asking people. And it turns out that something did happen to him. He has no Wi-Fi connection where he is. He is in jail. He has been arrested for domestic battery. Now, I do not know what that means, because I don't know in what state he is in now. Like, I knew he was in Vermont for a while, but as you can see from his videos, he's all over the place now. Like, he was in Norway for a time period, and he had this office, and then he moved this into this place, and now he's somewhere else. So I don't know where he is, because domestic battery can mean anything from, like, having an argument and cutlery is flying around, and the neighbors get upset and they call the cops, and it can all be to someone getting hospitalized, right? So, like, all of these things can be summed up as domestic battery. So I don't know anything about what he did, but I hope that from a scale of 1 to 10, it's lower than a 5, you know? Because, again, I genuinely like the guy. I like watching the guy. And it's very difficult for me to believe and borderline, to be honest.
So Styx and Hammer got arrested for domestic battery. It's not terribly surprising, because the guy comes off as a fucking know-it-all dickhead.
Medical misinformation.
Yeah. What's up?
I just think these platforms have agendas, and they have rules. And if you don't follow the rules, you're out.
I've already seen this. Somebody sent me this to react to. We've already watched this on stream. Let's see, 120 more victims. Criminal lawyer breaks down the diddler's new egregious lawsuit.
Crimes are crimes of compulsion. You get into a habit. You get into a routine.
And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the...
So just because...
The message, because
what's the message?
Stop self-snitching. There's too many people posting their crimes online these days.
All right, so there's an update on the Puffy case. Puffy, P. Diddy, Pete Diddler, the diddler who's in the Brooklyn jail metro, who's basically his best friend right now is either a cockroach or a rat. You know those cockroaches? Before we get to that, this is brought to you by our loyal sponsor, eForms.com. eForms.com. Let's say a set of wheels, or whatever, but that's not going to go anywhere. This is too big a case. There's too much protect the public. Those are the two issues. So that is not going to go well for him. Period. End of story. I've seen it 100 times. But in this case especially.
Is Styx an alcoholic?
And where is he?
Likely.
He's in the Brooklyn. You know, I think I said something about Rikers Island in our last video. It's not Rikers Island. It's the Metro Jail in Brooklyn. Now, remember Jeffrey Epstein? He was in the Metro Jail in Manhattan. So different jails, but same set of squalor. I mean, they're not nice places, you know, and whether they have rats or that I can't really speak to. But the news of the day, well, before we get to the news of the day, the next step is for him to appeal his detention order, which will go nowhere, and then he'll have to challenge the search warrants. I guarantee you, his lawyers are going to have a hearing after hearing after hearing challenging the search warrants. Now, this isn't going to go like Donald Trump's hearing. I don't know how Donald Trump has been able to do this. His lawyers, he's got pretty good lawyers. They don't get what they want from the district court. They go right to the Supremes. You're not going to get that here. You're not going to get an appeal to the Court of Appeals from a district court ruling on a pre-trial motion. You're not going to get any of that. That only comes after you go to trial, after you lose, and that becomes an issue for appeal.
But okay, I was thinking I had to go to.
Animal Liberation Donated Dollars, please react.
You write in your resignation email?
I said that report will haunt us. And it does. And it haunts me. The determination that Israel is not blocking humanitarian assistance is patently, demonstrably false. Famine happens when assistance is blocked.
This is just fake, retarded bullshit, and this is Al Jazeera. Again, you can track the amount of daily trucks and the tonnage of, like, food and everything. This is just pure fucking nonsense. There aren't even any NGOs saying there's, like, a famine risk. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Circuit, district circuit, and then Supremes.
Right.
But yeah.
But not till after your trial, so you don't get interlocutory appeals.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So what they call that is an interlocutory appeal. So, and you generally don't get that right as a defendant. There's certain circumstances in which you do. Don't go by Donald Trump because Donald Trump is an anomaly. He was a former president, so he's getting special treatment. So they'll have motion hearings, and then, after that, then they set it up for, trial management conference kind of thing, and then trial. And it'll be a while. Now, here's the thing. So, according to NBC News, at a news conference held Tuesday by Texas-based attorney Tony Busby, said he's representing 120 accusers with allegations against the entertainment mogul that occurred over 20 years. And we're going to watch his news conference here in a second. But if you look at, here's the issue with somebody like Combs. No question he's the diddler, right? There's no question he's the diddler. There's no question he's a freak. Who the fuck has 1,000 bottles of baby oil? 1,000 bottles. And to just give you a clue as to how ridiculous that is.
What's the problem? Please don't make me do that. This is the opportunity that you've been waiting for. You're now in the power position. You hold all the power in your ass. Yes, that's what we do. It's only a little bit in your ass. Nobody's gonna die. You know what you signed up for.
That's why you need 1,000 bottles of baby oil, because that's the power of the ass, right? Well, here's the issue that I have, honestly, with all of these. When you have something like Diddy, and all of a sudden something like this happened, guess who wants to come and say that I was there, I was here, I was there, my face was down and my ass was in the air, and yeah, you can't believe everybody that comes through the door. They have to have something to back up what they're saying. Remember when Prince died? How many people came out and said they were his love child? It's kind of the same thing. So, according to Mr. Busby, we will expose the enablers who enabled the conduct behind the closed doors. We will pursue the matter no matter what the evidence. Sounds kind of like he's a preacher, doesn't he? Well, no matter what the evidence, Busby said during a news conference. Many powerful people, many dirty secrets, the lawyer said of the allegations. He added that his team has collected pictures, videos, and texts. Busby added that the allegations will include violent sexual assault, facilitated sex with controlled substances, dissemination of video recordings, sexual abuse of minors.
Whoa.
I'm going to get to that last part in a second. It's a long list already, but because of the nature of this case, we are going to make sure, damn sure, that we are right before we do that. I would suggest you do that. Busby continued, these names will shock you. So here's the thing. If he's got evidence, like video evidence, of sexual abuse of a minor, if he has that in his possession, he's in possession of child pornography. And there is no exception. When a lawyer gets a child pornography case, which my colleagues get them all the time, they don't have any of that stuff in their possession. You want to see what the evidence is? You have to go to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and you have to view it there. Who wants to? Nobody does. So we're going to watch this here in a second, but the lawyer said he's had more than 3,000 individuals come forward to his office with accusations against Combs, and that he plans to begin filing lawsuits in various states within the next 30 days. Here's the problem with that. Everybody's coming out of the fucking woodwork. Oh, yeah. Oh, did you hear Diddy? Oh, yeah. I was at a Diddy party, because there's no Diddy party, no party like a Diddy party, right?
Which I did create a little graphic here that you'll see on the screen. Let me know if you guys want to see that on any sort of merch or stickers or anything. But
when you hear all this, and sometimes you retrofit things into things. So let's look back to when Justin Bieber was just a little kid.
Where we hanging out and what we doing, we can't really disclose. but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Maybe not.
He signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when you know he did his first album. I did Usher's
I thought that was weird when Michael Jackson did that. Don't we think it's weird when the Diddler does that?
first album. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So
Who would be comfortable with that? Especially knowing what we know now. Nobody would be.
and we're gonna go buck full crazy.
I'm going crazy.
We're gonna go buck full crazy
with a 15-year-old.
Okay, I just don't like it. I just don't like it. And let's just watch one more. Michael thinks this is a good idea.
Don't get trouble, but it's just like, yo, we want to thank you for hosting the thing, man. It's been a pleasure. You didn't have to do it, you did it.
No, I definitely didn't have to do it. I definitely didn't have to.
Didn't have to do what? I mean, this is Kevin Hart, and this puts things into context.
First and foremost, I'm not giving the bet.
Look how uncomfortable Kevin Hart is.
If we can, let's just put the camera a little this way, just so we're not.
Did you know about the Gazan woman who was shot 90 times by Hamas about a week ago because she wouldn't hand over humanitarian aid money to them?
Palestinian gunmen slay female aid workers in Gaza and volley of bullets. Anti-Hamas activists reported to say woman was killed for not handing over funds to terror group. Hamas officials tell family shooting was mistaken identity. Sure you say that. Like, this is what they do. We all know they do this, so yeah. She was cute, too. Thanks for the donation, rat cunt.
He doesn't even want the bed in the shot.
Shocked even was like, I don't want to come close to the bed at all. I should look like he fresh off goddamn plane. I should. Fresh off the guard stage. That's my brother right here from day one. We used to wake up and, damn, pause, but like that's how. I mean, back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the Frosted Flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented.
Back in the day when he was like 10, but then he catches himself and he goes, wait, pause. Like he Freudian slip. Like
I know. I mean, it's like, what the hell?
He had legal guardianship over him.
Because he used to always get up early. Now he's one of the richest stars in the world. Yo, what the fuck did Puff just say?
Wrestle over Frosted Flakes with a 10-year-old and baby oil.
Puff just said we used to wrestle over the Frosted Flakes and we're streaming live. That was stupid.
That was stupid. I mean, I honestly can't believe.
This is incredibly sus. Like, what the fuck? Something was going on.
That you got a guy who's a billionaire, but that just goes to show you, when you're powerful and rich, you just want to do what you want to do. All right, now let's take a look at this press conference. It's about 3 minutes long.
The biggest secret in the entertainment industry, that really wasn't a secret at all, has finally been revealed to the world.
This Busby dude, he has some chops, I guess. He's handled, the oil spill in the Gulf. He's handled
Travis Scott, Astroworld.
He's got a few very high-profile cases. But let's listen to what he has to say.
The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had, at this point, more than 3,285 individuals contact us.
Okay, here's the problem with that. You got to sift through all the bullshit. Because I guarantee you, some of these people are full of shit that they don't have any way to back up what they're saying.
With people claiming to have been victimized by Shawn Combs. After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals.
What does that say? If you got 3,200 and you've been able to only confirm 120?
Who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Shawn Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individuals.
So one of the things that you have is you've got a situation where Combs is the bad actor, right? He's directing everything. But then you have maybe a record label that was in the know and could have stopped something, maybe, or was funding some of this, maybe, or you've got all the employees that that he had facilitating these freak-offs and whatever they were doing, and anybody in that chain. But here's the thing: the Diddler's the only guy with the money.
And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI.
So here's the other thing: so just because he's charged with what he's charged with now doesn't mean that can't change. There's a thing called a superseding indictment. But you can rest assured that if the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office are able to confirm more victims in Puffy's wake, that they'll add that to the indictment. And I have no doubt that you're going to see a superseding indictment coming down the pike.
Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement. Even before the indictment of Shawn Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Shawn Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened. People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons, are now stepping forward to make their voices heard.
Here's one of the problems that they're going to have. he's facing a federal indictment, right? And a very serious one at that. He's going to probably have his lawyers file a motion to stay the civil proceedings pending the criminal case. I guarantee you that's going to happen.
And to pursue justice. But no, most of these people are scared. They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators and their associates. They are rightly afraid for their own personal safety. I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed. Many dirty secrets will be revealed. We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this, when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty. You would be shocked at the length.
Bend over to Nutellers. Would you want this as your alarm clock? I know I would. Oh my god. Check on? Check on? Yes. Oh my god, I want him as my alarm clock. That's a really nice chicken. Oh my god, I love chickens. I love chickens. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Fans will go, no matter the evidence, to the contrary, to defend celebrities they love. I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics.
We see that with Andrew Tate and the Tate brothers. We see that with Donald Trump supporters. We see that with anybody who has a celebrity status. There's a sect of people who are just so loyal. Oh, this must be a conspiracy against them. It must be the Matrix. It must be the deep state. It must be blah blah blah.
I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics. I've personally already been threatened multiple times on social media. And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo. But victims who step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted.
Well, then why don't you do it a little quieter? I mean, you're out there, right? I mean, you got your 800 number plastered.
I want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims, because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me.
This isn't it. This really isn't it.
If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone.
So one of the things, a lot of states have these, pass these laws that despite the fact that the statute of limitations has passed, that within a certain period of time, upon discovering X, Y, or Z, and each state has different requirements for this, but you can still file a lawsuit even though it might be 20 years ago. So the difficulty I have with this is just that everybody's going to come out of the woodwork. Do you really think he's got over 3,000 victims? I mean, maybe he was that prolific. I mean, he's got 1,000 bottles of, that's half a bottle for each person, right? Or no, a quarter bottle, a third of a bottle. But it doesn't matter. You've got 3,200 people claiming to be victims. I'm sure there's some of them are real, some of them aren't. I just can't imagine you'd have 3,000 victims. Although if you're into this stuff, these kinds of crimes are crimes of compulsion. And you get into a habit, you get into a routine, and you do shit over and over and over again. And then, and what I've seen, over the years in criminal law, when people dip their toe in the water of depravity, what happens is that's no longer a turn on. I gotta ratchet it up a little bit more. Remember when Andrew Tate said as much? He said, I no longer want to have sex. I gotta dominate. I have to do this. I have to do that. And so your depravity gets more and more and more, and you have to do more and more and more to get off.
I'm going to send something to you, and I want you to play this, and there's some very pertinent parts about this.
Know that, she can count on me, but at the end of the day, I'm never going to force myself to be in a relationship with her. It has to be natural, right? So I just kind of, let her do her thing, and if she ever needs me, I'm going to be here for her. But yeah, just protecting those moments, because people take for granted encounters, and
poor kid.
Yeah, so, yeah. I just...
you believe him? I believe him.
I just want to protect her, I don't want her to lose it. I don't want her to, go through anything I went through. I don't wish that upon anybody.
Through anything that I went through.
Yeah, if she ever needs me,
look at the camera.
I'm just a call away.
Okay.
So that's a little snippet of what Justin Bieber went through. The problem that I have with it is it's pretty vague, right? I mean, it certainly wouldn't be admissible in court. But if you put two and two together, that he was with Diddy and whatever, was he sexually abused by Diddy? I think that's what the implication of this podcast is. He certainly is a broken individual. And you have Diddy, and then there's that other video.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you link all of those three together, so you have that initial encounter, right? The custody one.
Play the other one.
The one after, where the phone call one.
So let's just take a look at one more. We're looking at three of these, and everybody's kind of doing this, but it just does put it in context. Now look at how skittish he is with Diddy here in this next video.
Everything's good? Selling out arenas and everything? Starting to act different, huh?
You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out.
Well, I mean, you tried to get in contact with me, through all my.
See, that's starting to act different, huh? I mean, if you look at Diddy there, and he's like miffed that he's not getting what he is owed.
Partners and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But you never really got my number, so. Right. Okay. Remember?
Yeah.
You could make whatever you wanted to out of this video, but if you look at the body language, how uncomfortable he is, and he's fidgeting. Could he just be a nervous teen, or could it really be there's something bad happened in his past, and he really didn't want it, and he's being confronted by Diddy, and he's afraid of him. I don't know if that's the case or not. I wouldn't put it past him if that was the case. So when you have somebody that's as prolific, and there's no question that Diddy had parties and he was prolific, and he had 1,000 bottles of baby oil. How do you need 1,000 bottles? Because you went to Costco and you got a fucking deal on bulk baby oil? Does that make any sense? It doesn't make sense at all. What does make sense is that he's doing this shit every day. And he's got his routine of whatever it is that he's doing.
Miami, a night of party, I don't really remember what I was saying. You know what I'm saying?
Would you like a reminder?
Yeah, sure.
Play something.
Hey, yo, listen, I love it all. I love it all, man.
He loves it all.
Apparently.
I like when you like this, Daddy. Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
That was you.
Scrambling.
What? Scrambling and scraping for shit? In other words, I'd like to see you on your all fours. I'd like to see you in a position of submissive, me in control. What?
Daddy. He kept saying daddy.
Daddy.
He's talking to another person. He said daddy.
It seems your world has fallen apart yesterday. Val's losing, Israel, CAC. Are you doing okay?
Walls won in the debate. And Israel is kicking ass. So yeah, I'm doing fine. Thanks for the donation though, Lenny.
You're scrambling and scraping for shit, daddy.
Yep, you're scrambling and scraping for shit, daddy.
So I like when you do it like that, Daddy. When you're scrambling and scraping for shit.
No, he's probably shitting his pants because he's called out. Because he doesn't want anybody to know that he is into whatever he's into.
Well, what did he say right before that? I love it. Bring it on.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Now look how quiet he got all of a sudden. He just got super fucking quiet. Daddy, I like it when you're scrambling and scraping for shit, Daddy. Oh, that's just so fucking creepy. See how quiet he got all of a sudden? He just got called out. That's what.
Is Beyond Meat the best mock meat? Not necessarily. Depends on what you want to make. Trying to figure out what to use for family as burger alternatives. I would say Impossible Meat or Impossible Burgers probably taste the most like normal hamburger.
That's what happens when you get called out. So
he loves it all.
And here's the thing. He liked his recordings. Just like a serial killer likes a trophy from their kill, these guys who do this shit like to have something to remember the experience because it was so fucking great. And jerking off to it, you can get just as much of a thrill when you're by yourself with your 1,000 bottles of baby oil. He's off to the races, and you're going to watch. There's going to be a superseding indictment with more allegations. But you're not going to see that from the U.S. Attorney's Office until they can verify every last little bit of it. They need testimony. They need text messages. They need video footage if you've got it. They need a way to show that you're not just some hanger-on who's trying to score a quick payday, which is what he said Cassie was doing, Cassie Ventura. But we all know that he dragged her down the hallway and probably did all kinds of other shit to her. The biggest problem I think he has is that people are going to come and testify that they were held against their will for days on end until their bruises cleared up, until their faces cleared up, until whatever. I mean, and to have somebody subjected to this shit over and over and over again to the point where they need to be rehydrated with intravenous fluids. And if any of you guys comment that that's normal, don't come to my house. That's all I'm saying.
And isn't that coercive in general of like holding something over someone's career?
Yeah, but if you're holding your career over your head, that's coercion. Yeah. If you're physically prohibiting somebody from leaving, that's force. Force, fraud, or coercion. So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your board-certified criminal defense.
Okay, I have to go clean Prismo's feet and give him his antibiotics. I'm going to be gone for 10-ish minutes. But when I get back, we'll play Shenmue 3. Where is it? I think I just installed it. Yeah, Shenmue 3. Alright, I'll be back in about 10 minutes. I just gotta give Prismo his antibiotic and, oh god.
Skip to 7:30 bitch ass nigga Trump 2024 bitch nigga.
You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, then I can react to that. I'll give you a minute to send the link. I don't want to have to keep you waiting, but I do have to give Prismo his meds. There's that dumb fucking
Reset.
ex-vegan bitch. Watch some mints.
Put that shirt on before you get in here. What's up, you fucking ogre?
It would be my honor to wear this.
You could fit into that thing again?
Not really.
Bubble
it's
gut.
fading away, but
There's a song that some Schwartz made called Bubble Butt. They gotta make one called Bubble Gut. Bubble gut. Bubble gut. Can you get the back down? You're not sitting in the fucking car without a shirt on. Oh, god damn it, Leonard. Do I have to come out there and fucking help you?
Alright, let me see, Kid Boo.
After last night's debate, did it
7:30. This guy's a fucking moron.
But the Inflation Reduction Act that actually called for the IRS to crack down on tip wages. Now, if Kamala Harris felt so passionately about how there should be no tax on tips, why the hell did she cast the tie-breaking vote in favor of doing the exact opposite? She could have went.
I don't think I recall Kamala Harris ever saying she's against taxing tips.
Went back to Joe Biden and said, listen, we can't have the IRS cracking down on tips, right? That's not good for the American people. I don't support that. So she could have chose not to vote for it. She could have said, hey.
So just because she doesn't agree with a certain aspect of a bill, that doesn't mean she overall doesn't support the bill.
Hey, unless they take this out, I'm not going to vote for it. But did she do that? No. If she wanted to expand the child tax credit, she could have leveraged her vote for that as well, too. Did she do that? No.
She's expanding the child tax credit.
She could have also leveraged her vote for the housing credits that she wants to give out, right? Her little housing plan or whatever, her small business plan, all these things, she could have leveraged that vote in order to get the Democrats on board with it or to get Joe Biden on board with it. But is there any record of her doing that? No, there's no record.
This guy is just talking pure nonsense. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo.
Can you react?
Or
Let me
case
see.
people versus Corey Harris.
on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender now?
his office actually.
Dude, this is a very old news story that we already reacted to.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving, and he didn't have a license.
Is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Failure to turn.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Alright, I'm gonna go clean Prismo's nails. Maybe we'll watch some Ments first, then we'll play Shenmue. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Just gotta clean the cat's nails. And give him his antibiotic. Oh, okay. I'm back. Oh, damn it. Alright. So Prismo's toes are nice and clean now.
That's what happens when your back's so pumped up.
Yeah, your back's
In this
pumped up,
humidity,
all right.
you can cut it with a knife.
You're
While
right.
Dale's in his climate-controlled workplace, his cars. He probably has a climate-controlled hunting pod.
You're wearing like a fucking...
Well, you're coming to my climate here.
Yeah, it's been really fucking hot here. You got a lot of work to do, Leonard. Holy shit.
What do you mean? I got a lot, this way. I got a lot of water to take out. And that's where the little surprise comes in.
Is that what it is?
I hope you all say I'm not going to make it. You got another thing coming.
That's right. Buckle your seatbelt, please.
For what?
Huh? In case I crash this motherfucker.
Well, in that case.
Well, you have a built-in airbag in your stomach anyway. And what makes you think that it's okay to answer your door in a every time I come to get you, answer the door in a fucking towel? And then,
Because I don't wear clothes in
yeah,
my house, ever. Don't sleep in them. Someone wants to come in, they're going to have to...
Yeah, but last time at least you had the towel around your waist where it should be. Today, this asshole opens the door. Instead of having the towel around his waist, he's got it around his chest. So
well, that's a Freudian slip, so you were checking things out pretty well.
I wasn't checking things. How many times? I've seen your cock and balls many fucking times, unfortunately. I'm thoroughly scarred. Nobody wants to see your fucking... Good thing I wasn't filming. Why are you pointing? The bitch wasn't even in her car to pull out, you asshole. All of a sudden, you're a fucking good driver. Why are you breathing so heavy? Just getting in the car makes
Well, I ate a pound of flank steak and 2 cups of white rice for the workout.
Oh, really?
What's Dale eating? Boiled skinless chicken breasts? Thinking that's going to do something?
I don't know what he's eating. He just was checking up on you the other day. He asked if you were still alive. Yeah. Everybody, when they don't see us do anything for a while, they think you're dead. I know you've told everybody that you're going to live till 160, but, you know, we're realistic. And what is this?
What is realistic? Define realistic. According to who? Some cookie cutter pansy?
Realistic would be
intellectual. The progressives that tell you how to live and think.
Walk in the middle of the road, asshole. Should have ran that cunt over. What the fuck is wrong with people? The neighborhood sucks.
So another cookie cutter truck. What's going on with Nick Heiger? I'd like to see what kind of porno that kid's looking at.
Why?
I can imagine.
You give a shit what anybody watches.
I can imagine, Nick. I haven't forgot about you.
That kid's fucking strong, man.
Animal Liberation donate $2. Can you explain what you said is, USAID is, and they claim Israel was blocking humanitarian aid? USAID? Oh, you mean US aid? Is that what you mean? Well, it's just humanitarian supplies, so that would include food, water, clothing, medical supplies, bandages, medicine, stuff like that. And Israel has not been blocking humanitarian aid. Occasionally, they stop food trucks either for security concerns. Some of the stops seem somewhat arbitrary. So, like, the Israeli military doesn't want, or members of the military, they'll block food trucks that have, like, cookies just because they don't want, like, Hamas getting access to, you know, a treat like cookies. That happens occasionally, but again, there's something like a 200 daily working average of food trucks coming in per day. The idea that Israel is just outright blocking aid is fucking ridiculous. Fuck. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
He's strong, but I want to see something out of him.
You want to see what he watches,
goals
what
of
he jerks
community
off
college.
to. Yeah.
I think
You're
it would
a demented fuck.
I think it would make me cringe.
What?
Whatever he looks at, it would make me cringe. I could almost guarantee that.
Oh, compared to
cringe-worthy.
Yeah, everything you look at makes people cringe. Porn addict. Why don't you get a fucking vehicle? You're 47 years old.
I have a vehicle. Built-in cardio tool. It's great. Get the sun. Save my money for what matters. The food.
Which half of it is in your fucking disgusting beard. You trimmed it though, huh?
Nah.
It looks trimmed. What the fuck is these? Where do you want to go, Delray or Boca?
Delray's quicker.
Yeah. You had to break out the broccolini shirt. Your fucking hairs are sticking through that shirt. Push your stomach out again. It's fucking sick.
Shit, I gotta shave. I just shaved last week. Dale, my hair has on his chin.
In his asshole that you're gonna eat once he fucking whoops you on stage.
That's a subjective judging panel of cookie cutters, low lifes. I like to look at their record. I like to see what that judging panel looks at for porn. I think that would blow a few stacks, especially that Peter Potter.
That guy can't even get his dick up anymore. He's like 90 years old. I don't know what the fuck he's judging. It's amazing how they have all these old fuddy-duddies judging shit.
They go,
shit.
starting in the springtime, they go every Saturday all over the country. They're setting that shit up with the same thing. Everybody paying for that registration NPC card. Everybody lining up. They're all moody and you know, all that shit. Have their little competitors meeting every Saturday. I can't imagine doing that.
No shit, every Saturday they have.
All say those guys are going all over the country. It's a full-time job.
I wonder what they get paid.
Well, with the amount they charge for tickets and registration, hell, it goes up every year.
And you guys make dick.
Yeah.
You have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a fucking scam. That's just as big of a
like
scam as your fucking church.
Yeah.
Come give us money.
Yep.
That's what it's all about, man. Follow the money.
You do the labor and you give us the money. Isn't that a dream?
Unfucking believable. Now, what the fuck?
I need to stop saying Freudian slip and any maniac think of a better name.
Why?
I did some research on him. I heard some point of views. He's a real degenerate.
Sigmund Freud?
Yes.
He's a real degenerate.
He's a low life.
Takes one to know one, buddy.
He's actually behind the destruction of Western culture.
Oh, really?
Yes.
When did you start researching him?
You know, I just looked it up. Looked up a few other people's viewpoints on him.
I'm glad you're looking that shit up as opposed to the fucking trannies.
Yeah, it's all degeneracy.
So you got to come up with something other than Freudian slip because you don't like Sigmund Freud now.
He's a degenerate. He doesn't deserve any credits. He's a real piece of work.
Oh, God.
Ruined a lot of lives. Labeling kids at a young age with a psychobabble, with a psychotype.
Lies $22. Is this legit? Sugar does not rot your teeth. Sugar is not acidic. Blah, blah, blah. Sucralose. Neutral pH. It has to do with the bacteria that build up. Who the fuck wrote this? Oh, the banana. Okay, it's Freely. She's an idiot. Sugar, basically causes bacteria build up in your teeth that causes dental decay. Will not dissolve your teeth. Popular theory, bacteria eats the sugar in your mouth, produces lactic acid, dissolves your teeth. Da-da-da. Lactic acid is a weak acid which can be easily neutralized by saliva. Nope. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about.
It's time for a late night snack. Today's choice is 1 log of fresh, brown, steaming poop mashed with piss and cum into a bowl. Mix with 1 cup of Lenny's snot, microwave until the mixture bubbles. I slurp this down every night. Share it with Jasmine.
That sounds rather unpleasant, and I'd rather not. Thanks for the donation, though, microwave poop. So again, she doesn't have any sources to back up any of this shit. What is this crap? Oral pathology, oral taste of fat? What does that have to do with anything? So, for one thing, she doesn't actually show the source, aside from these two. And the little, like, thing she cherry-picked here, it doesn't support her claim. So she's just an idiot. Like, by the way, there is research on fruit consumption and tooth decay. People who eat very high amounts of dried fruit, so like dates, raisins, they have higher instances of tooth decay. You can also find weird case reports of people like sucking on bananas or like fruit or some type of fruit, and they have abnormal tooth decay. I think raw vegans who eat exclusively fruit also have higher instances of tooth decay. They have less periodontal disease, but as far as dental caries, they have more dental caries. So she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
And they're trapped in a cage.
Yes, freely as fake.
Telling people you're a schizophrenic, you're a bipolar, you're autistic from day one. That started with him. You have ADD, ADHD.
You think all that's bullshit?
Yeah, it is.
Really?
99.9. If you let it, if you believe it. If you don't, it has no meaning. It's like almost like voodoo science. I mean, there's certain things as chemical imbalances in the brain which you correct through nutrition, or if there's damage, that's a physical.
A lot of shit.
Animal Liberation donations help me debunk this article. Israel deliberately blocked humanitarian aid to Byram Gaudi's concluded Blinken. So, like, I'm just questioning when they say they blocked humanitarian aid, what exactly does that mean? Because depending on your epistemic standard, preventing one single truck out of thousands could be considered blocking humanitarian aid. So what the fuck do they even mean by that? Like, they won't even explain, like, okay, out of every 200 trucks, Israel will block half of them or something. They won't say that because they're fucking lying. Okay, here we go. Instances of Israeli interference with aid efforts, killing aid workers. Here we fucking go. Like, what? There was one report of them accidentally, hitting a fucking, ambulance or something, razing agricultural structures. I don't know what they mean by that. Bombing ambulances and hospitals. They've never bombed any fucking hospitals. Sitting on supply depots and routinely turning away trucks full of food and medicine. So, like, again, this article is just fucking horseshit. Give us the actual fucking figures. Show us, like, out of, there's a daily average of about 200 trucks going into Gaza. out of that daily average, exactly how many trucks are being sent back? Like saying, oh, Israel routinely blocks aid trucks. What do they mean by routinely? Does that mean one per day? So one food truck out of like out of 200 getting turned away? Is that a big fucking deal? This article is just fucking bullshit. So all they're doing is making baseless accusations. They're not explaining their epistemic standards. They're just quoting one single authority, Blinken, and then they're not even giving you any actual real data. All of this is an appeal to authority, and then they're not giving any epistemic standards or any evidence that there is a significant restriction of aid. It's just horseshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
That's a physical stimuli, but you're talking about him planting that filthy, evil propaganda.
What, that people are fucking autistic?
I'm thinking diagnosing people and giving them these terms that they can't escape from the rest of their life, and it limits them.
It only limits them if you let it. But some people are legitimately born fucked up, Leonard. You know that.
Well, yes, there's people that are short, people that are tall, people that see better than others, people that look better than others. That's genetics. Deal with it. There's something you could do to society. You got to figure it out instead of placing people into the social service system where they're basically getting a free ride when they could be doing something that would improve their own self-worth.
No, you know. It's all how you're raised too, man.
Absolutely.
There's no, most of the, you know, the work ethic is fucking horrible now, especially with the millennials are the fucking worst.
That's from the media. They make it to look like you're a loser if you work every day. They like those videos where that jewelry, you know what I'm talking about.
Get rich quick.
The porch monkey.
Oh, here we go.
Persona.
Oh my God! How dare you say such a word?
I say whatever I want.
Exactly.
Anybody
Fuck
out there, you got something to say, you got something to do, here I am.
Yeah.
You don't like it? That's freedom of speech. You die for that.
Exactly. Go fuck yourself.
What happened to the Misfits? Why don't they upload anymore?
Well, basically, they broke up. Brad didn't like, what's his name? The bedroom bully. I think some of them moved. And Jason isn't allowed to upload because he's living in his grandmother's house. And his trolls were harassing his family's businesses, so he's not allowed to upload to YouTube right now. But thanks for the donation, Lenny.
So, and you know what's funny is a lot of these assholes that weigh in and say, "Oh, I can't believe he would say such a word." You know how many times those motherfuckers have said the N-word? They're so full of shit.
Use the Lord's name in vain. They use that like water. That's what I'd be afraid to say.
Why?
Like God be.
God
Jesus
damn.
F. Christ.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that's what I would be afraid to say.
Yeah. Well, YouTube is getting fucking oversensitive too. They're starting to, you know, not put ads on people's videos so they can make money because of the language and the not, you know,
well, that'll
non-PC shit. Oh, of course. But they, you know, they need to have another whatever site that you could say whatever you want.
Hey, as long as they're still looking at Chuck Basher.
Who gives a fuck? I know. But that only affects the people that are on YouTube just to make money, you know, and they put out these phony, fake-ass videos of themselves. They're no better than the fucking Instagram whores that manipulate the camera and they're narcissistic fucks.
Yeah. The pursuit of money.
Right. We do this shit for fun. And we say whatever the fuck we want.
Money can soften you up real quick.
Oh, yeah. So what are we working out today?
I'm gonna do back, biceps, as I normally do, but I gotta condense my workout this week.
So you just been going to Planet Fitness?
Yeah, you believe that? Dale, you must be really proud of yourself taking on a middle-aged man, chronologically, weak genetic calves, doesn't have a bodybuilder's body, a myriad of injuries, a guy that's weighed 450 pounds, a guy that trains at Planet Fitness, rides a bike all around town, and goes to work and does a labor job.
So you're just
a guy that only beat one guy in his history of his bodybuilding career. And Dale's a real big man coming down here to challenge me. Isn't that something?
Wow, I'm glad that I
hope he enjoys his victory.
I'm glad this is like my car is like the confessional booth. It's become.
But I'll still be ripped.
At least you see, this is the most realistic I've ever heard you.
Yeah, but I'll be more ripped than you, Dale, and I'll be bigger than you. I didn't forget that part.
Bigger because he's fucking a head shorter than you. How much
would you buy 15 pounds of Impossible meat? Why would I do that?
are you gonna weigh? How much do you weigh now?
I think about 320.
320.
Weight doesn't matter. That density comes.
320 pounds of absolute shit. Fucking giant turd. You know what they say, you can polish a turd. At the end of the day, it's still just a shiny piece of shit. Whoa, man.
But like I say, out of chaos comes order. Out of shit
comes Shinola.
Comes yes.
It's good. I hope you can back up what you say.
I'll be more ripped then. I'll back that up. And my back will
I don't know about that, man. I don't know. He's pretty fucking ripped right now. I don't know what he's gonna weigh in at. What do you have for your weight class? You have to be 200 and up.
He may not even. Yeah, well, yeah, he'll be a heavyweight. He may be under a super heavyweight category.
Well, there is no super heavyweight, is there?
There are in the Nationals and a few other shows.
Oh, okay.
Maybe the USA's, but the Southern States has a super heavyweight. That's in mid-July. Maybe that's something for next year. I don't know.
I heard Dorian Yates went on Joe Rogan's podcast the other day. It was great.
What'd he say?
Just they were talking about, you know, using psychedelic drugs, steroid, everything. He's very honest. It was a good interview.
He used psychedelic drugs when he competed?
Yeah. Not when he competed. He didn't say that. After, like DMT. That shit sounds real. That's one thing I never tried.
What is it?
Dimethyltryptamine, I think it's called. Makes you hallucinate.
Why did he take it?
Just to go on a trip. Why would you take acid? Why would you take MDMA? But it doesn't last that long.
Yeah.
You know, you're in and out of it quick. Just depends how much you get to smoke it.
So Dorian's a psychedelic drug user. I'm kind of disappointed. What's the matter, Dorian? You gonna need to escape the reality of being a multi-Mr. Olympia winner?
He is such an insane hypocrite. He does drugs all the time.
Joey loves me, this I know, for his nuzzles tell me so. 7 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Yes, that is because Joey is a nice boy and he is a sweet kitty, and I love him too.
Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Appreciate it.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
What?
He's a multi-Mr. Olympia winner. He needs to escape reality.
It's just to open your mind, dumbass.
Open
why
his
do
mind
you? Why
for
do you
what?
take?
Well, go read a book, Dorian. Why don't you go read a Bible?
For what? It's fairy tales. Fairy tales for adults, Leonard. That's all that shit
You heard it
is.
here first, Dorian. Crack open your Bible.
For what?
Before it cracks you open.
Oh, God.
You know what I mean? When you're standing, kneeling before God, or lay or bowing before God, it's not a question of standing or kneeling. Hear that, Dorian? Take it from Big Lenny. I care about your soul as I do every piece of humanity
You're
that
the
ever
biggest
lived.
hypocrite I've ever fucking met in my life.
In what way?
God doesn't give a shit about you or any of us. There's no such fucking thing.
He cares about every little insect, every blade of grass.
Okay.
That's why no one can understand the concept of God.
That's why somebody can walk into a school and fucking massacre kids, but no, that's God's plan.
And the relevance,
bullshit?
And the relevance of eternity.
Damn, Brad's pretty fucking base, dude.
It's insignificant.
Tell the parents of those kids that there's a fucking God.
Everything,
there's no fucking God.
Anything that could possibly happen on this earth is totally irrelevant in regards to eternity.
Oh my fucking God.
There's completely irrelevant.
I don't even know why I get into this
Matter of fact, those massacre kids are with
ChatGPT debate, donate $2. Apparently ChatGPT is a Christian. You should debate it to see if you can get it to go vegan.
All right, Ruslan, let's dive right in. If God is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-loving, why is there so much...
All right, guys, as you know, I've had a lot of different guests on. I've had guests on different... But today, the table is if you are the world's smartest, skeptical...
Jonah and the whale, which seem to defy scientific understanding. How can you trust a book that seems to contradict what we know about the world through modern science? And let's talk about the problem of hell. If God is so loving, how could he send people to eternal torment just because they didn't believe in him during their short time on earth? Isn't that the definition of cruel and unusual punishment? Lastly, what evidence do you really have that Jesus rose from the dead? The resurrection is the cornerstone of Christianity, but isn't it more likely that it's just a myth or legend that grew over time? I'd like to hear how you address her.
Okay, ask me the first question again.
Here it is again. If God is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-loving, why is there so much suffering and evil in the world? Why would a good God allow things like natural disasters, disease, or even atrocities like genocide to occur? Doesn't this contradiction make it hard to reconcile the existence of an all-loving deity?
You know, it's interesting you asked that because when I was coming to faith, that was actually my biggest objection. I had experienced pretty serious SA as a kid. My dad wasn't in my life. I grew up in a single-parent home. And so I think this is a very compelling reason for why many people struggle with the idea of God. But to answer your question, no, it is not a contradiction because we live in a fallen, broken world that is the byproduct of sin.
He's not actually answering the question that's proposed. He's just saying, well, evil exists because people are bad. But yeah, the question is, assuming people are bad and assuming people do bad, if there was an all-loving, all-powerful God, he'd step in, but he's not.
And because sin has entered the world, there is all sorts of chaos and disarray and bad things happening, sometimes bad things happening to innocent people. But the beautiful part is that we can look no further than the cross of Jesus to show how God can use evil and the bad things that happen for good, how God can take something that is so tragic, like the death and the brutal crucifixion of his own son, and use it for good. So what's helped me with the question of evil is that I can look at the cross and I can see the suffering servant who can help me.
This guy isn't even answering ChatGPT's questions. It's my God, it's pointless. Thanks for the donation, dude.
In the presence of God right now, and they're like
no, they're
laughing
not. They're
about
fucking dirt.
They're laughing about what happened.
Oh yeah,
because they seem so insignificant.
Yeah, okay.
They're so insignificant.
You psychopath. Tell a little kid that's fucking four-year-old has leukemia,
it doesn't
dying
matter.
of fucking
We're
cancer,
here.
that there's a God. That's God's fucking plan.
We are here
that's
for one
horseshit,
reason.
You know it.
We're here for one reason: to improve ourselves and try to emulate what God wants. Obviously, that's never attainable, but He likes to see you go through the whole scope of humanity. And obviously, you'll be judged at the end, but that's what He's interested in. How are you going to say love one another? And even if you kill them in a field of war, it doesn't mean you hate them. Everything's irrelevant. Now, if you're...
What the fuck am I listening to? Where
just
do you come
showing
up with
empathy
this
for
shit?
others. It's in the Bible.
Fuck you in the Bible. How's that?
Brown, I wouldn't say that.
Why? What's going to happen? The fuck's the difference?
Yeah, I know Fuentes is debating Dean. It's not an interesting
That's horse
debate.
shit.
You're not going to have the true eternal.
Elias $20 fared stuff. Fuck. Yeah. You're just giving me a link to some Telegram app thing, and I can't, I can't get Telegram to work on desktop, so I can't do anything with that. Thanks for the donation, though, Elias.
Eternal peace that
All
you
it
were
is to control.
entitled to.
All it is to control people. That's
Control
all
people
that book
for
was
what?
made for.
For what and by who? Everything's a temporary control. The people that tried to control people 100 years ago, where are they? They're not here anymore.
Right. Okay.
They're in eternity. Now what they're doing there.
What do you remember? What do you
judgment.
remember before you're alive? What did you remember before you were alive?
I wasn't. My brain and emotions and my soul wasn't created for me to remember anything.
That's what it's going to be like when you're dead, buddy. Nothing.
You're
dark.
Sadly mistaken, Brad. One day you'll come to the realization.
Hey, listen, I am realistic. If you're right and I see you up there.
What do you mean up there? It doesn't necessarily mean up, down, sideways.
Or wherever the fuck.
You're not made to understand it. You're not built to comprehend
if
it.
there is an afterlife, I'll see you there. And we'll fucking...
We will see. We'll see Christina there, of course. She's an angel.
Yeah, good. And
to me and many others.
And then we can gangbang her.
Very superficial, Brad.
What are those all the Muslims think? Go to die and have fucking 82, 72
basically the same thing that I think.
Okay. So go blow yourself.
That quotation.
If it's so great, wherever.
That quotation's out of context. It's not a literal interpretation. It means
is that why
they're trying to convey that the blissful feel when you're in eternity is akin to 72 virgins. That's what they tell the youth. And it's, whatever works, but I don't think it's a literal interpretation. Intercourse, when you're in eternity, you'll laugh at intercourse thinking that's the best thing you ever had. That'll be laughed at.
Whatever you say, I can't anymore with this bullshit. You're so full
So
of
you
shit.
live for intercourse, huh? Why don't you get on some Dostonex and Caber Golings and Caber so you can have continuous...
I've never heard of...
Caber.
What is Caber?
That's Jay Masters. Caber Golan, he calls it Caber. So you can have continued ejaculations with a very short refractory period. Get on some Caber like Jay Masters. So his eyes pop out of your head, but you're busting a nut every 5 minutes.
All right. Let's try playing some Shenmue, aka Shenpoo.
Ah, damn it. Nightmare mode. This is going to be highly
Dear
AIDS.
Shenhua, my work is done. The phoenix entrusted to our people is now complete. The time of destiny has come. Go with the one who holds the phoenix, Shenhua, and find the proof. Yield yourself to the light and go together. I shall give you the family treasure, the Sword of 7 Stars. Think of the sword as a part of me, and keep it with you. I shall always watch over you.
What the?
Leo,
Right. What is this?
a dragon and a phoenix.
Just like the mirrors.
So this is what he was working on. From a distant land in the east, from across the sea, he shall appear. He does not know of the strength hidden within him. The strength that would destroy him. The strength that would fulfill his wishes. When he is ready, he shall seek me out. And we shall brave together the rocky path. I shall wait. This encounter has been my destiny since ancient times. A dragon shall emerge from the earth, and dark clouds shall obscure the heavens. A phoenix shall descend from above. Its wings will create a purple wind. In the midst of the pitch-black night, a morning star shall glisten, alone.
What is that poem?
It has been told in the village since long ago.
The one who holds the phoenix.
That's Bailu Village. We might find some clues about my father there. Let's go.
Sure. Hey, Shenhua,
We have to get to the village.
let's go. Do you have any idea where your father might have gone?
No, I don't.
Has this ever happened before?
With my father?
Yeah. Has he ever disappeared without telling you?
No, never.
I see. Are you certain that letter from the cave was...
It's his handwriting, without a doubt.
Okay. Are you sure it didn't contain any clues? Shenhua?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't care about the letter. I just want to find my father.
I understand.
Cutscenes are highly, highly awkward.
Hello, Liu.
Shenhua, who's this?
This is Liu. He saved me from drowning in the river. Did something happen?
A group of thugs tore through here 2 days ago.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, the kind we don't normally see around here.
Let's keep moving. Hey, Shenhua.
What's the matter?
Does the village usually have gatekeepers?
No, there's no need for them. Bailu is a very peaceful place.
Are you sure about that? Because they said some thugs came by.
Yes, but it sounds like they're not from around here.
Still, that's worrying.
Even for you?
Yeah.
I admit, I'm a little unsettled myself. The village feels different somehow.
I can imagine.
Let's ask around for some clues.
Let's go.
Oh, yes. Does
That was a
anybody
pretty
know any
old bridge.
sailors?
Indeed, that's the Verdant Bridge.
That's what it's called.
Yes, it's been in Bailu for a while.
Is that the village? Up ahead?
Yes, everyone lives up ahead. We can ask around. Someone's bound to know something.
Let's not waste another second.
Oh, fuck me. Fuck me.